In Chelmsford for the Metrobank One Day Cup. We have Essex hosting Leicestershire in the first game at Chelmsford of the competition. I'm Toby Reynolds, joined by Nick Gledhill. Nick, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Nice to see you, Toby. And this is a lovely sunny day, isn't it? I'm hoping the crowd is going to build up a bit more from what it is now, particularly on the public side, because it's not going to be too hot today, around about 26 degrees, but it is an absolutely glorious summer Sunday, and let's hope that some more come into the ground, because important game this for Essex. They've lost the first two. I think it's their only real chance of qualifying now is to be pretty robust here at home, and ideally try and win all their home games and sneak another win away from home. But quite a tall order. Worcestershire with just the one tied game so far, which we'll talk about in due course, and Worcestershire winning with toss and batting.
Yeah, as you say there, it's a little bit of a green pitch, but as you said earlier, the bright blue sunny skies up above us, no cloud cover, should be good batting conditions. It'll be Isaac Mohammed and Brett D'Oliveira coming out to open up. No Jamie Porter in the side for Essex is probably the biggest, so maybe not surprised, but the biggest interest.
I'm not surprised, because I don't think in an ideal world, if Essex had more players available, that Jamie would be playing a great number of these games. He'd be playing a few of them, but playing some of them. I think they're trying to rest and rotate. If Essex don't qualify, they will actually have a 2-week gap before that crucial Durham match. But I think it's a big ask to play all of these. They come in pretty quick succession, obviously Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. So I think it's part of Worcestershire's thinking on a lovely sunny day, win the toss and bat against a pretty inexperienced Essex seam attack. That I think their ploy is to try and get a lot of runs here and maybe put Essex out of the game early. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Charlie Bennett coming in from Sir Alistair Cook end here. Oh, wafted at the first one there, does Isaac Mohammed. Just nipping away, skidding through very nicely first up there from Bennett.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing Isaac Mohammed, nephew of Moeen Ali, 17 years old, came through the Warwickshire Academy, so it's a bit of an unusual move, a really talented player going from Warwickshire to Worcestershire. It tends to be the other way around, and it's part of the reason why Worcestershire have so few calls for the 100, because by the time their players really develop and show their true potential, unfortunately, they're being nabbed by their neighbours.
Bennett in again. Outside edge, oh, and that's flown fast to slip, put down in the end there, but would have been a spectacular grab, diving away to his left there. Just sort of cannons into the palm there.
Well, I think it's Matt Critchley then. That was a potential catch. It was a sharp chance away to his left, but it would have been a really good early breakthrough. And Bennett has certainly showed some promising signs here, and that would have given him an immediate lift if that had been held. Have to hope from the Essex point of view that they don't pay for that miss. But Worcestershire underway with a single.
Down the leg side that time, too far for the dive there behind the stumps of Simon Fernandez. It will run away for 4 wides.
Well, Charlie there rather emulating Josh Tongue in the test match in his early over with a bit of a wild one. But yeah, probably just still thinking about the ball before, which was a really good delivery which drew the batter into the shot, and there's a very sharp chance for him. So this is his third list A game. 4 wickets so far.
Better line that time from Bennett.
And I remember him being a little bit earlier in the season, being part of the second 11 side that were in a spectacular championship match against Leicestershire. And you might remember the name Lewis Kimber from last year.
Yes, yeah.
Made that incredible 243 at home in a losing cause for Leicestershire. And he was playing in the second team on the same date as that in 2025, so exactly a year later. And I think Charlie got him out. Charlie Bennett got him out, and Essex then went on to win the game. He got 100.
Good again there from Bennett. Just the one wayward delivery in the... Oh, no, overthrows there. They're going to get through. Luke Benkenstein, that is. Just relaxing a fraction and lobbing it over the head there of Simon Fernandez behind the stumps.
Well, Essex have had two games you wouldn't want to pick, to be honest. A bit like the T20, you wouldn't want to pick Southampton and then Somerset at Chelmsford as your first two games, and they've had Notts away and again Hampshire away. So not the easiest of starts. I tell you what, they performed a lot better against Hampshire in this competition than they did in the T20 match, which was obviously not the best batting performance. And they were very much certainly in that game, and particularly the Notts game, the first game.
Left alone this time by Mohammed.
I don't know what your perception is, Toby, but I get the feeling that there seems to be more availability for a lot of the counties this season, looking a bit stronger in this competition than they have done in some previous years. I mean, even Somerset, who a couple of years ago was saying it was all terribly unfair, but all their best players had gone, and they kept losing every game and wasn't like awful. Well, actually, they're now fairly cheerful because they've got a reasonably strong side. So I think they're an example of how sides have got a little bit stronger in this competition.
Wafted again there, this time whistling past the outside edge to end a really good first over there from Bennett. 2 runs on the scoreboards, wicketless after the first over. The one drop so far, however, Mohammed was dropped without scoring off the second ball by Matt Critchley in the slip cordon.
Well, the fact that Jamie Porter is not playing means that Jamal Richards gets a chance. Hasn't played in the competition yet this year. Obviously, you know there's not going to be a lot of changes in the Essex side because Tom Wesley's gone on record during the week as saying they've really only got 12 to choose from at the moment. So there's never going to be a lot of changes, but it's going to be nice to see Jamal Richards see him there at backward point, get a go. And had a slightly unhappy loan spell. I think it was with Kent, played a couple of games. Didn't go particularly well for him, so perhaps this is a chance for him to really make an impression. 2 slips, and we've got 5 saving 1 and a fine leg, and Snater coming in. It's a nice little steer down to just back of the square on the offside. So Worcestershire, a relatively quiet start, but so they look pretty strong on paper. There's not a lot of difference between this Worcestershire side and the one you'd see in a championship match. Adam Hose would be the exception, I guess. Oh, what's a good delivery from Snater. Just a bit of green in the pitch and just pitching and leaving Isaac Mohammed outside his off stump. Made a slightly uncertain start, the youngster.
Yeah, it was interesting you mentioned last over, Nick, the fact that you think teams are looking a lot stronger. And I completely agree. I think there's probably a couple reasons to it. I think, first of all, teams now probably care, perhaps maybe not care more, but realise this is a really good opportunity to win some silverware in the One Day Cup.
It's another nice delivery from Snater, but actually quite well negotiated there by Isaac Mohammed. Yes, I think what we've seen in this competition is that some of the lesser lights have done well. So sometimes teams who are in Division 2 in the Championship, not qualifying in the Blast, find that they get a real opportunity in this competition, and Worcestershire must be eyeing this up because of the fact they've got so few 100 calls. Had that remarkable tie in their opening game. When I think they scored 14 more runs than Notts, but it was still a tie because of the vagaries of Duckworth Lewis.
Yeah.
So that was a curious affair, but very entertaining game for the crowd. But yes, it's this competition is. It looked like it was going to be changed, maybe moved early season and shortened, but basically no one's been able to come up with an idea of what else to do underneath the 100, so it's going to stay for a while. And the only thought about this competition I had was there's a lot of discussion about when you use the Kookaburra ball, and it's being used slightly randomly for 4 championship games in during the season. And we've certainly established that if you combine hot conditions with the Kookaburra, you're going to get an awful lot of draws. Certainly we had that round which really underlined that, didn't we?
I think there's one victory in Div 1, one in Div 2 in that first round of it.
Nice piece of bowling from Snater. They like an early wicket here, Essex. Certainly one or two beating the bat. Both bowlers have started well, bar that loose one from Bennett, but two pretty good overs so far. 8 for no wicket with Isaac on 1 and D'Oliveira 2. But my thinking was that if you were to use a Kookaburra ball, why not play this in whites with a red Kookaburra ball? And then what you're doing is you're preparing younger players for the championship, and well as potentially bringing spinners into the game. And if it were played in whites with a red ball, it's even more away from the 100, so it's even more, appealing to a more traditional audience.
Bennett comes in again here from the Alistair Cook end. Onto the front foot goes D'Oliveira. Solid in defence there.
Yeah. So if you had Charlie Bennett here bowling with a red Kookaburra ball, in white, it's just a little bit closer, because I think that the gap between this and this and the championship is much narrower than the gap between this and the blast.
Yeah, I'd say that the perhaps one sort of major issue that I can kind of see with that would be the fact that there's been a lot of talk about how professional players now aren't really getting prepared for international one-day cricket.
Ah, yes.
Bennett in and tickled down the leg side. It'll just roll away to fine leg for a single.
My argument with that one is this is so far away from international one-day cricket. It's on a different street, isn't it, really? So that would be my counter to that. I think it's a separate issue, that, and what you ideally want is a very short, high-quality knockout competition early season with the top players available, over 50 overs, and that would be a white ball competition. But I don't think there's honestly much of a link between this and the international one-day game.
Wafts again, does Mohammed at that one. We've seen it a few times now, just being pushed across him by Bennett, and he's looking to throw his hands through it hard. Found the outside edge last over, though.
But it is interesting, and doubtless during the day we'll get a chance to talk about how things might look in the next couple of years. But we're sort of waiting for news, really, aren't we, about the shape of next season? Various counties, including Essex, have been giving their views.
Defended there. Nice shot, but just trickles out to back point.
The irony is, for me, Toby, you've got everyone apparently desperately concerned about player overload at county level, and the fact that obviously you understand the need to make sure that it's a reasonable fixture list, and there are ways of tweaking it to help, but they don't seem to be too worried about the international players who were thrown straight into the 100 after that exhausting test series. They don't seem to matter too much. Obviously they're getting well remunerated for that, but it just seems to be a very different situation.
Oh, Wafts again! Just leaps a fraction off the pitch. This has been a fantastic first over, and almost 2 overs now from Bennett. He's beating the outside edge on a number of occasions.
Yeah, really encouraging. It's what you say. It's partly why I'd like to see him with a red ball, because you then think, actually, could he force his way into the championship side? But really pleased to see what Essex have got to do this season is get as much out of it with their younger players as they can. And they've done it with Charlie Allison, and now there's signs with Charlie Bennett.
Defended again from Mohammed. Ends the over there for Worcestershire. 9 without loss after 3 overs here. And a maiden for Charlie Bennett there. Really showing his skill with the white ball so far, and why he's managed and how he's managed to pick up 2 fers in the opening 2 rounds of the competition. Yeah, I think it's another positive actually with the fact so many players are missing to the 100 is you do get a lot of more youthful and inexperienced players getting opportunities to come through and use this as a platform to perhaps show why they need to get picked for the final 4, 5, 6 rounds of the championship.
Yes, that's why the red ball argument is you linking it even closer to championship cricket. So Snater again, and he's begun very well. and Shane Snater has on one or two occasions been unlucky to miss out in the championship side, and certainly I think we can say at Taunton he was missed. But equally at Hove, it didn't matter too much because Essex played so well with the team they had. But it means he's had a little bit more time off with these one-day games to come. And he's clearly going to be, particularly with the return of, or the short stay of Khalil Ahmed, he's clearly going to be important in that championship run-in. Durham here, Warwickshire again, at Edgbaston, just about the same time as it was Warwickshire at Edgbaston last year. And then very interestingly, Somerset here, which will be fascinating. Somerset, one way or another, with their choice of pitches at home, and a side that have generally done pretty well ever since they played Essex in that fixture at Taunton. They'll still be harbouring hopes that they can be within a win, say, of Surrey going into that last round of games. Yeah, but, of course, key question is what will be going on at the other end of the table with so many teams bunched up now, really between sort of 4th and 9th. It's going to be very interesting to see. I personally feel they've left it too late. I just can't see how now you can start saying to the likes of Leicestershire, Glamorgan, assuming it's those two. Glamorgan are in a pretty strong position now, and Leicestershire, I think, are virtually there. They can draw the rest of their games. But I think it's just too late to say you can't go up now. A bit of movement there, getting the inside edge. Encouraging start this. I mean, look at the runs from the back. You've only got the 3 so far. 1 for Isaac and 2 for D'Oliveira. These two Essex seamers have kept it very quiet. Worcestershire, I think, looking to enjoy the sunshine. It was a nice bat first day, but a little bit of greenness in the pitch, and at the moment it is just doing a little. There was that very sharp chance in the first over, and they might feel Essex they bowled well enough to have got a wicket by now, but it's not to be. 9 for no wicket after 4 with Isaac 1 and D'Oliveira 2.
Yeah, back-to-back maidens there. Good from Snater backing up Bennett. 4 runs coming off the wide, kind of the majority of the runs so far today. And otherwise it's been really, really tight, as you say there, Nick. Really tight bowling, and perhaps feeling a little bit hard done by that they haven't had any more opportunities other than the really tricky one down to Matt Critchley's left in the first over. Good again there from Bennett. He's found a really nice length, Bennett. He's not really given many opportunities for Mohammed or D'Oliveira to try and flash at them. And if they have flashed, it's almost been at their own peril rather than Bennett's mistake, which I think has been pretty key. He's been nipping it around a little bit, but he's had a good start with ball in hands. The young 19-year-olds. That one's chipped, lofted, all the way for 6. Huge shot there from Mohammed. Slightly too full from Bennett, and Mohammed latches on, sending that one straight down the ground. Huge there. Just kind of lent on that one as much as anything else. Didn't try and overhit it. But we've seen him try to be really positive so far today, and that's the first one he's really got a hold of. I think Bennett and Essex will have to be wary now. And that one over the leg sides. Not quite all the way this time. 1-2 bounces and to the rope. A really nice shot again from Mohammed. Fraction too full, perhaps again from Bennett, but Mohammed has been ultra positive and he's absolutely nailed those two back to back.
Should say that we have cautious with the score because we've got a scoreboard malfunction at the moment. I'm looking for, and even our electronic score, which is on our screen here, is wrong. So I'm looking for a source that will give us the correct, the correct score.
19, I want to say, without loss.
Yeah, that feels right, but.
And that one's flashed hard again over the top of the slips. It'll just be a single. Down towards third man. Mohammed is definitely looking to be positive, be aggressive.
So we have the maidens, then we have the 6 and the 4. So, I think we've recovered now. Yeah, it's woken up. Everything is in order. So we've had the 6, the 4 and the single. So it's 20 for no wicket. So this actually has seen the score more than double. Charlie Bennett going for between 5 and 6 and over in his earlier 2 games. If he does that today, I think he'll have done pretty well.
Pushed into the offside, but fielded nicely there at point by Charlie Allison.
If you're going, I mean, that would, if everybody did the same, that would leave Worcester somewhere between 250 and 300. And Essex might just settle for that, even at this early stage. I think this is going to be a pretty good pitch. They tend to be here at Chelmsford. And, it's just a question of, in his spells, trying to keep it as accurate as possible, and then, of course, vary his pace, particularly as the batters get set.
Defensive shot that time from De Oliveira to end the over. 20 without loss. 5 overs gone. Halfway through the power play. Just the 2 fielders outside the ring. We've seen pretty much just 1, I think, for Bennett. Third man fine leg. No one out in front of square, generally.
So far in this group, we've got Gloucestershire, who are coming here in a couple of weeks' time. 8 points. So it's now 4 points for a win. I think, oddly, they haven't replicated the women's scoring system of bonus points. I think that would be quite a good innovation in a 50-over game, because if you get a one-sided match, there's a bit of extra interest for the crowd as to whether the bonus point gets achieved. It's a bit of a wild shot there. And, if he got hold of it, that might have flown away, but certainly gave it everything there, Isaac. But certainly he's shown a little bit of what he can do against Bennett in that last over. So Gloucestershire 8 from 2. Hampshire, they're always going to be there or thereabouts in this competition. They have been really for many years. 8 from 2. Notts with a win and a tie. The win against Essex and the tie against Worcestershire. 6 from 2. Leicestershire just the 1 game, which they won. And then we've got Worcestershire with the tie. The only game they've played so far. Which was against Notts. I think Derbyshire and Glamorgan was a rain-out, and then we've got Essex and Surrey not on the board yet. So that's how the group is looking. So it also underlines the point that, particularly for Essex, it's a big game to win. Puts them right back in the mix if they can win this one, and if they can get a good run going at home. Again, nice delivery from Snater. There's a bit of a tentative push at that from Mohammed. Snater will feel just a little bit that hasn't had much luck so far. Yorkshire and Somerset were 2 maximum pointers in the other group, and actually 4 teams haven't got a point yet in that one. Top 3 qualify, and then the leading team goes straight through to the semi-finals, and the second and third are involved in a playoff. It does mean, I think there's a 3-day gap between those 2 fixtures this year. It was been too congested in recent years, but going back to that point about the you know, the test players being thrown into the 100, you could just see from Jamie Smith's innings in that test match, that wasn't him. That just simply wasn't him. That was somebody who really just needed a bit of a rest. Remember how well he played earlier in the series with that very big 100 he made. I think it was at Edgbaston. So, yeah.
Yeah, and even the not out in the chase at Headingley as well. Just you compare that to the Oval and how assured he was at Headingley and just going alongside Root about his business pretty calmly, and then at the Oval it was 2 off 20.
He didn't play in the Spirit's first game, which was the following day, but he did play, I think, yesterday. Oh, it's a nice piece of bowling. Really has bowled well here, Snater, with no luck so far, and Bennett's done a pretty good job at the other end. So Essex have not let Worcestershire get away. 21 without loss after 6, with Isaac 13 and D'Oliveira 2. But it's quite amusing. You see various podcasts and things, and Bumble, David Lloyd, suggesting that, making similar points, the fact that players will be pretty tired, and saying, wouldn't it be a good idea to play the 100 in September? I don't think the ECB will play right at the end of the season as a way of finishing the season off. But
I think that would kind of lose all of the momentum that has built with the kids.
My feeling on this, I'm just waiting for, hopefully this idea might get some traction, but I'll give it to you after this ball.
Bennett continues. Outside, face of the bat there actually, just runs that one down through third man delicately. Does Mohammed.
I think we have to accept, the 100 is here to stay, and with its new name when it goes T20, which it will. I'll tell you what, the game last night could have had a different result. It was a T20 game. I don't know if you saw it. Johnny Bairstow made a superb 80-odd. She had a big partnership with Chris Green. Almost got Welsh Fire over the line against David Warner's London Spirit. Warner got the big score for them. It was actually a pretty good game.
Driven, but doesn't fully connect as D'Oliveira.
You just feel it not being a T20, the twists and turns that you can get in a T20, which you may not get as many of in a 100 match. So I think it will help the competition when it does become a T20, which it surely will. Yeah,
I think there's already rumours of that starting now, and with the investment that's coming in next year, I think they'll want it to be a T20, and actually I think it will strengthen the tournament a little bit, give a bit more credibility, and perhaps hopefully lose a few of the gimmicks that it does seem to enjoy, which I think I don't mind, but I think it's perhaps one of those where after 4 or 5 years they perhaps should have moved on from it.
Yeah.
Width there and 2 wide in the end from Bennett, as signalled by the umpire.
So my thought is, I think in these Ashes and India Test Series years, so it's every 2 years you've got a 5-match series against either Australia or India. These are very, very full-on events, particularly if we get hot conditions as we had this year and flat wickets. And I just think if we are genuinely interested in player welfare, although Zach Crawley seemed to recover pretty well, admittedly, but I think it needs to be looked at a little bit.
Driven there into the leg side. Thoughts of a single, but turned down in the end. It's hesitant. And rightfully, I think, they denied.
And Jamie Overton, saw him bowling yesterday. And, I think he probably could have done with a little bit more of a rest. It's you got that Test match and then go straight into the 100. So I'll give you a sort of a left field opinion on what they could do.
Driven firmly there by D'Oliveira. Doesn't quite beat the dive though of Tom Wesley, the captain there at mid-off. Well round to his left. Hit through for the single though.
So my feeling is people have to stop talking about scrapping the 100 because it's not going to happen. It'll have a new name perhaps when it goes T20. It'll be interesting to see what that is.
Surely the 120.
The 120 is actually about as... it'll be very popular for those driving in Hertfordshire.
Or the 100 plus.
Yes.
100 extra. Bennett in and Defended nicely into the gap. The scamper through for a single. Could be tight. Oh, that's leapt off an old pitch there. And Wesley again in the oh, no, that's Nick Brown, sorry. In on the action. Fielding above his head. Off what ended up being a wayward throw. It wasn't really wayward. It just leapt off those used wickets alongside the pitch.
Yes, I think of the 120 as Puckeridge in Hertfordshire to Harwich, with a bit of the A12 in between. But it might have a new meaning very soon.
Driven, again, doesn't fully get a hold of it.
So, you remember how the Big Bash started off as a combined men's and women's tournament and then it split away? So I wouldn't entirely do that, but I just think it's time now we see how the women's tournament works if you give them a week of prime-time evening slots in the first week of the 100, because all the women's games are played in the afternoon or the morning. I'd like to see, what response there is. And I think it would be pretty good, but I think, maybe better at some venues than others. But I'd like the women's tournament to have a week of prime-time slots in the evening, and then you start the men's tournament. So you have 3 weeks where they're running together, and you have the women's final. And then in that last week of a tournament, which would be the first full week of September, you would play, there's no need for any afternoon games because the women's tournament is finished. You play evening games. So the schools are back, but it'd be nice for the kids, after their first few days at school, go and see a cricket match, be quite nice. And you just stagger it. So you have the two finals a week apart. And the big bonus, if you're a TV executive with that idea, is you can fill your schedules, because there's not a lot of other sport going on.
I will say, there is the Premier League.
No, there isn't. This is the critical thing. No, there is. It's the early September break. It's the first international break. So there's no Premier League in the first 2 weeks of September. So that's my main thing for the argument, actually. The fact is that the only really other big event that's going on is the US Open. So obviously if Raducanu or Jack Draper go through to the second week. But even then, they tend to put the big games on really late at night, don't they? So that'll be, But I just think that's one idea. And what that would do is it makes it easier to put the blast final in late July, then have 2 test matches, 2 county games, and then start the men's 100. With a little bit of breathing space, which I think the problem is there's not enough breathing space in that part of the schedule at the moment, particularly for the test players. And it was so obvious. The TV commentators were desperate for that game to end on a Sunday at the Oval, weren't they? I mean, I think they were saying, don't want it to go into a final day. Of course, it was great when it went into the final morning, but part of their reasoning, which they wouldn't say on air, was they wanted a day off themselves. You can't blame them.
Yeah, long summer for everyone.
Yeah,
not just.
But I think it would work in 2 ways, that idea. But another good delivery from Snater. The problem is the ECB want their photo up of the 2 winners, the men's and women's winners at Lord's together, and probably But I think most people would accept that the first 10 days of September is still summer, isn't it? And you tend to find the weather breaks around about the 20th. I remember a famous occasion when it did break. We had a T20 finals day, which I think was round about the 20th at Edgbaston in the most glorious conditions in 2019. And then 2 days later at Taunton, torrential rain, as Essex denied Somerset the title. Much to Somerset's dismay, even with the pitch they prepared. But no, it's just there's just one idea. So when people talk about player welfare, it's not just the county players. They need to think of the international players as well.
It's not valid. I'd say that I can't see it happening.
No, it won't. But I mean, I just think, why not give the women's game a bit more prominence? And that's how you do it. You stick the women's games in the prime evening slots for a week. Or you could even use grounds like this if you want a standalone game and an evening game. There's another possibility. So it's just a thought. I just think it's. I was slightly struck by the irony of so much concern about the county game in terms of player welfare, but no real consideration for the guys who've been playing those 2 back-to-back Test matches.
Yeah.
But that's just a personal view.
I think it could definitely work. I think that the biggest, not necessarily success, but one of the most exciting parts of the 100 has been the link between the teams. And actually, you look back to 2022 when the Commonwealth Games was on, and the women didn't play in the first 2 weeks of the 100. It did feel a bit of a very different tournament, I'd say. As Bennett in again and finds the top half of the bat.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because obviously in Australia they took the decision to separate the two, and that's given the women's game now obviously a bit more prominence because it's got its own competition. But I'm not over keen on the women always having the lesser slot, and that is how you start to rectify that a little bit.
Yeah, I guess perhaps weekends would be the better way to start, because I think something like that, something as big a change as that will take probably a year or two maybe.
Yeah.
That maybe next year I'd quite like to see some of the women on weekends at least have a bit more of a prime slot, because I think the argument I guess is that supposedly a lot of people only buy tickets to the men or see the men's, and actually they'll come along for the women's before, but actually most of the grounds have had at least 10,000 people in before kind of 5 o'clock for the women's game, and when you consider that a lot of people are working, it shows that they are
absolutely, and that's why I think it'd be really good for the women's game to have a week of standalone games with good crowds, because then it would actually make a point to maybe 1 or 2 people.
Big swish there again. This time D'Oliveira having a go at it, but doesn't connect.
Well, I tell you what, we're now in the halfway through the 9th over. We had 1 over that went for 11, but these two have really kept Isaac and D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira in particular, who's an experienced player, 3 from 22 balls, and they've done really well. Obviously, Charlie Bennett doesn't have the experience of Shane Snater, but that 1 loose over aside, he's done really well. And what he's done is he's got right back into his line and length since that.
Solid on the front foot again. Yeah, it is pretty much just that 1 over. It's been, well, almost half of the runs came from 3 or 4 balls in that 1 over, where Mohammed hit a gorgeous sort of straight drive, off drive down the ground, and then whipped one away into the leg side as well.
One of the reasons behind that suggestion that I was making is it makes it easier to have your blast final in late July and then 2 test matches and 2 rounds of championship games before the 100. So you've got more, first-class cricket in August, which obviously is another thing that people want.
Driven firmly, that's going to find the rope. Gorgeous strike there from D'Oliveira. Just onto the front foot, a little shuffle, and times that one to perfection out through the covers.
Well, they'd be pleased about that, because I was saying his strike rate was... he certainly wouldn't want to be playing a T20 innings at that strike rate. But I guess, obviously, the 50 overs, this is why I say the 50 over competition is so much closer to the championship game than it is to the blast. He's got time to, build an innings here. It doesn't really matter the fact he's made his slow start. It's probably down to the quality of the bowling. But he got one there, which was just about over pitched, and he's put it away. So it's a natural thing for a young bowler like Charlie Bennett, who's going to just occasionally in line and length a bit more than, say, a more experienced seamer.
That one down the leg side will have to be re-bowled. Slight appeal there from Bennett, but none of his teammates joined him in that question.
And so this particular match is going on in Group A. It's Group A and Group B, and elsewhere in Group A, Derbyshire are 40 for 1 in the 9th at Derby. So a headquarters ground, 1 or 2 more headquarters grounds being used today, because they're playing at Bristol as well, where Leicestershire are 26 for 3 against Gloucestershire, who won both their first 2 games.
Cut away, but straight into the hands of Allison there at point to end the over. Worcestershire 30 without loss, 9 overs down. And I think Nick's going to take a little bit of a break, and I'm going to be joined by Gordon Nardini, the CMO of Ambassador Cruise Line, who are the headline sponsors here at Essex. Going to talk a little bit about some exciting prospects, some of the collaboration between Essex and Ambassador Cruise Line. Gordon, how are you?
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I think it's the afternoon already, isn't it? Nearly. No, nearly. Still good
20,
morning.
20 minutes or so.
Still morning. Yeah. Well, it feels a bit. The day's going a bit slow because we haven't got a wicket yet.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
we could do with a few wickets, really. Fingers crossed. But what a gorgeous day here.
Yeah, Snater onto the pads and just tucked into the leg side for a single there. And yeah, I guess what a day it has been. And here at Chelmsford, bright blue skies, first day of the One Day Cup. Oh, is that some cupcakes? It's like TMS. This. Ooh, very nice.
A little gift to say thank you very much for everything you do for Essex as well.
Yeah, just wittering away on the live stream as much as anything else. But yeah, we've got some, as I was mentioning there, some exciting talking points here to bring up. Snater in now though, and just defended. Thoughts of a single, but turned down. Yeah, I guess the first one to start with, Gordon, is the unsung hero. Just tell me a little bit about it, because it's quite an exciting thing.
Yeah, we've partnered with Essex to try and with all the clubs around the county, and trying to reward and trying to find that unsung hero that selfishly sort of dedicates their time to their cricket club, their village cricket club, and whatever. And we want to try and reward them and say thank you for certainly supporting the grassroots cricket in Essex.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some prizes from individuals as well. That one's onto the top of the pads.
Yeah, there's a number of prizes. I think, let's be honest, the best one is really that we've got a prize for the group, for that village cricket team or whatever else is going to get a coaching with a training session with Chris Overwood down here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. So for anyone that's listening, please go on, have a look at Ambassador Cruise Line competitions, Unsung Hero Award, and get those nominations in. For that could be the tea man, the tea lady, the groundsman, the coach.
Use the feet there, scamper through for a single, could be tied for a run out. Oh, direct hit would have left D'Oliveira well short of his grounds. He had all but given up. Benkenstein there, attacking it from extra cover. Missing by,
very close. Oh, I thought it was nearly going to be my lucky day sitting here in the commentary box and seeing a wicket.
The change we needed. D'Oliveira to just started jogging down the wicket, realising that probably wasn't the most sensible of singles. Snater continues. Left alone by Mohammed.
So anyone that's listening that wants to get those nominations and get them in by the 31st of August, that would be great, and the nominations will be shortlisted, and the winners will be selected up by a panel of both Essex players and staff, and some people from Ambassador as well. So please get those nominations in, the more the better. We'd love to be able to be bringing your club down to Chelmsford for a training session with Chris Silverwood, as we said. And just wait a second where the ball comes.
It was clipped aerially, but just going to be one out towards Jamal Richards there at deep square.
And then for the individual themselves, we're offering them a balcony cabin for two on a cruise as well. So they're off to a 7-night Scandinavian springtime delights cruise on the 24th of April next year. So double whammy. Not only do you get to get Chris, you get to go on a cruise as well.
Yeah, that would have been pretty good win there if you can. It's head to www.ambassadorcruiseline.com/unsung-hero-awards. And you'll be able to submit all of your nominations there as we've ended the power play 33 without loss. Jamal Richards coming into the attack for the first time today, the first time of the competition along with that as well. Needing a breakthrough. It's been pretty tight bowling so far, but we'll see if Essex can get what could be a pretty crucial wicket. It's been a good pitch so far.
What do you think a good score is here today?
Yeah, I mean, I think 300's probably, I'd say, a target. It's been a pretty slow start. I reckon it'd probably be near a 270 maybe. Somewhere in between 270, 300 is generally, I'd say, a pretty decent innings. Wide first up there to start Richards, just a loosener as he finds his radar. It's a tricky one though, because this is the first men's One Day Cup game here of the season. So you've almost got to get a bit of a feel and a gauge. I think Essex have bowled so well in the first 10 overs now. It's It's a slightly tricky one, perhaps, to actually guess or to gauge how good a pitch it is. But it's seemingly coming onto the bat quite nicely. We've seen Mohammed thrash a few boundaries, D'Oliveira as well. As he drives firmly down the ground, that should race away for 4. It does. Beating mid-off there. Just for saying, it's a decent pitch, and Mohammed can just lean on that one and races away.
Yeah, lovely shot. Lovely shots.
Are you a big cricket fan?
I love cricket. I mean, days like this, it's just perfect coming to sit and watch it. And yeah, I'd wish I could play it as well. But no, I love it. Absolutely love it. It's a great day out.
No, very much so. It's pretty busy around here at Chelmsford today.
Yeah, there's a good crowd, and definitely good crowd.
Grandstand to our right here from the media centre is absolutely rammed. Some people taking shelter underneath in the shade, others braving the sun on the top deck. Down in front of the pavilion as well, pretty busy.
Yeah, I hope they've all got the sun cream on.
That one's chipped airily, but evades Benkenstein a backward point and picks up 4 down towards the boxes across from us. Back-to-back boundaries there for Richards. Yeah, a few other things we've got to talk about as well. There's a Caribbean 10% promotion.
Well, all those cricket lovers that want to go to the Caribbean and maybe go to Antigua or St Kitts or St Lucia. Yeah, we've got a new product that we've just got out there, which is a slight change from what we usually do from no fly. We've got some fly cruises going to the Caribbean this winter.
Big waft there, but misses out.
And we've obviously got our special offers and everything for Essex members and Essex supporters as well. So there's a 10% discount that's going to be coming out on the 12th of August for all Essex supporters, as I say, to be able to go to the Caribbean. It's only running for sort of 14 days, but using code EC10 you can get a 10% cheeky discount if you fancy going to the Caribbean this Christmas and sitting in the sun, avoiding the winter weather here.
On the money this time from Richards.
Personally, I'd quite like to go myself, but I don't think my boss is going to let me go. I don't think I can justify 14 nights in the Caribbean. But yeah, with all these cost of living and everything going up, and I'd get myself out to the Caribbean for a bit of winter sun. Do you fancy it?
I'd love to. That would be amazing. Surely you've got to try and test out some of your own cruises, though, Gordon.
Yeah, I do. Well, I mean, obviously we sail from Tilbury, just out in the road. It's only sort of 19 miles from here, so.
That one straight up in the air. Critchley settles under it. It's up in the sky for a long time. Oh no, it's swirling away. He misjudges it, and it ends up bouncing about a metre and a half in front of him. He ends up sprawled on the floor. That was in the air for a long time. And with no clouds up there, it was probably quite hard to pick up and gauge the depth on that. Mohammed there escapes. Huge leading edge on that one.
Oh, unlucky.
Yeah, tricky one there from Critchley. It was.
So with 2 false starts with me sitting here, nearly a run out, nearly a catch. I'm going to have to hang around, otherwise you're going to be kicking me off if there's no wicket.
No, not at all. Inside half of the bat there, into the leg side. They'll just push for a single. And yeah, and also, if people are listening, they can also win a cruise, am I right in saying?
They can. We've got, again, to the 31st of August, we've got, we do this regularly with Essex, we've got another balcony cabin on the same 7-night Scandinavian Springtime Delight. So not only will you get to win a cruise, you'll be able to join the winner of the Unsung Hero as well. They'll be on there as well. So if you go to, there should be a QR code maybe appearing on the screen at some point, and then you just scan that QR code and join Ambassador's mailing list, and you've got a chance to winning a 7-night cruise. Again, goes 24th of April next year. So
yeah, so just the reminder, the deadlines for both the Unsung Hero, but also to win a cruise is the 31st of August. QR codes will be popping up throughout the stream, I'm sure. And you'll be able to sign up and possibly win a cruise, which would be again a pretty exciting little sort of end to the winter in April.
Well, I expect you to at least enter.
Yeah,
So
I might have to. Yeah,
you've got to enter. I'll be disappointed if I don't see you signed up to our mailing list and haven't entered. So, but yeah, and we have and on top of that also we also have a standard discounts for Essex as well. So.
just tucked away into the leg side. They'll push for 2, but I think going to have to settle for just the single.
So standard sort of discounts are just like EC5 for Essex and EC member 5 and it's got a couple of added benefits as well to that if you want to book a cruise. There's a cracking one going actually just for 3 nights on the 22nd of August. So just down the road, French Escapes going to Tilbury, 3 nights on floor maybe only $399, maybe 5% off as well.
Even better.
Yeah.
No, it's good. There's lots of opportunities for everyone listening, all the Essex fans, members to get involved. That one again, just dangled the bat at, does Mohammed, but Snater can't find the edge. He's into his 6th over now. And actually, Worcestershire fans as well, you might be watching along. Feel free to enter as well.
Yeah, more the merrier. More than happy. So.
But yeah, so just a reminder that you can enter for the Unsung Hero Awards. Enter anyone from your local cricket club who has gone above and beyond in this season over the last few years, perhaps. Just helping to be selfless and altruistic as much as anything else, is again defended by Mohammed. And yeah, the individual can win a balcony cabin for 2 on a 7-night Scandinavian Springtime Delights cruise on the 24th of April next year, 2026. And actually for the group, the club, they win a training session at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground here in Chelmsford with Chris Silverwood, who is former England coach, Essex men's director of cricket as well. So lots of opportunities if you enter, and also you can win a cruise if you sign up to the mailing list with Ambassador Cruise Line. Use of feet, but just defends there. Does Mohammed. Couple balls remain in the 12th over here. As I mentioned, Slater into his 6th over. We saw Jamal Richards come on last over from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Went for a few boundaries, but almost had an opportunity, a catching opportunity as well. Worcestershire going along nicely. 45 without loss at the moment. That was pulled out towards the pavilion, and Benkenstein just watches that sail for 6. Huge shot again from Mohammed. He was dropped last over and he's making Essex pay. Sending that one high into the sky for a crowd catch opportunity. And that brings the 50 up as well for Worcestershire. 50 opening partnership off just 11.5 overs, 50 minutes in. And a really good knock from these two so far as they look to build a platform for the visitors. And that time slapped down the ground. Thoughts of a single, almost a mix-up. Shy at the stumps, could be through for an overthrows. They are. Mix-up in the field here for Essex. Disappointing way to end the over with the 6 and then an overthrow, but it had been tight from Snater up until then. 12 overs gone, 52 now without loss for Worcestershire, who are on top at the moment. And yes, we've been joined at the moment. I'm Toby Reynolds, joined by Gordon Nardini. You're CMO, you're right?
I am, yeah, for my sins.
How long have you been with Ambassador Cruise Line?
Since the start, actually. We formed the business in April 2021. So yeah, I've been there for 4 and a bit years now. So
going well. You're with Essex, and obviously bigger and better things with that.
Yeah, I mean, we started just as an initial partner, and then we became front shirt sort of sponsor, and now we've managed to get the shirt actually in our own purple. So we're very happy with that. And then this year, we've taken on the ground naming rights. So it's really, I mean, it's perfect for us. I mean, Essex is really important to us as both as a club in a county and as a community as well. And giving something back is really important to us, because obviously we're just based down the road in Tilbury. That's where we home port out of. And yeah, we've gone from strength to strength. We've got 3 ships now. So always on the lookout for a 4th. But yeah, no, it's really good times. So
that was chipped down the ground. Doesn't beat Nick Brown though, who comes around well to his left. He's been in the action quite a bit, him and Wesley down the grounds. Fielded nicely that time. So where did the idea come then for setting up Ambassador Cruise Line? Oh
well, it was the company came out of the the UK, the world was coming out of COVID, and we had our CEO was looking at opportunities, and there was a gap in the market for a sort of 50+ adult only sort of cruise line, and
Oh, that was a tickle down the leg side, and I think put down by Fernandez. Another drop.
I think I'm bad luck sitting here.
Well, they've at least created
three,
chances,
yeah.
or even here, Gordon.
So 3 chances created, but not stuck yet. That's disappointing, but fingers crossed. They're making the opportunities, I guess, which is the main thing.
Exactly, yeah.
So
It's definitely coming here, it feels like, in Chelmsford.
yeah, it's going to come. It's just it's like a big London bus. It's not going to happen. Then they're going to get 3 and 1 over. That's what we're hoping for.
Shorter and worked into the leg sides. Simple single.
So yes, so
No, you go.
no, so we're as I said, we're adult only, 50+, just down the road in Tilbury, and we're really. I mean, we've had loads and loads of Essex members already and Essex supporters on, because obviously we understand, we can see what people are using in terms of the discount codes they're using. So and certainly the feedback would generally 94% of people would recommend us and would come back on us. So yeah, we're really grateful for the support as well we're getting from the club and the county and the community as a whole. So it's certainly helped us grow as well, which we're very grateful, and hence, as I said, things that we're doing like the Unsung Hero Award and giving things back and whatever. On the 24th of actually this month, on our last one-day cup match, we're giving the shirt over to Help for Heroes. So Help for Heroes was one of our charity partners, so we're going to bring them here and hopefully try and raise some money for the charity. Obviously, Colchester's got the army barracks up there as well, so we're trying to support the community a bit like that as well.
Yeah, it's amazing. So I think community is such a big thing here within Essex cricket and Essex generally. So it's great that it resonates with you guys as well. Guided away nicely there into the offside.
And it's not just the men's team here. We obviously are partners with the ladies' team as well. We're partners with the over 50s, with the ability teams as well. So it's not just about the men. It's about the whole county and the whole community and everyone that's playing cricket. So obviously the men, I'm here today, but the ladies we're doing that as well. The Help for Heroes with the ladies' team as well. So, and I'm really proud we supported the Essex bid for the ladies' professional team, and I think it's really important that it's that they got it, and I think it's great for the club and the county as a whole.
Yeah, definitely so. We all see a change of bowling here. Noah Thane coming into the attack. He didn't feature with ball in hands in their last game against Hampshire, but he does bowl now here at Chelmsford. And so yes, we've already mentioned the cruises. There's a Caribbean one that's happening out on the 12th of August, so pretty soon. But then also the Scandinavian one that people can win cruises to. Where else are cruises going? Then is it mainly just those two?
So we sail to. Well, let's just watch Noah's first ball, because fingers crossed it's going to be a wicket. Let's see.
Guided nicely through point there. Just get the one for it though.
So yeah, as I said, we've obviously got the Fly Caribbean in the winter, but we sail all over the place. I mean, Norway is very popular, up to Iceland, even further up to the edge of the Arctic Circle, Tromsø, Northern Lights. Then we've got the Christmas markets in December, go to Hamburg, get into Amsterdam, etc. And then there's some winter sun cruises down to the sort of the Canaries, Morocco, Portugal, Azores. So yeah, so we've got cruises for everyone, depending if you want a slightly short one. Just wait there for that.
Just tickled into the leg sides. They want to come back for two. They will come back for two. Safely in the end.
Yeah, so there's a cruise for every sort of appetite, shall we say? While I'm sitting here looking at these cupcakes that you're going to demolish when I leave. So, but yeah, short ones. We've even got, as I said, that 3-night going, and if you want to do a taster, sort of 3-night, 22nd of August, just over to Hornflower and back, it's beautiful. So
that one's up in the air again. Chipped up and taken. There we go.
Excellent.
Finally the breakthrough.
And I think that's probably my key to probably leave now, because I've had the wicket. So thank you so much for having me on.
Thanks for coming on, Gordon.
As I said, anyone who wants to have more details, go to ambassadorcruiseline.com and have a look. But please, I do really want as many entries as possible into the Unsung Hero, because I think it's really important, and I'd love to be able to give the prize away to an individual and come down here myself and see them getting trained by Chris. So thank you very much for having me on
cheers
today.
for coming on, Gordon.
Appreciate it. Enjoy your cake.
Yeah, we will do. I'm sure we will.
I'll see you soon.
No, cheers for coming on, Gordon.
Take care.
Just a reminder, that was Gordon, the CMO of Ambassador Cruise Line. We'll keep you updated throughout the day. All the awards, all the cruises you can apply for. You can win a cruise either through the Unsung Hero Awards, where you got to try and submit some of your fellow people at the within your cricket club, within your local community, who go above and beyond. And if they win the prize for an individual, they can win a balcony cabin for 2 on the 7-night Scandinavian Springtime Delights Cruise on the 24th of April next year. But also the club itself can win a training session here in Chelmsford at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground with Chris Silverwood. And yeah, Nick has come back to join. Nick.
Well, what a relief for Essex to take a catch. I was just thinking for Matt Critchley, the highs and lows of cricket. It was a fabulous individual performance at Hove, 123 and 4 for 41 in the second Sussex innings, including the wicket that won the game. And he would have been, well, not at all happy, of course, with that second drop catch. The first one was a sharp chance, but what would have been in his mind was the fact that, I think it was Bennett in his first over and Richards in his first over. And I think there'll be a bit of relief there. At least a chance has been taken, and at last Essex have belatedly made a breakthrough. So I'll leave the rest of the over with you, because we're carrying on having taken a wicket.
Yeah, change of batter here. Kashifali into face, just defends that one out to backward point, first ball. Noah Thane, that was with the breakthrough. We've seen the pitch has carried and bounced quite nicely. A few sort of top edges, leading edges. Firstly, it was Mohammed looking to work one that Matt Critchley dropped in the 11th over. Or didn't even drop it, he didn't get near it. It was hanging in the air for an eternity. And then almost an identical wicket that Nick Brown managed to snaffle into the leg side. Dot ball again. Watchful so far from Kashifali.
Well, if they continue the experiment of Matt Critchley being at the top of the order, Matt's got a good chance later on to rectify things with the bat. He could have plenty of time to bat. It's going to be interesting to see how that works out. It's probably a situation they could reverse if they felt it wasn't working, but I think today that the plan is that he's certainly listed to open again with Robin Das.
And onto the front foot again, 2 ends. The 14th over there. The wicket, the big wicket. A crucial breakthrough finally for Noah Thane in his first over. 60 for 1 at Worcestershire Rapids now.
Well, they don't get to see much top quality cricket in the Northern Territory of Australia, but it's good to see what's called top end, getting a really decent series between Australia and South Africa. I think it's T20s and then ODIs, and it's a cracking start because Australia 178 all out, with Tim David making 83 from 52 balls with 8 sixes and 4 fours. So that sounds like it's pretty lively, and the crowd there in the humid conditions at Darwin will be looking forward to a second innings. Jamal Richards started pretty well here, and of course so close to a wicket in his first over. He couldn't really be much closer, could you, with the mistake that he forced.
No, he bowled really well. He was a little bit unlucky, it felt, as well. He was hit for a huge 6 in that over, a couple boundaries in that over by Mohammed, I think it was. He didn't bowl particularly badly, it didn't feel like, though.
It's a little bit in the wrong place there on the batter's hip. The left-hander, it's an easy get out down to fine leg, so just want to adjust his line there a little bit to a left-hander.
Yeah, he's looked very much to bowl back of a length, a little bit shorter as Richards. He bowled one really short ball that sort of almost head height getting down towards the batters. So it's been good to see. He's using what is a pretty decent batting track from what we've seen so far. But he has created chances in that first over.
Kashi Valley made 101 in that tie, that odd tie, against Notts. And that's a shot of a man in form. Nice little clip off the pads. And 65 in that championship match. A very good championship match at Worcester, which ended in a draw. But all results are possible on the final day. Probably the best Kookaburra championship game we've seen actually this season, the one between Worcestershire and Hampshire. And I know there's still quite a lot of concern about the future of New Road as a venue, but it was quite a relief to see a game there with all the scores between 240 and 320. Whereas I know that certainly it's been a big struggle for the batters early in the season with the Duke's ball, but always a great venue to go to. And to say, it was great that it was a really good game. Worcester a little bit unlucky in those last two rounds of championship matches. A game against Warwickshire, but they dominated, but Warwickshire batted very well on the last day, and then that very tight game against Hampshire. And it'll be interesting to see, when we do get this decision about next year, Toby. The one solution that Worcestershire in the short term would approve of, I guess, is the top division of 12 split into two.
Yeah.
Because it would, I'm sure, mean that they will be able to keep their place. Although I do think the various versions of that are quite difficult to get across in terms of sort of really making sense as a plausible option.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the ECB do go about sort of reshuffling the divisions, as and when the decision is made. The sort of three main options, as you kind of touched upon, is an 8-team top division, a 10-team top division, and maybe a 12-team top division. Well, do you have any sort of preferences to what?
Well, funnily enough, we probably had it right a few years ago. It's inevitable, but there was this change when we had a top division of 8, which was very high quality cricket. And then the idea was that everyone must come to the party, so it changed into a top division of 10, and that always looked to be slightly untenable over a long period of time. And the problem is, of course, you don't have everybody playing each other the same number of times.
Yeah, Thane continues. That one's just punched out to deep cover. Yeah, because it does feel a bit odd. I think it has been the last few years where Surrey, for example, who have won 3 on the bounce and 4 in 5 years, 6 years, whatever it is. They've gone through a few seasons without, I think, actually playing their sort of closest competitor twice at times, which is a tricky one. I mean, perhaps you could say that because they haven't played their closest competitor twice, the competitors are getting closer. But likewise, it could be that actually Surrey just have had perhaps a slightly easier run, and it's a little bit of luck of the draw, as that one's sumptuously driven down the ground. Glorious drive there from Mohammed. We've seen some expansive shots, and that's another one from the teenage star.
Well, I know that Worcestershire supporters watching on will be very pleased with what they're seeing here, because he's very highly thought of, the 17-year-old, as I say, nephew of Mo and Ali, and he's played really well here. He's not given it. He's had a few little bits of fortune that's gone his way, but he's taken that on board. Now he's looking to try and play a long innings.
Driven through the offside again, but great fielding in there at extra cover. That's Matt Critchley. Does brilliantly down to his right.
Wasn't over spectacular in the 8 T20 games he played. 20s against Notts, Leicestershire and the Bears. Obviously England under 19, a couple of 40s in late June and early July in one-day internationals. But looks very promising. Looks a nice organised game.
On into the leg side, they'll scamper through. Leisurely take a single, I should say, for that one.
And so he got a low score in the first of these, or the only one that Worcester have played so far. So he's really put matters right so far today and done so in quite considerable style. And he's looking to go on and play a major innings here.
Yeah, he's got a high score in list day cricket. It's playing just the second game, as you mentioned there, but into the 40s he is. It's his highest professional score as well.
Made a 50 in the friendly against Herefordshire.
Oh, outside edge, and that's put down again. Wrong-footed is Kashif Ali.
That's, I think, a hard shot. Both the ones to Fernandez have been pretty hard.
Yeah, he's starting to move left down the leg side, I think, and then, as I say, Kashif Ali kind of wrong-footed Fernandez behind the stumps.
Yeah, that was pretty hard. It was, as I say, he was not quite, he just adjusted perhaps a little bit to the leg side, not too much, but it was just away out of the reach of his right glove. And no chance for Critchley at first slip.
That was driven into the offside, but good fielding there from extra cover, Nick Brown. Just diving to his left.
Well, if you're just joining us, it's Nick Leadhill, Toby Reynolds here at Chelmsford. It's partly cloudy. 26 is the top temperature, but I think the spectators will enjoy the fact that there is a bit of cloud around, so those who are out in the sun aren't going to be feeling it all day. And lots of sun hats in evidence away to the right, the Tom Pearce stand. Public seats are filled up a little bit. Quite a few people using the covered area because of the strength of the sun today, but still room here at Chelmsford if you want to come along. And I think it's going to be an interesting contest. Essex have bowled pretty well actually here. Been a bit unlucky, obviously. A few catches have gone down, and Jamal Richards has shown some good promise here. That's a nice delivery, isn't it? First up, bringing the batter forward.
I've got 5 missed opportunities.
Yeah,
actually chances, but opportunities, I'd say.
I mean, I would say
only
obviously the one that was, that Critchley would have been a bit upset about was the one that sort of fell at his feet.
Yeah,
he had about an hour to think about where it was going to be, but as I say, it's the nature of the game, isn't it? Highs and lows, and he's got a chance to really put things right, perhaps with ball, but certainly with bat later.
Yeah, it's a tricky one because, as you say, it did just hang in the air for an absolute eternity there. There's a little bit of cloud cover at the moment, but at the time it was pretty much just blue skies everywhere. It does just make it that little bit harder with the depth perception, and I think he just misjudged it a fraction and probably swirling around. It's been pretty windy the last few days as well. So
I think the thing that would have, I'll say upset him, but the fact it was Richards' first over, and he knows that Richards would like a good performance here today. But Richards is bowling well enough to get wickets, so that's the encouraging thing.
Yeah, Richards actually the leading wicket taker for Essex in the competition last year. Got 15 wickets at 25s. All pretty tidily.
And I think the spectators here happy to see him in the side. There have been one or two comments saying, well, so few players around. What about Jamal Richards getting a game? And I think it'd be good if he can really impress today and be a regular member of the side going forward. Just glided away nicely for a single. Might just feel that he missed out slightly there. But hit that more towards extra cover and might have found the boundary. Just playing the shot again.
Yeah, Benkenstein sweeping out on his own in front of the pavilion down to our right. Richards continuing here. He's into his 4th over. Bowling in tandem with Noah Thane at the moment.
That's not the best ball he's bowled. It's just gone away for 4. Helped away. Bit of a gift for Kashif Ali. Got bat on it. Actually, may not have needed to because it might have been quite a difficult one for Fernandez to gather in that. If it have just clipped the pad anyway, but he got back to it. So always good to have the runs against your own name. So he's mentioned that he's already got runs in the competition this year. So Essex will be quite pleased to see him gone sooner rather than later. So Worcestershire, with that fairly settled side that they have, and they probably having got a tie already, they need at least 5 wins, and that should put them in the mix. And we mentioned that some sides who may not have had the best of seasons in other competitions, this particular format offers a chance to redeem a season, or just give an opportunity for silverware that might not otherwise be there. So we've seen some examples of winners of this competition in recent years that have very much fitted that mould.
Thane in again from the Graham Gooch end. He's got a sweeper on the offside, 2 out on the leg. As Kashif Ali just rocks onto the front foot in defence.
Worcestershire mid-table in the end, and not too far off, actually, just 4 points off qualifying place in their last group. An even ledger of 7 wins and 7 defeats, so nearly there in the Northern Blast group. Northants sneaking in ahead of them, and they've got a trip to Surrey in the quarterfinals.
Oh, and that's a big drive there, nipping away a fraction from Thane, but it just does too much in the end, beating both the outside edge and the top of off. Ali looking to be positive and play aggressively straight down the ground.
So sides like Worcestershire and Essex, who have missed out on the Blast quarterfinals, could have a fortnight of no cricket if they don't get through to the latter stages of this competition. And one thing I think is going to be put right in the schedule is this anomaly of the Blast having a sort of 6-week delay and then having the knockout stages. It's all going to be in July, hopefully, from next year.
That one's flicked into the leg side. They're going to push, but just pick up the one. Yeah, it seems absolutely crazy that there is a, as you say, sort of 6-week period in the middle. I think it was last year, Ravi Bopara ended up going away and playing in, was it the Cayman Island T10s, and breaking a finger, having been crucial to, who is it? Was he playing for Northamptonshire last year as well? And therefore missed out on the quarters and the semis, and your team kind of actually can change massively. You end up losing overseas players.
It's still going to be difficult for the ECB to fit it in in an Ashes or India 5-test series summer if they leave the 100 exactly as it is. A bit easier next year when we go back to having a test series, then the 100 starting earlier, and then another test series. But then, of course, a little wager that we're going to have at. So I'm going to look at, actually. I can't remember who the second Test series is against. It, I think New Zealand. New Zealand is the first Test series.
Pakistan, I want to say.
Might be. I'm just going to have a little look it up. It's August and September, and I'm just going to look up to see who it is.
Driven out towards cover. Dot ball. In the end.
It is Pakistan. So the first test is on the 19th of August, and there's one on the 27th, and there'll be a gap, and there'll be one in sort of mid-September at Edgbaston. And I'll lay you any money that they start play at 11 o'clock every day instead of 10:30. And if we get rain, I'll come back to that after this ball.
Opens up the face, but no run.
You'll get, like we had at the Oval, where they were playing till 7:30 on the days it rained. So you'll get the message come out. Play can continue until 7:30. There's still 45 overs to go. With a slight problem, it's going to be dark by 6:15. But I promise you, they won't do anything about that. They'll let that silly anomaly carry on.
Unfortunately, I won't take you up on that bet, I think, Nick. Fancy just giving you free money.
But isn't it strange? We can play to 7:30 when it rains, but not to bowl the overs.
Yeah. Well, I think that's going to have to change soon, because it is just getting silly that you're getting. Sometimes I think there are some games where it's just almost less than 80 overs.
Or you get to the tea interval and you're halfway through the overs for the day. That's basically, yes. It was, thankfully we had less of it at the Oval, but I think one or two of the pundits have been right in saying yes, it was a very good series, but there were parts of it, the middle of the series with the ball changes, the pitch. Let's be honest, we had 3 fairly ordinary pitches in a row. Quickly coming on. That,
First sight of spin today. Interesting to see how he goes.
yep. Look at either a couple of wickets after that. The early problems in the field, but I'm putting that out of his mind now. He's bowling.
He's going to have had a bit of cover out on the leg sides. 3 fielders and kind of regulation, deep square, deep mid wicket and long on, and then a sweeper on the cover boundary as well. But it is left-handed Isaac Mohammed he's going to have to bowl to. Turning the ball back into the lefty.
A tight start from Critchley here. So Critchley bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end, who could actually end up commentating on more T20 games than he actually ever played in. I did see him make 100 at the Oval once, which was very good.
In a T20 game?
Yes, it was. I'll look it up sometime, but very good. But never quite associated with T20. But mind you, neither really was Phil Tufnell.
No.
But
I don't think many of the current pundits are. You might maybe, I guess, say someone like Carlos Brathwaite when he comes over.
Oh, they've got plenty of expertise there on the various channels. But of course, for many players, T20 wasn't available as an option. Some who are still broadcasting now.
Yeah, I reckon Phil Tufnell might not have ever
Wouldn't have
had an
been a
opportunity
lot,
to
no.
play a T20. Because 2003 was the first T20, I want to say.
The only one that I think Surrey won it, didn't they? And
Yes.
they haven't won it since.
Correct, yeah. They have an opportunity again this year in the quarters. They are, as you mentioned, against Northants.
Yeah, that's a good quarter-final for them. I've still got this theory because I was at Canterbury. It's the only sort of moment of optimism really that Kent fans have had this season. They beat Essex fair and square for the second time in the group stage. And then basically they were all watching the big screen at the end of a Sussex game against Surrey, and Sussex were winning it. And you thought, well, this is going to be a bit flat because obviously they'll feel that Surrey have let them down when they really needed some help, and they're not going to qualify for the latter stages. And then lo and behold, suddenly Surrey up their game. There's like a flick of a switch.
I was just driven into the leg sides.
And I personally think a message went out to the field saying, you're going to have to buck your ideas up here, lads, otherwise you've got an unwanted visit from the Warwickshire Bears, who are not particularly, given their pedigree in the competition and the fact they were finishing that Northern group really strongly, not particularly the side you want visiting in a quarter-final. So I think the thinking was Surrey were quite happy for Somerset to be the hosts for the Bears, and that will be a very, very interesting game when it comes along, but it's still quite a long time away.
Oh, that one. No ball overstep there from Thane, but it
So it's a free hit.
Yeah, it will be a free hit. Nipped away, beat the outside edge, but gives Mohammed here an opportunity to show express himself, as we've seen him do pretty much all day today anyway.
87 for 1 and a 20th, so Essex have kept it fairly tight here. I think you were mentioning between 270 and 300. That's a pretty good call. Worcestershire will be looking to make use of the fact they're going to have wickets in hand, surely. And they might get a bit of an immediate boost with the fact they've got a free hit here.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than feasible, I think, in the final 10 overs to score in excess of 100 if you have a lot of wickets in hand. And from what Worcestershire have at the moment, it looks like they will have wickets in hand. So it could be a challenging final few overs for Essex when they get there. That was a free hit, slashed over the offside. Not quite going to race away to the rope. Fielders converging from third man and deep cover. They pick up a couple for it though.
And yes, I think also Worcestershire will know in the back of their minds that they've got only Shane Snater as the experienced seam bowler. So when at the back end of the the innings, the importance of the experience of knowing how to vary your pace with slower balls and things like that. There'll be less expertise and experience for Essex than there might be on other days.
It's just dropped at his feet from Mohammed. Yeah, I mean, Essex's team only have 2 players in their 30s, only 4 older than 25, I think.
So the Hampshire, I'm not sure it was the Hampshire game against Essex, it might have been, but they had a 16-year-old, a 17-year-old and 2 19-year-olds.
That was chipped up in the air, not quite going to carry, no! Brown not far away at all from that. Would have been another spectacular effort from him in the field. Couldn't quite get there in the end.
Well, one of my, I tell you what, one of my things to back up my idea of it being a red ball is it might be some more catches. But just seems to, that was another difficult one. It was drying on him, Nick Brown. Got to it as quick as he could and ended up sprawling in the dust.
That one's the top edge, going to fly away for 4. It is. And that brings up a spectacular 50 for Isaac Mohammed. He's been phenomenal today. Been putting Essex all around the park with some brilliant batting and deservedly moves to his first List A 50, his first professional 50 at just 17 years of age.
Yeah, that wasn't his best shot. He was looking to hit it in more or less the opposite direction, but deserved a little bit of luck there. He's played very well.
Yeah, Thane has drawn a few chances so far today. That one finding the outside edge again. Thick one though. That one pulled. Huge. That's going to be 6. Sends that one out the ground here at Chelmsford over the top of the gazebo down there to our right. That is a huge 6. Massive again from Mohammed. He's having a party today.
Yeah, saw that early, picked it up on length. And that was a brilliant clean hit. Shot of the day. Absolutely magnificent stroke, that. Just the clean striking there was so impressive. And, yeah, it's been a very good exhibition so far from him, hasn't it?
Yeah, third 6 of the day for Isaac Mohammed, that one. He's just found batting pretty easy. He's not been chanceless by any means.
I'll tell you what, when you happen to be 22 for 3, as Leicestershire were against Gloucestershire, it's fortunate to have Sean Masood and Peter Hanscom, 2 Test players in your middle order. It just shows how some of the sides are really still pretty strong in this competition. There's Critchley bowls again. So Leicestershire getting back into that one. But plenty of international players on view in the One Day Cup. One more to the total.
Yeah, that's perhaps something that Essex are missing out on. Is I think we mentioned earlier, they are selecting basically from 12 as the 100 comes up for Worcestershire there, and with Elgar and Harmer both unavailable at the moment, they are without any overseas experience, which does mean they have a lot more opportunity to play their younger guys. As I mentioned, the kind of particularly their middle order with Allison, Benkenstein, Thane, all 20 in at 4, 5 and 6, and similarly a pretty inexperienced bowling attack as well.
Yeah, and you can argue, I guess, that the more experienced players you put in, then the less chance there is for the younger ones. But I'm sure Essex would like a bigger pool of players to pick from, and it's just the way things have happened has worked against that. They had Khalil Ahmed lined up for this. That's a lovely strike. It's one of the best shots of the day again from Mohammed Isaac, Isaac Mohammed, who's really taking advantage of those early reprieves. That's a brilliant clean strike again over mid-off for.
Yeah,
I think it's a 1 bounce 4, was it in the end? Yeah.
I think it might have flown all the way for 6.
Yeah. Yes, it did. That's a good stop from Richards. Has to adjust pretty quickly at mid-off. But, yeah, he's taking advantage of a little bit of early fortune and That was a lovely clean strike. As I say, that just went out of our sight in the end, just in front of a Tom Pearce stand, but did carry all the way. So he's dealing in maximums at the moment, 63 from 72. Kashif Ali is quite happy to play a supporting role and provide a little bit of advice when needed, and it's not often it's needed at the moment. 17 from 19, but Worcestershire, with that little acceleration, and I think it was probably needed from their point of view because they're in a pretty strong position. Suddenly gone to 106 for 1. They're scoring at 5 and over, and they'll be pretty pleased with their position at the moment.
Yeah, Tom Wesley, the skipper, is going to have a bowl. He's bowled a fair bit in this competition so far.
He got wickets at Hampshire, didn't he?
3 for 39 against Hampshire. Not bad going. He was probably the most economical bowler as well. He's going round the wicket to the right-hander. That one's just tapped into the leg sides.
And I think it's the absence of Harmer, obviously, that is necessitating Tom having to bowl more.
Yeah, I think he's...
But he does a pretty tidy job. But this has been a terrific innings from Isaac Mohammed. We highlighted his credentials right at the top, and certainly he's lived up to the billing.
Oh, stumping opportunity? No. Just keeps his back foot grounded, does Mohammed. Cuts that one away, but only as far as the fielder at backward point.
Yeah, so he was developed by Warwickshire, went through their academy, and nephew, as I say, of Moeen Ali.
Oh, that could be tight. Given! There he is. Tom Wesley, the captain, into the attack, dismisses and ends the innings of Isaac Mohammed. A fabulous innings from the teenager. Goes for 63 with 5 4s and 4 6s along the way. And that is a huge wicket for Essex. A huge wicket for Tom Wesley.
Well, we've had 2 bowlers who've had catches dropped in their first over. So Wesley didn't want to leave it to chance. He thought he'd better get the wicket himself. Just straightened a little bit. Looked pretty adjacent. Just played down the wrong line. There did Isaac Mohammed. Yeah. So maybe there's a bit of a weakness against off spin, but there wasn't much signs of weakness earlier on. But that's something that he can work on. But Tom Wesley very pleased to get that wicket because Isaac Mohammed was threatening a match-winning innings there, wasn't he? Really, the way he was going, particularly as he went past 50 with the sixes. So. Yeah, delight for Essex that they've got that, but they do have a very major obstacle in Jake Libby, who of course has got runs here before. Generally has got a pretty good record against Essex and has been in pretty good forms. You put all that together, I think he got 200s in the game against Hampshire. Yeah, let's just say he's in pretty good order. Is Jake Libby? So. He'll be hopeful of extending that form here. In fact, it's even better than that because he got 112 not out in the game at Notts, and then he got 100 not out and 106 in the championship match against Hampshire at Worcester. So his last 3 outings have all gone past the 100 mark.
Yeah, they've got to try and get him early here. Do Essex. Wesley continues. Oh, and not far away there from the off stump. Just skids on with the arm a fraction.
In fact, he has the pretty rare achievement of a double 100 and then 200s in a match against the same opponent this season.
Just works that one into the leg side. Will just be 1.
Don't think that's happened very often. 228 not out on a very flat pitch in the heat wave at Southampton. That was a very hot week, that last week of June. That was the week of the Surrey 820. So he got 228 and then he got 100 and 106 against the same opposition at New Road. So it's not Hampshire today, but he's consolidated that form against Notts, and looking to do something similar here. So Worcestershire benefiting from the fact they're not losing key players in their middle order like Walter and like Pepper, for example.
No, very much so.
I think it's just Adam Hose. I think
he's the only one missing there. They're missing Roderick as well, but I think that might be rested as much as anything else, or injured perhaps.
Nice tight start from Matt Critchley in this over, number 12 in his first two. Give you the bowling figures in a moment. Sent away for a single. Sun forcing its way through the clouds. It's partly cloudy here. There's still plenty of blue sky above. Temperature in the mid-20s. Hotter days to come early next week. These two just working the ball into the gaps here against Critchley.
Yeah, the fact they're 2 down now, and that big wicket of Mohammed as well. Be interesting to see how Worcestershire do go about constructing the rest of the innings.
Interesting, a slip in.
I like it from Essex, trying to be a bit positive, a bit aggressive.
But these two rotating pretty well. Two experienced players out there now with Libby and Kashi Valley. So Charlie Bennett, number 27 in 5, and Shane Slater, none for 13 in 6. Both bowled without luck. And a very, very loud motorbike. We've got the door open of our commentary box. You certainly heard the effects there.
Yeah,
it's a nice one from Critchley.
Bennett's an interesting one because he got hit for, I think, a 4 and a 6, or maybe even 2
4s
all
in one over.
And that was, because he went for 4 off his first over, a tickle down the leg side, a wide, I think it might have been.
Yes, it was.
And then he went for 4 and a 6. Mohammed, I think, dispatched him for both. But other than that, he bowled really well, I thought, getting to the ball to nip around a little bit, using his height to good advantage.
Richards, number 24 in 4, bowled better than that suggests. Thane, 1 for 27 in 4. Critchley's just completed his third over, and Wesley about to start his second with a wicket to his name already.
Looks to cut that one. Gets it quite far in front of square. They'll push for a couple, but won't take on the arm of Luke Benkenstein. Yeah, similar to Richards as well. I think he went for a couple boundaries in his first over, and then began to settle in and find his line length and rhythm a bit more. So yeah, it's a little bit harsh, perhaps, his figures. But Mohammed did bat incredibly well for his 60 odds. That one's just driven out towards Matt Critchley, and they're at mid-off, through for the single.
Also in this group, Derbyshire 101 for 2 after 22 overs at Derby against Notts.
Yeah, a few games around the country today, isn't there? There's that one, and you mentioned there's Gloucestershire playing as well.
Yeah, as I say, where they have broken that partnership between the two Test players. Sean Massoon out for 35 and 85 for 4 Leicester at the moment in the 21st.
That was pulled away by Kashi Valley. Just for 1 to the sweeper out there at deep mid-wicket.
Hard to say which is the tougher group, but I have to say there are some sides in this group who have not got too many calls for the 100, and that could be significant.
Yeah, take it around the corner. Yeah, it's interesting you do mention, because the 100 plays such a big impact on a lot of the team's squads that actually sometimes the bigger names of the kind of the game, and Surrey, for example, who have 10 international players in their side, don't have access to any of them. Another dot ball there. No, yeah, they do just get a dot there, and actually it means that you look at the winners of the last few years of Glamorgan and Leicestershire teams perhaps more traditionally associated with Division 2, actually gives them a really good opportunity to win some silverware.
It does, and it's obviously, I think it was a bit of a launch pad for Leicestershire, really. That win, that surprise win they had against Hampshire in a final a couple of years ago, I think has spurred them on. Well, obviously had some personnel changes since then, but it's given them a taste of winning things, and they've been absolutely brilliant in the second division this year of the Championship. It's quickly pushing that one through, but a nice adjustment to put it away over the infield for a single. Cashy Valley on 22 now. And Jake Libby slip in. Gets that pass, short fine leg. It's going to go for 4. That's not going to be stopped. Once that got past Robin Das, it was never going to be stopped, that one.
Yeah, cut that one away really nicely, did Libby. Just using
A little bit wide
the
from
pace of
Critchley.
Critchley. And yeah, you mentioned it was a fraction wide from the leggy. Still a fair few batters to come for Worcestershire. Rob Jones and Ethan Brooks in at 5 and 6. Henry Cullen as well. Made a good 27, very quick 27 against Notts. And then below that, Matthew Waite, probably their last kind of recognised all-rounder of sorts before Better Singh, Ben Allison and Karam Shazad.
Charlie Allison out there on the boundary at deep cover. Just one more run.
Battle of the Allisons we'll see today.
Yep, absolutely.
I'd be disappointed if we
It's
don't
a
see
bit
at
more of
least
a run for him across there. Quite a lot of gap ground to cover.
yeah, good fielding out there on the boundary. I'd be disappointed if we didn't see at least one ball or over or a little bit of Allison to Allison today.
It might well be. Yes, couldn't prevent the second run there. Charlie Allison, a lot of ground to cover.
That was patted back to the bowler, yes. We've seen most of, or a lot of Essex's bowling options. Benkenstein, perhaps the last we're yet to see. But
Yeah, he bowled well on the T20, Benkenstein.
that's chipped airily out towards deep cover.
And, yeah, just sort of milking Critchley here a little bit. Not too much in the pitch for him. 9 from that over. So 124 for 2 at the halfway point, 25 overs. So they're certainly on course with 8 wickets in hand to get close to 300. And so plenty of wickets still in the bag. Outstanding 63 from 75 balls for Isaac Mohammed. And Dolivera never really got going, but Kashif Ali and Jake Libby, plenty of experience there for Worcestershire to capitalise on a pretty good start as Worcestershire look to build on that tie they got against Notts. So they probably need, having got the 2 points on the tie, they probably need a minimum of 5 wins to be reasonably confident of being in the shake-up.
Yeah, I think if they get 5 wins in a tie, that'll
that should
almost
be enough
certainly
for
get them in. I think only one side missed out on qualification who had 5 wins last year.
Yeah.
So that plus the tie. And
Which underlines that for Essex, this is quite an important game because having lost the first 2, they're going to leave themselves an awful lot to do if they don't win this one.
Yeah, I think
But anyway,
they can probably only afford to lose 1 more in the rest of the competition. Maybe 2 if they get a little bit lucky with a few other results. But I think they've pretty much got to be perfect for the remainder of August to have any hopes of making it through to the quarters and the semis.
so Group B, where Yorkshire and Somerset lead the way. While we're having the drinks here, we'll just let you know what the scores are there. Beckenham is hosting Kent and Durham, and Kent are 75 for 3. Ben Compton 36 not out. So they're going along at 3 and over. That's an odd situation at Beckenham, I have to say. Either Durham are bowling very well, or that's a pitch that's is not easy to score on, which it's unusual for Beckenham, which is normally quite fast scoring. 75 for 3 after 25 overs, Kent against Durham. Durham, who've probably got other things on their mind. They're in a blast quarter-final, and then they've got critical match here in the Championship in early September, which certainly is going to be one to look forward to. Sussex 105 for 4 against Middlesex. Finn Hudson-Prentice 40 not out. Sussex have had a very bad end to July in the Championship, looking to try and rebuild things. Somerset 121 for 1 in 28 overs against Lancashire, and Archie Vaughan and Lewis Gregory have so far added 116 for the second wicket, and Warwickshire 135 for 4 after 24 against Northants at Rugby. Another outground being used. That would be a Warwickshire outground rather than the Northants one, I think. And yeah, 71 not out to Alex Davis from 68 balls. So
Yeah, Kai Smith nearing his half century as well. He's 49 without loss.
yeah. So
They recovered from 32 for 4 at one stage.
yeah, they
Warwickshire.
were. So that's a good partnership.
That was just driven nicely out to the short boundary and races for 4 there. Gorgeous shot from Kashi Valley. Just kind of leant on it and raced the way across what is a quick outfield and towards the short boundary, down towards the new stand over next to the pavilion.
First ball from Benkenstein's a little bit too full and capitalised on.
So that one's just defended. Benkenstein, yeah, into the attack for the first time today. We were just talking about it before the drinks break. All the bowling options that Essex do have. He's the 7th bowler that Essex will have used. Another leg spinner, like Critchley. 4 seamers up top they had. That one again through the offside. Jamal Richards chasing round, does cut it off this time. No, slight misfield. Manages to save it from the rope. Pick up a couple though. Does Kashi Valley and Worcestershire.
Probably that misfield didn't result in any extra runs. There's probably going to be 2 there anyway.
Yes, yeah. Almost slipped past him to the rope though. That one's down the leg side. Helped on its way. Should be 4. Will be 4. Just a faint tickle there by Kashi Valley as that one races away to the rope. He moves on to 35 with that. He's flying along at faster than a runner ball. And Worcestershire have definitely upped the ante in the last 5 or 10 overs.
Just got some bat on that one. A bit leg stump side and swept away.
Oh, that's an absolute peach there from Benkenstein. Drifts in, grips on the surface and rips away outside off stump. Not taking the outside edge, not taking off stump though, but that is exactly what Benkenstein will be looking for.
Yeah, I mean, just needed a few warm-up deliveries there in that over and then produced an absolute perler right at the end of it. That was an outstanding delivery, which just certainly seemed to turn and caused quite a few problems there for the right-hander. And Luke Benkenstein, in a difficult T20 campaign for Essex, was one player to emerge with some credit. And a couple of starts for him with the bat in the competition so far, but he's got the potential to do better than that, and maybe today will be a good day for him. Charlie Bennett is back on from the Sir Alistair Cook end. That one is a little bit short, and a sort of pull drive is going to go for 4. So not quite finding the right length there first ball, but yeah, slightly ominous partnership taking shape here with the experience of Kashi Valley and Jake Libby starting to score quite freely, or just into the 27th over. At the moment, they're certainly on course for 300. Essex need a couple of wickets just to try and stall some momentum. They're keeping a slip in. Just Nick Brown saving on the one on the onside, so Bennett's got to get it over to the offside. And that's probably a bit too straight because it allows them to exploit a very big gap through mid-wicket, and they can't prevent the second run. So, yes, certainly very much an offside field set there for Charlie Bennett, and probably a little bit too straight because there's so few fielders on the leg side. A little push into the onside from Libby gave him 2 runs.
Yeah, it is an interesting one. He really does have to drag that line outside off stump here, does Bennett. With the slip in play with all of the sweepers out on the offside as well. No one in the ring on the leg.
That's a better one.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs. Possibly even a fraction wider he can afford
Yeah.
to go. But that's about as straight as he should be looking, I think.
Yeah, otherwise plenty of runs available for Worcestershire on that leg side. Nick Brown saving one at mid-on. And
Oh yeah, they've not even got a sweeper at mid-wicket as well, which is why
Yeah.
that first one raced away for 4.
yeah. On the offside, he got a slip, a backward point, quite a straight cover, a mid-off, and a sweeper as well, and a third man.
That's perfect. Yeah.
So work for Nick Brown to do, because again that's gone through mid-wicket.
Benkenstein's there to mop up.
Okay. Is she just
Luckily,
gonna
though.
come to me and I talk and then that's the end of that, or is she gonna?
So 6-3 split. The other fielder on the leg side, Jamal Richards at fine leg. But plenty of ground to cover for anything that's a bit straight from Charlie Bennett.
So this is gonna be quite short. Just do it now. Save it a bother. Thanks, Beth.
Sharp single. I think he would have been okay, even if Nick Brown had hit there. Quite a immediate single. Jake Libby would have had the call. Kashi Fowley responded, but still quite sharp.
Yeah, I think he hit that just far enough
Yeah.
to the right of Brown to be happy to scamper through for 1.
But it's a good position this for Worcestershire. He really would be disappointed if I don't get to 300 from here with 8 wickets in hand. That was a good end to the over from Charlie Bennett. We had I think 9 from it in total, and yes, Worcestershire looking to build on this very good start.
Yeah, 143 for 2, 27 overs gone. It's actually the 3rd time that Essex and Worcestershire have faced each other this year. Twice in the Championship already. They don't face each other in the Blast, obviously being in separate groups. Worcestershire up north, or in comparison, I guess, up north, and Essex in the South group.
Trying to think if they've ever faced each other in the Blast in a knockout game, but I think they have in a finals day. Have to look that up.
Yeah, Benkenstein in and just dabbed down the ground. Yeah, because I think I remember there being a stat that, was it Ravi Bopara who's obviously played for Essex for a while, had played basically every team, but had never played 3 of the counties, I think it was, because obviously you never quite play the same teams in the North and South groups. So that was a full toss. Fails to put that one away as Kashif. He's a little bit frustrated with that. Finds the hands of Matt Critchley lurking in there at extra cover. That one's just tickled round the corner, through for a single. Yeah, there were the 2 games they've played in the Championship against each other. 1 win each. Worcestershire winning the more recent in May by 225 runs. Matthew Waits picked up 73 and a 6 for. So that one beats... No, it doesn't beat the diver. Critchley, really good effort there at extra cover. And that first game, right at the beginning of the season that Essex played against Worcestershire, they won by 28 runs in what was a pretty controversial end, with Porter taking a low grab down in front of him. That was driven out to the offside. He's going to race away. Another 4 there. It's flying away down towards the boxes over to our right. And another boundary there for Jake Libby. Just leaning on that one, with Richards being pretty square in front of the pavilion.
You know, just as Essex deserved to win one of the games against Surrey, they were both draws, but Essex had the better of it, the 2 games. Then Worcestershire deserved to win at least one of the games against Essex.
Yeah, that one's round the corner. Just get the 1, Bennett collecting.
Yes, well, it's been a lively start.
Yeah, so we mentioned the final, of course, that Essex played against Worcestershire 2019 with in glorious conditions at Edgbaston on the 21st of September, where Worcestershire made 145 for 9 in the Blast final, and Essex got there off the final board. I think it was Simon Harmer at the crease then, and Bopara, Westley and Dan Lawrence made contributions. So I can't think.
Essex made just under 280 before it was chased down with a 97 from Taylor.
A bit of a loose shot there, but a throw out the bat from Libby. But a better line from Charlie Bennett. Sun going in and out here. There is some blue sky up there, but plenty of cloud as well. It's very warm, not probably as hot certainly as it's going to be in the next few days.
Spare seats if anyone is listening to this and fancies coming down later on today.
That's a nicely steered stroke and very well placed as well by Jake Libby. Just using the bat to guide that one wide of a third man away for 4. He goes to 25. Very nice execution. That a little bit. He's certainly looking to bowl outside off stump Bennett here, but that one Libby able to get his bat onto and just steer it away. Goes to 29. 154 for 2. Good partnership starting to build between these two. Came together with the score at 107, so they've so far added 47 runs for the third wicket. And if you weren't with us earlier, Isaac Mohammed, the 17-year-old nephew of Moeen Ali, who has been signed by Worcestershire, I think, on a 3-year deal, certainly very much backing up the promise that Worcestershire identified in him with a really splendid 63 from 75 balls. 1 or 2 bits of luck, but some absolutely superb strokes as well. Could have been out very early on, but he got away with it and benefited.
Yeah, he was dropped second ball, I think, by Critchley, wasn't he?
That was a tough chance.
Oh, yeah, that was probably one of the tougher ones we've seen. There haven't been really any easy chances that Essex have put down, but quite a few opportunities throughout. There was that run out as well that followed that towards the back end of the power play. Benkenstein missing basically had 1 stump to aim at, and D'Oliveira, I think, resigned to a run out, basically started jogging by the end of the single. And then following that, Mohammed leading edge, top edged one straight up into the air, hung right up in the sky for a long time. Critchley underneath it couldn't quite judge it well enough, and it fell safely to the ground in the end. And following that, a few overs later, D'Oliveira edged one behind, I think down the leg side, that Fernandez couldn't quite get to, and another over after that. D'Oliveira did eventually fall, caught by Nick Brown off the bowling of Noah Thane.
Just a 6 off this over so far from Bennett as we get to the last ball. It's a sharp single again, but they've reinforced the onside slightly with 2 men saving the one now, but that was nicely into the gap, and Brown had to run round before he could execute the throw.
And yeah, the 50 partnership with that one as well, with the single. Kashif Ali and Jake Libby going along nicely. He'll be 31 of the 50. The new man to the crease has scored pretty fluently. A lot better than a run of ball so far. 31 from 25, and Kashif Ali, who has been going along pretty quickly as well, is just happy to play second fiddle seemingly to the skipper.
Yes, I mean, he's playing a good supporting run of ball role here, Kashif Ali. As I say, form already in this competition. These two certainly have made a good start. If we look at that game that Worcestershire played the other day.
Yeah, both picked up hundreds against Nottinghamshire. Kashif Ali 101 and Jake Libby 112 not out.
It'll be a bit of a quiz question in years to come. How can you have a tie where one side makes 14 more runs than the other? Very, very unusual, a Duckworth-Lewis tie with different totals.
There's a few of those in the women's games, I think, as well this year. I think was Essex against Surrey was the same.
That game was it played out to a sort of normal conclusion. We had quite a lot of rain. Much of the rain we had in July was actually at the Oval on that Sunday.
That was driven down the grounds, a couple bounces out towards long off.
And yeah, I'm trying to remember, the men's game was, I think, 12 overs aside in the end, and the women's game was also truncated in the second innings and ended up in a tie. Essex probably felt they ought to have won.
Ooh, outside edge there, sent back for a single. Good call there from Kashi Valley, I think. Never an option for a run there. The 30th over here. It's a very good platform Worcestershire have given themselves to look to expand in the final 20. As he looks to slash that one, says Kashi Valley, but he can't connect. Ending the 30th over there. 159 for 2. Jake Libby 32 off 27. Kashi Valley 30.
Delighted with their position, with Libby and Kashi Valley both set in the 30s. And so there's plenty more runs out there for Worcestershire in these final 20 overs, particularly if they can keep wickets in hand. I think they'll be looking really for around about 325, 330, to be honest, if they keep wickets in hand.
Yeah, they say sort of double at the 30,
Yeah.
don't they? 160 they made. So
Important for Essex to keep
320
them
on.
as close to 300 as possible, really. Looping delivery from Critchley, sent away for a single. Out towards Charlie Allison. Still, I say, still definitely some plenty of available seats in the public side of the ground. Pretty good turnout from the members' area to our right. The area immediately in front of us, which often has members, is closed off today because of the location of the wicket. It's just over the head of Wesley, goes away towards the extra cover boundary, signalled as 4. Interesting to see that again as to whether that, how close that was as it went past Wesley. It was a full-blooded drive which he jumped up at, but it was some way over him, I think, in the end.
yeah,
And a
probably
pretty
about,
good strike.
about a metre,
Yeah.
half a metre over his head. Never really an opportunity.
Deft little push away into the gap on the onside, nicely placed by Kashi Valley. So Worcestershire, like Essex, will be very eager to see what the outcome is in terms of the shape of Division 1 next year. Although, of course, there are so many sides involved in potential relegation danger. Not just those two. It really has closed up in recent weeks.
Yeah, neither side with a particularly strong start in any of the formats this year so far.
No.
Worcestershire a little bit more successful on the white ball front.
Yep, as I say, they had a decent T20 tournament, not quite good enough in the end to get them into the latter stages. So Libby 35 and Kashi Valley 43, and 167 for 2 after 31. Real launch pad here for Worcestershire here at Chelmsford.
Yeah, both sides will be looking for their first one-day cup titles if they can string together a few wins here. Neither have won a competition since the revamp in 2014, but Essex did win the Friends Provident Trophy back in 2008 before they joined it all together and it became a Pro 40 for a bit. And then 2014, as I say, revamped. Or was that one not far away across Jake Libby there?
Well, totally bowling some cracking deliveries here. Luke Benkenstein just needs a bit of luck. There's another good one.
Cuts away nicely behind square. Jamal Richards will cut that off. They're going to come back for 2. And Libby gets home. Good running there from the Worcestershire pair.
Yes, Worcestershire still rather tailed off in the Championship on 89, but then you've got Durham 114, Essex 126, Yorkshire 126.
No run
And
there.
then-
Good dive from Slater.
And Sussex 127, Hampshire 129, just underlines the importance of that. And Hampshire got a difficult run in. So it underlines the importance of that game coming up between Durham and Essex here in a few weeks' time.
Yeah. Oh, let's just dab back to the bowl. It really is a to the top 4, bottom 6 kind of look out when you see the table. Worcestershire probably just too far away from safety. But there is, there's every opportunity with their final few games in the running for them to maybe fight back up out of
Yeah,
the relegation battle. Down the leg side, he's going to race away. Shouldn't quite have the legs to get away to the boundary, and they just have to settle for one. Bennett collecting.
I do have a feeling they had to win either the Warwickshire game, which they dominated in the Championship, and then having not won that, they probably had to beat Hampshire at Worcester. What they did do, though, was win quite a few sessions. I think they had one very dominant day against Hampshire, what might have been day 2. And they also had the better of Warwickshire for 3 of the 4 days. So they've upped their level of performance, but I think a win and a defeat from those 2 games has probably sealed their fate, if we are going to have relegation as anticipated, of course. It would take something miraculous, I think, to get them out of trouble now. It's there were certainly some good signs in both those games.
Yeah, well, I think actually the fact that they avoided relegation last year was a big surprise to a lot of.
Yeah, they played very well
people.
last year. They really did.
Just one season too far, and as you say, it will be interesting with the likely shake-up of the system at the end of the year, whether that's either the Blast or the County Championship that perhaps will probably be decreased in size and the number of games. We'll wait to see which one.
It's a nice cut shot away for 2 for Kashif Ali. Again, just using a bit of width. Good placement. Plenty of room out there on the offside. Charlie Ellison's got a lot of running to do. Patrolling that boundary, if she has been for a lot of the afternoon.
Did you have any thoughts on what you would like to see?
Yeah, we've
next
obviously
year?
got plenty of time to discuss it, haven't we? But we'll look at some thoughts on that in the next short while. Oh, that's a bit of bounce there for Critchley and slightly awkwardly played. So I think you've got to come up with a solution that people can understand. I think it's so important. This is why this 12 team split into 2. I don't think that's a very easy sell. Why are you only playing half a sides twice and not playing some at all, would be the question. So that's a nice bit of placement again. There's been some very good placement here by Kashif. That will give him a 4. He's hit it wide of backward point, and Allison couldn't get round. So that was very well placed. And these 2 Centurions against Notts are looking, well, it wouldn't be totally surprising if both replicated it here. And it would be an extraordinary achievement for Jake Libby, of course, given what we mentioned about what he did against Hampshire. So 38 Libby and 49 Kashif Ali, and it's 177 for 2. And Worcestershire now really in a dominant position after 33 overs. So you're going to get this business about why are we in the same group as Surrey again, and all that sort of stuff. I mean, I think it's going to be a bit tiresome. I think it's a really difficult sell. If you're going to have a top division of 12, for goodness sake, just play everybody once and your local rivals twice. With one team you play twice.
Delicately guided backward of point and scamper through for the single. Get Kashif Ali back onto face.
Much easier to understand. And also more variety of opposition and fairer. It's got to be fair, that's the thing. It's got to have an element of fairness, which is missing in some of the options.
Benkenstein into Kashifali here. Tickled round the corner. Get through for one. Could that be his 50? No, leg by. The wait continues.
The danger with the two divisions of 6, however you try and the two parallel divisions of 6 and then the bottom division of 6, is that those two top divisions could be uneven, even if they try and intend it not to be.
Just driven down the ground. Yeah, I think the only real positive to that two kind of equal divisions of 6 is for the counties that basically are kind of in and around promotion and relegation this year, who, you know, if you stick with 8 or you actually go to 8 or stick to 10, so Worcestershire, dot ball there. Worcestershire would probably be a big benefactor of that, and actually someone like Leicestershire and the teams who are getting promoted as well, who might be just below Leicestershire. So that's driven away. Could be 4. It will be.
Oh, hit a bit of old wicket there, or just a bit of an awkward bounce.
Yeah, and that's 50 for Kashifali as well. He's raced to 53 with 7 boundaries along the way. He's been very fluent, very impressive throughout today as he comes off the back of a big ton last game against Nottinghamshire in similar emphatic fashion today in Chelmsford.
Seeing enough of this Worcestershire lineup to think that they must feel they're in a decent chance of getting into the top 3 in this section, and they should be. If they can win today, they really should be targeting it, because you know, the fact they haven't had these 100 calls, make the most of it. Settled team, plenty of quality, plenty of experience, and the exuberance of youth as we saw at the top of the innings. It's a nice combination, and looking good here. Worcestershire here at Chelmsford. Essex with an awful lot to do. So, the other problem with that, there's two various versions of it. One is where you play the sides in the other group twice, and one is where you play the sides in your group twice plus 2 of the sides. And it's so complicated. I just think it's a very, very difficult sell to try and get across to people. I don't particularly like that option. Apparently, it's a favourite with the PCA, but I think it's it's sort of fraught with problems. And you end with a final. Now, Essex have experienced that. In the most extraordinary cold snap at the end of September I can ever remember, the end of September 2020, we had people walking around in duffel coats and woolly hats, Richards bowls. And I remember finding the heat switch in the temporary commentary box, because obviously it's the COVID year, so basically weren't where we normally would be. Found the heat switch at lunch on day 4 in our commentary box, which was a highlight of the entire match. But no, it's one of those where Somerset were put in and did very well. I think they got up to 300. They did very well, but Essex batted past them and won on first innings runs because the pitch was very dead and it was a 5-day match. It's a nice bit of placement, I think. Yes, just over the head of Snater. The bat just got enough on that, did Kashifali. He would have had heart in mouth for a while, but he got enough bat on that to clear Snater, and it was always going to go away for 4 to the long on boundary once it had done so. But Richards there I can give the batsman some credit there. I think that was a pretty good shot. Took on Snater at mid-on, and I think we'll give the balance of the credit there to Kashifali, who's gone along nicely to 57 from 55 balls. And a bit of pace there from Richards, and that's given him a nasty blow on the glove. He'll be regretting annoying Richards with that last shot because he's in a bit of pain there. We're going to have a delay. And that's the extra pace of Richards really inconveniencing Kashifali, and that could be quite serious because he is still down on his haunches and Jake Libby is walking to him, but that is the look of a man who may not be able to continue as we've got some medical assistance coming out. He is still prostrate on the ground, and I wouldn't be surprised if that has done him quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's clutching, I think, probably just above the thigh pads, kind of the hip region, just above the hip maybe, through that pull shot a little bit quickly, I think.
Yeah, that one was quick for him, and that's what Richards can do. whether he was fired up by thinking that drive wasn't quite, maybe I should have given Kashifali a bit less credit when I did. I still think it was a reasonable shot, but he seemed fired up, Richards, and he really put one through, and Kashifali is still on the ground here.
Hopefully he's okay. He's got his helmet off. He's just having a chat with the physio.
He's sort of leaning on his haunches, so he's got his gloves still on the ground. His face it down. He's banging the right glove with frustration. Again, that's another indication that there may be a real problem here. That little bang on the ground with frustration when you're playing really well, as he is in this competition, it's just an indication there could be a problem. He's taken his left glove off, now his right glove off, and his hands back down on the ground.
Yeah, I think we'll have a little bit of a break here. Should we go back to our little chat about?
Yes, I mean, obviously don't want to. We'll obviously keep an eye, obviously, on how things are with Kashifali. So, to me, it has to be something that makes sense, and I'm not convinced by that top division of 12 split into two. You'll get a final. Now, Essex have experience with that. It wasn't a great spectacle. We then had the completely daft situation the following year where Warwickshire had won the championship and then had to play, I think it was Lancashire who was second for no apparent reason at Lord's, and this is where the TV broadcaster had made a complete haulix of it. I won't name names, but basically it didn't cover the last round of championship matches. It was an absolute classic. There was a thriller between Hampshire and Lancashire at Liverpool, where at one point it looked like Hampshire were going to win the title for the first time since 1973. They just missed out. Lancashire thought they'd won, and then Warwickshire, I think, won it the following day. It was brilliant, the championship at its best. And then we had this odd situation where Warwickshire had already won it and had to prove themselves by playing Lancashire at Lord's, and they won the toss, bowled Lancashire out for about 60, got a first innings lead of about 400. But what was the point of it? And the TV was there, but what was the point of it? The game was over in an hour. So I'm not keen on these, being settled by finals.
I agree. I think particularly in the sport as volatile as cricket, where all it takes is, as you say, an hour in the first morning, you skittle a team and they're, you basically know the result by lunch kind of thing. If the team batting second have put on a bit of a stand,
it looks like he's okay, which is a relief, I think, for Worcestershire fans and all fans of the game, because he looked in a lot of pain there, Kashifali, getting his gloves back on. It's just
stretching out a little bit.
Just giving it. But Jamal Richards, that's a little, you don't want to damage the batter, but it does put doubt in the batsman's mind. That's he's moving very gingerly there with that run.
It almost looks a bit like he's got a sort of dead leg or something, doesn't it? Just kind of hobbling around, not quite, well, definitely not comfortable at all. But he will continue.
Still trying to work out what exactly the injury might be, but it's certainly affecting his movement.
I think it's his back hip.
Yeah,
by the looks of it, or maybe, and then maybe
it looks like he had to make a late adjustment to that delivery from Richards, the one before, which caused the problem. Oh, Jake Libby, he's got form here. Remember that we're talking about the COVID year, where we had those conferences, didn't we? And Worcestershire and Essex were in the same one. And Jake Libby got, if I remember rightly, was that the following year? We had the conferences the following year, that's right, because Jake Libby got a big score, I think, in both games. And on a very flat pitch here at Chelmsford, he really tucked in. I think that was in 21. I think because the 2020 conferences were very local, weren't they? It was all playing in their neighbours. And I remember that one because Hampshire couldn't play at their ground because it was being used for the international games. And they played at Arundel. And Essex played them there and played at Hove as well. But it was just such a relief to actually get some cricket, because the thing about that season, Toby, I remember, think about this April and May. The April and May of 2020 were more or less exactly the same, and of course there was no cricket going on, which was great frustration. 190 for 2. And when we did have cricket the following May, we had cold, wet, miserable weather and certainly in those 2 months in 2021, which made that a turgid draw against Worcester seem all the worse, probably.
Tom Wesley back into the attack.
He's
here
not.
with
He's. Well, I think it might be a case here for Cashifali of just giving it a go. With 8 wickets in hand, he's going to have a chat to Jake Libby. I would have thought it's a question of just giving it a go because there's 8 wickets in hand. There's only 15 overs left. I don't think he wants to struggle through running quick singles for the next 15 overs.
Oh, they want a runner. Jake Libby, I think,
Yeah.
has just signalled for a runner.
Now, Tom Wesley will probably get, who's actually the bowler here.
Are they sending
Not
someone
getting
else?
involved in that. But I would have thought Cashifali, just give it a go, see what comes off,
Yeah, there's
deal
only-
in boundaries, and there's plenty more batting there.
Just defends first up. Yeah, there's only 15 overs to go. This would be probably a really good time for Ali, or at least one of the batters, and that makes sense for Cashifali.
Well, Libby can
now.
bat through.
Yeah.
You see, he bats all day here.
It's chipped towards mid-wicket, but no run.
Just looks a little bit restricted, Cashifali. Now, one thing that Worcestershire should be worried about is Cashifali battling on, but not being able to play his full range of shots.
Oh, that was down the leg side, wide ball. Yeah, I think if Ali, I think it almost is useful for him to just have a big swipe at one and see if he's able to as much as anything else in the next over or two. Guides that one, wants the single, but yeah, not on.
Yeah, it just seems a bit restricted to me.
Yeah, Das fielding there at a very backward point.
There's clearly an injury there, which will probably keep him out of the next game. And
Could be
he's
run
in
out.
all sorts of trouble here.
That could be tight. I think he's made it home. He has. He wasn't far away, but I think he's probably got to retire anyway,
Yeah.
surely.
I'll tell you what, the umpire could have given that out as a gesture of goodwill.
Just to help Worcestershire as much as
Yes.
anything else. Yeah, he's in even more pain now.
So he can't run, that's for sure, because he started off there, and we don't get a particularly good. I tell you what, he wasn't grounding his bat. Matt Critchley might have noted that with interest because he was out not grounding his bat at Hove.
Yeah, because the thing as well is they've turned down a few just not necessarily quick singles, but they have to set off for some. That one
Well-
down the ground, going to be a dot as well.
I don't see where it benefits Worcestershire Cashifali carrying on here. I don't get it. I think he ought to just retire.
Floated up again and just drops that one back to the bowler. Plays out what would have almost been a maiden, except for I think that was one wide down the leg side. And yeah, I think they have signalled for a runner.
Because not only is the runner is one half of the equation, the other half of it is his ability to play his full range of shots, and that over was not very good evidence from a Worcester fan's point of view about Cashifali's. I think Cashifali ought to go off, get some treatment. Hopefully, the situation is not going to be too bad in terms of future games. He's in terrific form. Worcestershire very much will want him to continue to be part of the side, but I think the best thing for him would be to go off and get some treatment. I'm not convinced, with 14 overs left and 8 wickets in hand, that they should be over-worried about not being able to bat out their overs.
Yeah, because I mean, I wonder if maybe that's what the kind of the message being sent out is sort of hit out or get out.
Yeah, I'm not
is
sure he can
probably
hit
the one.
out, that's the problem.
Yeah, so maybe.
I mean,
just
you're
having
not
a
playing
chat.
out an over. Tom Wesley's bowled tidily, but I think if Cashifali was, had his full range of shots, he got a bit more out of that over than he did. So, where are we? 1:20. We're meant to get through this by 2:30, so it's a few hold-ups going on. But,
Another subfielder coming out here to have a chat. I think they're maybe suggesting he could retire.
It's you look at this crowd in two ways, because it is, obviously it's not. The Worcestershire side is pretty strong, but the main interest for the Essex supporters is the strength of their own side, and obviously they've lost the first couple of games. So you could look at the crowd in two ways. Good attendance in the members' area. The public seats, probably the covered public seats, about 50% full. The uncovered part around about 25-30%, and then the stands to the right, the green bucket seats, good numbers in there. So it's a decent turnout. I think if this was like a full strength Essex side, it would be considerably more. But I think interest in seeing how the likes of Bennett and Richards go, and both have done well again today, even though Worcestershire in a very strong position.
Yeah, Ali is staying out there by the looks of it now. I think a runner must be being sent out.
I still think it only solves half the problem for
No,
Worcestershire.
I agree, but I think Ali wants to have a go, evidently.
Yeah,
He was seeing the ball really well,
yeah,
probably still is.
Yeah, he doesn't want to aggravate his injury.
Yeah.
A bit of discontent in the outer.
Someone coming out. They are sending a runner out by the looks of it.
Yeah, they are. So they're able to do that. Bit of slow hand clapping going on.
Isaac Mohammed, having made a half century, is being sent back out.
Well, that's the youngster's job, I suppose.
I guess he should be nippy between the wickets with his youthful legs. If not a bit weary, perhaps, having been batting for 20 odd overs.
It's always fun when there's a runner involved, but I just have that feeling that from Worcestershire point of view, it only solves half the problem because of the type of injury it is, which appears to be restricting his ability to play his full range of strokes.
Yeah, and the fact they are only 2 down as well.
Yeah.
I wonder maybe if they'll have this for a few overs, and then if it's not going anywhere.
Essex might be a little bit dubious about him. Maybe he plays out another over, doesn't get any runs, and then he chooses to retire. I think Essex might be rightly a bit unhappy about that, if that happens. Richards continuing in his 6th over. One just worked away, so we are going to have Kashif on strike if he ever gets there.
It's a slow hobble.
Yeah.
Across.
And he's got to face Richards again. I think if there's any thought of Wesley's part of taking Richards off, I think it's a good move not to have done. Oh, he's got hold of that one, and he's going to clear the boundary, so he is really giving it a go, and to be fair, he did connect pretty well with that. So having looked a bit uncomfortable against Wesley in the previous over, he's really put back to ball there and just cleared deep square leg, and that's gone away for 6. So it is a question of Kashif hopefully not aggravating the injury, but just trying to get as many runs as he can quickly.
Yeah, nice shot that from Ali. Just read the length early, rocked back and launched it over the leg side. They are changing the field, bringing fine leg up, dropping back deep mid-wicket. So
you can say that different types of bowlers require sort of different responses from the batter in terms of use of the feet and that sort of thing. That one he was able to hit very freely.
Just nudges that one into the leg sides.
Yeah.
Lets the runner do the hard yards.
So 1 run away from 200 with 13 overs left. Still heading for 300 plus, you would have thought. Just Essex trying to pull this back. But it's hard going. That won't help, but wide down the leg side.
Just 200 up with that as well.
Yeah, just have a quick look. That does, with still 13.5 overs to go. So just that 1 run off the Wesley over. Yeah. And then before that we had 6 off the 35th, 7 off the 34th, 7 off the 33rd, 3 off the 32nd, and 7 off the 31st, 3 off the 30th. So there hasn't been an over that's gone for more than 7 since the 27th. I just had a feeling Essex were keeping a bit of a lid on things, and that's backed up. A lot of overs that did go for 7, mind you, but they're not letting Worcestershire completely get away. And
this over's gone for 8 now. Then.
Yeah.
So the first
a little bit more expensive.
First in 10 overs or so.
So, because we're looking at 325, 330. That's still possible, but Essex have just pulled it back a little bit.
Crunched away for 4
Yes.
into the leg side there by Kashi Fally.
We've got 2 batsmen at one end and the runner halfway down the pitch there, but it didn't matter because it was a boundary. It would have been interesting if anyone had managed to stop that, because it would have been mass confusion. Yes, of course. We didn't see too many runners in the Test series, did we? We had the odd situation with Pant and Jurel, which I suppose is all totally legitimate, but Jurel is the better keeper and Pant is the better batter, so it worked out well for them. Quite a lot of discussion about substitutes. I have to say, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you could say England gambled a bit with the side they picked, not having a specialist spinner. But then when an obvious injury is as obvious as the one that Chris Wokes had, should they have been allowed a substitute? But it has to be clear and obvious to make sure that there's no quick change of the balance of a team because the pitch isn't playing as you thought it would. What do you think about the substitutes argument?
Yeah, it's a really tricky one. I think it's surely inevitable in the next 5 years or so that it will come into effect.
India would not have wanted Jurel to completely substitute for Pant because of Pant's batting, particularly in that, I think it was the 3rd test where he got the first injury. But
the thing that
he's very much in the wars, Pant, in the series, isn't he?
The thing that kind of confused and almost annoyed me with that was actually that they had Kael Rahul, who is a keeper, in the side as well. So it felt slightly odd that they'd sort of chosen to give the glove to someone else. And I understand that you are allowed to because it was an external injury.
Yes.
But I don't know, it didn't feel quite right that they almost had Jurel as a specialist keeper in there who didn't have to get tired before batting, and that one's bounced in and left alone. And Kashi Fally almost straining while thinking about playing that uppercut, hobbles away.
It's interesting because some, quite high up cricket journalists, certainly one, had been putting out online that the sort of balance of a side they had at the Oval in very specific circumstances with a green pitch, English conditions, would have been right for Australia.
Pushed into the offside. They'll get through for 1. Thoughts of 2.
Oh, crikey.
Turn and go on a slight fumble there from Benkenstein, charging round towards mid-wicket.
I think it's Nick Brown that's hobbling now.
Yeah.
Is that he just lost his footing a little bit on some of the used wickets? Quite a lot of sawdust out there, but hopefully no great damage. He's down his haunches, but he was moving awkwardly for a while. He's certainly going to hope there isn't a crisp cover drive and he has to chase in the next couple of minutes. We'll see what the extent of it is then, if he has that.
Yeah, 101 partnership as well with the 2 there. That's punched down the ground, should be 1. They take the leisurely single. But
he's not quite right, is he, Kashi Fally, despite the 6, which is a very good pick-up shot. He is slightly restricted, but he's battling on.
Yeah,
and
what do you make of the possibility of substitutions then?
Well, substitutions, I think it has to be really clear and obvious, but I think there is a case for it because England were severely encumbered by the loss of Wokes. What it did do, though, going back to this argument about, in Australia you can just play 4 seamers and have Bethel batting at number 8, and
Brown is
he's in trouble, Nick Brown. I was just saying, there is your cover drive, which he might have been chasing. He's going to have to go off. Now, Essex have got 12 fit players. So someone's going to have to come on for him. But my goodness me, the last thing Essex want is an injury to one of those 12 players.
Yeah, what is going on at Chelmsford today? It's just injuries all round.
I got this idea, Zaman Akhtar, the Gloucestershire, who's going to join Essex next year. I wonder if he fancies joining in a couple of weeks' time for a game when Gloucester come. He might be needed.
Yeah, very possibly.
And instead of being, I don't know whether he'd play in the game anyway because of the fact he's joining Essex, but it might be quite a useful idea if he's able to play for Essex in a couple of weeks' time.
I think Zaman Akhtar might be in the 100. I think he was possibly a wild card pick.
Yeah, might be.
I
That will solve the problem.
It was him or Ajit Singh Dale. One of them's definitely at the originals.
Let's hope Nick Brown can bat.
There was a Welsh Fire, maybe?
They're going to need him to bat.
Snater in again and yorked and towed down the ground. Yeah, the one thing I will say with the substitutions, I feel like you can kind of get around a little bit of any sort of gamesmanship by forcing people to not only swap an injured player for a like player, but also if you name their replacement before the start of the match. So with Chris Wokes, you would have named probably Sam Cook as his replacement. Someone like Josh Tongue, you would have named Bryden Cast perhaps as their replacement. And you can make little changes depending on the type of bowler. But it meant you wouldn't have been able to name Liam Dawson as one of their replacements. Jacob Bethel, I guess, and someone like him and Ben Stokes bring up slightly more different sort of impacts, because what Stokes and Bethel are kind of batting all rounders, bowling all rounders, and actually there probably isn't a like for like.
I thought that selection, obviously, what that did show up was a danger of that sort of selection in Australia. I was incredulous at people backing this idea of
four seamers and Bethel,
packing the batting, having Bethel at 8 or Smith at 8. Whoever's at 8 amongst those, they're being wasted because they could easily be left 20 not out.
But I think if you want to pack the batting and you want someone to bowl some spin, Rian Ahmed and Dawson are more than capable of batting at 8 and doing
I think it looks like Bashir's going to go to Australia. It was interesting. I mean, 'cause I think it's an absolute non-runner, that idea. I think one of the ideas that was being suggested by some of the pundits was don't play a spinner, but play 5 seamers. Ricky Ponting was very adamant that England should have a specialist spinner, and I think they certainly need to have one on the tour who probably wouldn't play in the pink ball test, but might play in all the others. But I think 5 seamers is not a bad option. The only place you could possibly have 4 seamers and no specialist spinner is the pink ball test, which is I think in Brisbane, isn't it?
Yeah, it's at the Gabba this year. It's been at Adelaide for
but
the last few years.
You couldn't do that in any of the others. Benkenstein is going to bowl. Oh, that's a good pick-up shot, nicely placed as well. And he's still in a bit of pain, hobbling around having played that, but he's got another 6, so this is backing up. So on the one proviso, it's not doing him any additional damage. Kashi Valley is making use of a loose balls that come along. And although foot movement is not going to be a feature of his play here, he is still getting the occasional maximum and has 80 off 72. And here he looks like he's going to get another one. It's a big hit, but is it going to be falling short? It is. Thane is there, and he's got the catch. So going for the big shots. That one didn't go as far as I first thought. Thane getting underneath it nicely at long on and taking a comfortable catch. And it's a long walk off Kashi Valley. He doesn't make it back-to-back hundreds, but he's on 80 from 73 balls, and he's played very well indeed. And he can now get some treatment, and probably from Worcestershire point of view, it's not the worst of all worlds that has happened. We're 2 balls into the 39th over there, 217 for 3. Kashi Valley out for 80, and Jake Libby is 44.
Yeah, pretty heroic 80 as well. Smashed a few good boundaries, having been hit by Richards pretty hard on the back hip when looking to pull through the leg side, and battled on, played out and almost played out a maiden in his first over, but since the runner came out, he's just taken the license he has and has just looked to cart Essex all around the park, and just allowing Libby to go about business at the other end. And now with the final few overs in, Ethan Brooks is coming in to join Libby, and they'll look to probably expand and push on and attack from here.
Yeah, so it was interesting that that selection at the Oval, which I think was, it got exposed a bit by the fact that Wokes got injured. I thought it was reasonable given the English conditions. We had English conditions already for the first time in the series, but I think for most venues in Australia it wouldn't work, and you needed a specialist spinner or the 5th seamer. But depending on, of course, who they go with, Archer, Wood, Atkinson.
probably the
look
front line
quite
three.
likely. Yeah, I mean,
Pass.
you've got the chances then of playing a Castle or Tongue as well as Stokes, you know. So if they did want to go down a five-seamer route. But it's interesting, quite a few of the pundits were selecting that option in their team, and very few were going with poor Jake Bethel. And I do feel sorry for him, because there is a mantra in leadership, isn't there? A general mantra these days, which some very famous people stick to rigidly, of never, ever, ever admit a mistake. But the closest we got to it was Ben Stokes saying that Bethel ought to play in the Championship for Warwickshire in September. It's a nice piece of bowling from Bethel, and I think appeal for a stumping there. It was a nice piece of work from Fernandez. I'd like to see a replay of that. We don't have the best view from this far side of the ground, but it's a good piece of work. And Ethan Brooks, the star of, when was it? Was it May? It was, I think, yeah. Or even April.
18th of April was that one where he almost got Worcestershire over the line against Essex.
He was almost out very cheaply there. Goes on the sweep, executes that pretty well. Chase back for Das. He's not quite going to get there, I don't think. No, it's gone for 4. That was a dazzling innings, so he'll have good memories of this ground. Yeah, they do. That's one of the reasons why I thought, you know, that Cashy Valley could happily go off, because Brooks is not exactly going to be afraid of batting in these surroundings after what happened earlier in the season.
Yeah, he's still got Rob Jones and Henry Cullen to come as well.
There's plenty there. So, that's an example of the sort of shots that he was playing on that day back in April.
Yeah, these are probably the 2 in-form batters in the county championship for Worcestershire. There's Libby's nearing 1,000 runs.
Yeah,
I
think they've got. I mean, assuming that Cashy Valley has not got an injury that's going to keep him out, they've got as good a batting lineup, because there's so little disruption, as many that you'll find in this competition. And if they win this game, they really should be targeting a top 3 finish, because they've got the capability. A little push into the onside, looking for the second, because that's gone into a huge gap between the bowler and 2 converging fielders, but it's not quite there. It certainly wouldn't have been there when Cashy Valley was batting without a runner, certainly. But anyway, Brooks has made a sprightly start, 9 from 4. Libby 44 from 47, 226 for 3, 11 overs to go. That bit of acceleration from Cashy Valley has put Worcester back on target for 325, 330, which you feel is probably going to be a winning score here, unless one of the Essex batters really has a field day. It's going to be a big score for Worcester. Essex have got to make sure it doesn't get too far above 300.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky final 11 overs here for Essex, but I think a few wickets has really got to be the focus, just to try and stem the flow of runs that have been pretty easy for Worcestershire as much as anything else. Obviously, Cashy Valley looked to be pretty aggressive, and Isaac Mohammed similarly, once he got in towards just at the end of the power play. So use of feet there from Brooks.
So that mistake that England wouldn't directly admit, but Ben Stokes came about as close as you can when he said that it might be a good idea for Bethel to be playing certainly a couple of championship matches. He could play the first 2 T20s against South Africa, and then play 2 championship rounds for Warwickshire, including Essex at Edgbaston. But it was all set up. Warwickshire happy for him to bat at number 3, but he never got given the chance. It just shows you can't just leave a developing young player on the sidelines doing nothing all year and it to have no effect.
Was threw that shot a bit early there, was Brooks. Shorter ball from Snater. He's into his 8th over at the moment. So
whereas he'd looked so good in New Zealand, he looked, much less comfortable in his outings at the Oval. But as I say, it should have been no surprise, and just leaving him in the squad all summer. It was odd, really. It was always the case that Pope was going to bat at number 3, and they could have just rotated who the spare batter was going to be.
That was chipped down the ground. All the way for 6, perhaps? Yes, it is. Effortless there from Brooks. Just onto the front foot. Launches that attack straight back over the bowler's heads. All the way.
Well, a few memories already of that knock in April, which was a staggering piece of batting. and certainly had Essex worried. I think no one will deny that.
Shorter and pulled firmly, but just as far as the sweeper at deep square leg.
So we're talking about, in terms of the championship, Toby, the mixed feelings about this idea of a top division of 12 is split between two groups, and then I don't know whether it's going to be a semi-final, but certainly there'll be a final, which could have a lottery of toss being very important. 10:30 start in mid to late September.
Shorter again, pulled firmly again. This time all the way to the rope, perfectly bisects the two fielders out there at fine leg and square leg. Lovely shot from Libby. He's on to 48.
I still think if you want to, the simplest option in terms of quality, it depends if you want to have 14 games, is that top division of 8, but you probably need a couple of seasons to get to it, and the sides need to be warned that you're going to have 3 down, 2 up for 2 seasons in a row, in order to get to the top division of 8.
Slower ball, and that's cut, beats the dive at backward point. They get through for 1, thoughts of a second, races away to the rope in the end, beats the fielder Bennett down there and brings up 50 for Libby. 100 in the opening round of the Metro Bank One Day Cup, 50 at the moment in the second, 40 overs in, and Worcestershire absolutely flying, 241 for 3.
Yeah, they've got away again, haven't they, after those few quiet overs that we were talking about. Little impetus from Kashif Ali, followed by Ethan Brooks, has really got Worcester back on course to a 330 plus score. And as I say, we can have a look at the damage done in the more recent overs, but it's certainly, after those overs where we had nothing going above 7.
Yeah, the last.
The 37th went for 15, as did the 39th. And then we've just had an over that's gone double figures again.
Yeah, the last 5 overs gone for 50.
Yeah, Benkenstein bowls. That's a pretty impressive looking slog sweep. That's very well executed. And this is Ethan Brooks back in that form that he showed in that dazzling innings in April. That was just perfect execution. A slog sweep 6 towards deep square leg. Brilliantly hit. A little bit of turn for Benkenstein, but a lot of damage being done here by Brooks. 22 off 9. It's why that it would have been. It's almost, as long as Kashif Ali hasn't aggravated his innings, it's almost worked out perfectly for Worcestershire. And that's another superb piece of execution. Reverse sweep 4, beating the dive of short third man, and basically Worcestershire are threatening to take this game out of Essex's reach at the moment. This is a brilliant piece of acceleration from these two.
Brings up the 250 with that as well. Gorgeous looking reverse sweep. Finds the gap. Fine enough past short third man.
And the worry was that it was Snater who bowled an over that went for 15. So that's another problem for Westley. But some good variations from Benkenstein. Just challenging Brooks there. Again, he went on the reverse. But that one maybe just bounced a little bit more over the bat. And he kept his foot behind the line. And looking for the 2, but it's not going to be there. It's Noah Thane coming in. Yeah, so I think a key decision is, are they going to go for 14 games or 12? Because obviously some models will work better depending on the number of games that they go for. Or some models, of course, have 13 games. Like, for example, the 2 division of 6 plus the final. So I think you just get a feeling that next year, we're so far advanced into this season that the only change they can really make for next year, I think, is to reduce the blast to 12 games. I think a little bit more advanced notice is needed of any more fundamental change than that. Conceivably, they could go for that top division of 12 because it would mean that nobody got relegated and 2 still got promoted. But yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what they go with. But I like Surrey's suggestion is the top division of 8, everyone playing each other twice. I still think that's pretty simple and straightforward. And you just reduce the number of blast games just to give a little bit more chance for players to have less travel during that very busy period. Because it's the travelling as much as the playing, I think, that is a cause of fatigue.
Yeah. I mean, if you're getting back, say Durham versus Northampton in a blast game, it's very feasible. You're not getting home until 3, 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Let alone any drive from wherever the coach drops you off after, as well. I know there was quite a hard-hitting interview with Daniel Bell-Drummond. I think Wisden did back end of last year or maybe the start of this year, talking about how he felt half asleep against some 90-mile-an-hour bowlers, which is just a position where players really shouldn't be in.
Yeah.
I think as well that a spreading of the games within the blast. I think 90% of games happen on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, and it's only something like 20 of the
ones that are
100,
elsewhere.
something matches,
Those are the nights that Wednesday's become a bit more popular.
That one's slapped down the ground all the way. 6 there. Brooks going big, continuing to go big with another huge 6. This time off the bowling of Matt Critchley.
Yeah, when a brilliant shot again from Brooks, and again, he's just showing his quality. And if he bats through these 50 overs, Essex are going to be chasing 350, and I think that's going to be out of their reach. You've got various options there, haven't you? But the only one they could probably introduce for next season, it would be a fundamental change, would be that top division of 12, because it's not going to be messing anybody around. And in fact, it would be good news for a couple of teams that might otherwise have got relegated. But I don't particularly like it, and I think it's going to be quite a difficult sell in terms of explaining what's going on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the ECB deal with it all. As that one's dragged down a bit faster. Turn into the leg side. They'll push for 2. Only get the 1.
What they might do, of course, is say, well, we'll keep it as it is with promotion and relegation this year, but we'll just play 12 games next year. So, you're going to have 3 sides playing Surrey twice.
Again,
I think
down
that's
the ground.
if the maths is right. So, again, it's a bit more arbitrary. Not so playing Notts twice isn't going to be much fun either. Seem to have really got their act together this year. Probably ditto Somerset.
Short, and that one's pulled away, stumping, but I think his foot stayed grounded there, Brooks.
Yeah,
I mean, but in theory, a team could feasibly play their 3 extra games against those 3 tops of the 3 top sides, which is just leaves them in a tricky
I think that's a
position.
lazy solution,
Yeah.
But again, it's one they might go with.
That one's whipped into the leg side. They're going to push. Just get the 1. Slight misfields, but recovered.
I mean, if you do want to have it, just 12 games, the top division of 7 would give you that, but that would take quite a long time to get to that. But again, I think you want to have something that makes sense. Again, even though that's quite an extreme solution, it makes sense because it's totally symmetrical, and the best sides are playing each other twice. But,
the issue with 7 though is because it was an odd number. You get rest weeks.
You
but it
get more
means
rest
a team
weeks, yeah.
has a rest week on the first week of the season, which
You could
seems a
have,
bit odd,
yeah.
and the last
Yeah.
week of the season, and
yeah, but you're always going to have that problem.
Well,
the one,
yeah.
as I said, the one that I liked got actually kicked into touch quite early, but I liked it because I could sense people could understand it. Because you're thinking about, the general spectator probably might know their football a little bit, so they understand the concept of things that are happening in football. Charlie Bennett is going to bowl, and got a scoop shot, and that's another brilliant bit of execution from Brooks. Again, just played that effortlessly, and that is another 6. This is an extraordinary innings. He goes to 41, and again, just picked that up with minimal effort. And Essex in a lot of trouble here now because Brooks as well. He's not only duplicating what he did in April. He's going a stage further. 41 from 18 balls.
Yeah, 50 partnership with that. 23 balls it's taken Worcestershire to get that.
He goes for a big hit, scything away. It's going to fall between two fielders. One bounce out to Allison for a single. But it looks to me as though Worcestershire could be taking this game away from Essex with the bat, which would have been their original intention when they won the toss and chose to take first use. 4 sixes and 3 fours for Ethan Brooks, 42 from 19. So the idea that I liked, actually you would have 13 games in the top flight with the one I liked. So it's not a huge difference, but I'll come on to it after this ball from Bennett. But it got kicked into touch because supposedly it's too complicated. So top division of 10, so you don't have any change there, and you play every side once, so that's 9 games, and then you have the blast. And that leaves you with probably 5 more slots, 2 in early August and 3 in September. Well, late July, early August, and 3 in September. And what you do then is the SPL split.
Yes, I quite like this one as well, actually.
Yeah, and you then, the top 5 play each other again, the bottom 5 play each other again. It does mean that you'd have a couple of teams that only play once in high summer, in late July, early August, which would be a bit unlucky. But that would be rotated. Oh, another brilliant scoop shot from Brooks. That's time it's just 4. This is a sensational innings. And I say, a few nightmares from April are coming back here for Essex. 46 from 20. And as I say, it does back up our theory that Worcester didn't need to worry too much about Cashivalli staying out there because his replacement has done extremely well.
Yeah, in the end, Ali added on another 20 or so.
They did. It turned out to be okay because, assuming he hasn't aggravated the injury, he did actually put back to ball after that very uncomfortable over against Tom Wesley. The pace suited him in terms of being able to just play the ball on length, and he did very well. But it's worked out very well for Worcestershire here. And it's a nice stroke away through the offside. He's annoyed he hasn't got a 4. He's throwing his head back. So, yeah, the reason I like that SPL split is that people can immediately understand it because, you're an average sports fan. Oh, the Scottish Premier League, I get that. You'd even out a number of home and away games over time. You've 13 games. Obviously, you're playing 1 extra home game or 1 extra away game. But it actually fits the structure of the season quite well because the gap, the T20 would be in that gap between the group phase and the second round. So I like that one, but it got shown the door. And he doesn't really get hold of that, and lucky as Richards throws. And in the end, no harm done for Worcestershire, but he got away with that one just a little bit. A bit of a heave, which just fell short of Richards. But this is looking like 340, 350, 277 for 3 in 43 overs with Libby 57 and Brooks 47 from 21. A sensational innings. And 2 batters who like batting here are enjoying themselves again. $14 off that over, 10 off the 42nd, 12 off the 41st, 15 off the 40th, 15 off the 39th. So tells a bit of a story.
Around the wicket, that's cut away nicely by Libby. Could race away to the rope. No, really good piece of fielding out there in the deep. Just get back for a couple.
Yeah, so 66 off the last 5. I think the calculation there, and just shows you how they've accelerated.
Wesley round the wicket, and this time into the leg side by Libby. They're going to push for a couple again. Have to settle for a single.
And when you look at what Essex can do about this, the answer probably is not a lot because, of course, Jamie Porter not playing today, so less experience in the attack. But Bennett has 2 left, Snater 2, Richards 4, Noah Thaner's 4, Critchley 3, Tom Wesley bowling his 4th over. Luke Benkenstein has got 3 to go. So you would have thought Snater will bowl out.
This time into the offside, just for a single for Brooks, though.
His figures really stand up to scrutiny there, just going up 4 and over. I think we might see a bit more of Bennett continuing as well.
That one's launched into the leg side and over the head of the fielder there for 6. Libby following in Brooks' footsteps now, launching a big 6 down the ground, almost keeping Thane in play though, but he has to see it fly over his head and over the rope. Worcestershire 287 for 3.
So the thing I like about the SBL idea, I did one variation of it where you only play 8 of the 9 sides once, and I don't like that. I mean, you're going to delay the blast a little bit because it's going to be shortened, and you won't have the June rounds of championship games, so you've got the space to play the 9 games, and that's everybody having a week off. But it's fair in the sense that the sides you play twice are the sides around you, and I quite like that, rather than it being very arbitrary. But I think they've gone against that one. But I'm not sure there's any particular option which has got majority support at this stage. I think the one thing it does have a general consensus is the blast going to 12 games.
That one's into the leg side again. Yeah, I think the cash injection, or at least the promise of the cash injection, which will be coming from the 100, I think really will mean counties don't have to worry quite so much about
that
the
extra, the attendance. Yeah, I think the counties. I mean, Wednesdays work quite well in London, but basically Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday generally is lower attendances. I think even Taunton can't sell out. So I think we may move away from the back-to-back games. I think it's a good example. Essex were a good example. A brilliant win against Hampshire. But they travelled to Canterbury the same night to try and stay fresh for the game. But 2 games in 24 hours, they were very much second best.
That one's swept round the corner, going to race away for 4, and that is Brooks's 50, coming quick fire time. 23 balls it's taken him to get there. Absolutely fabulous since he's come in. Huge hitting, 5 4s, 4 6s. And it's his 3rd list day 50. Just putting Essex to the swords and really taking the game away from the hosts.
Yeah, which has been a bit of an inevitability about it, hasn't it? It's what Worcestershire would have wanted at the start. Yeah. And it's more or less gone exactly according to plan.
Yeah, nearing the 300 with that as well. Worcestershire.
They don't want any risks of this one finishing in a tie, put it that way.
And if it is, it will probably be one of the best games ever in one-day cup history. Benkenstein with his leg spin continues. Be bowling to Libby, just having a little chat with skipper Wesley.
Well pitched up from Benkenstein, just a single, which is a bit of a moral victory at the moment for Essex. But it's a long way back in this game from here now. Going to have to hope that they can produce a decent batting performance to at least, and they have batted pretty well so far. But generally speaking, the innings have tended to just fall away a little bit after getting into promising positions. It's nicely placed again. I mean, it's just absolutely excellent from Brooks. It's gone past his 50, and there's a threat of a few more here. It really is a dazzling innings from him. That one a little bit short, fairly easy one for him, but again, brilliantly played. That one skied in the air, and finally a difficult catch is taken. It's taken a while. There have been quite a few difficult chances that the Essex fielders have not been able to get to today, But finally, they've been able to hang on to one, and Brooks has gone for 56. But it's taken a while. But those near things have tended to just fall short of the fielders. And Benkenstein getting credit there for forcing the mistake.
Yeah, really good take. Running in there from short third man. Just looking to slash that one into the leg side again was Brooks, sorry.
Will that be any respite for Essex, I wonder? It's probably asking quite a lot. But at least I'd be rather pleased to see Brooks back in the pavilion.
Yeah, it was sub Gladwell as well. He took a really smart low catch.
I was
there.
looking to see who it was. Didn't recognise him. It is the sub fielder. Yeah.
He's probably got.
Well done to him. Yeah, I mean, that's a good sign. It's taken the sub to hold on to one, you could say, but basically most of these chances, there was one that looked easy, the Critchley one, but was, in the end maybe having a problem with seeing it in the light. But the other chances have been quite tricky, but that time able to hang on to it. Just looking for Worcestershire's highest List A score against Essex. It's 338 for 7 in 2021. That looks very vulnerable. That's in the Royal London Cup 2021. Worcestershire won by 182 runs. They'll be hoping for a similar margin today. Essex will have to do something about that. It's going to be runs down the leg side. Look for the umpire's signal there as to whether there was anything on that.
Good bit of fielding there, I think.
Yeah.
Das, perhaps that is, running around.
So Cullen has come in. Libby on 68. Yeah, it is quite wide outside the off stump, but not too wide to force the call. Not been too bad over this from Benkenstein. 1-4 wicket, 1 ... And that one driven on the bounce up to long off. So Essex will feel there's a little bit of respite in that over. But that 338 for 7 looks very vulnerable. Jack Haynes 153. Brett D'Oliveira missed out today 123. They put on 243 for the first wicket after they were put in July 2021. And Essex did not make too many in reply. Alistair Cook made 42 and Adam Wheater 77. But they fell an awful long way short. So just checking that that indeed is the highest score for Worcestershire in a List A game, and it's fairly against Essex. They're best against a county. I don't think even Essex pessimistic supporters will think they're going to reach 380 for 4, which they got at Worcester against Leicestershire in 2018. They did make 404 for 3 once against Devon, thanks to Graham Hick and Ian Botham back in 1987. That was a 60-over game, and that's the highest Worcestershire List A score. Back in the days, 1987, and that was when they were really emerging as the side that would have those championship triumphs at the back end of the 1980s. 299 for 4.
Just adjusting his field here. It's Critchley pulling everyone a little bit squarer. Sweet. He's offering up a kind of reverse scoop option here. So you've got to make sure he doesn't fire it through too quickly to Libby. Or catch an outside edge. 3 sweepers out on the leg sides. And that one slashed away to one of the sweepers out on the off. At deep cover, the other sweeper at long off. And that brings the 300 up for Worcestershire as well. Just 45.1 overs it's taken them to get there. They had a pretty slow start, taking 20 overs to get to the hundreds. Since then, though, it's been just freewheeling, 6 hitting, fun batting as much as anything else for Worcestershire. That one's again driven out to the man in front of the pavilion.
Yep, and a victory for Australia in the top end T20 game in Darwin. They beat South Africa by 17 runs, despite 71 for Ryan Rickleton. So Australia 1-0 up in that series.
Use of feet, down the ground, up in the air. Keeping the fielder in play and gone. Good take under eye ball there. Libby goes for 70. Critchley with the wicket. Sent high into the sky towards long off. And a really smart catch there.
I think it's Wesley right out there.
Yeah, the skipper on the ropes.
And he was showing one or two famous figures in a test match how to do it there with the test, the catch on the rope after Siraj's famous effort. Well, he ended up looking at the crowd rather sheepishly. Tom Wesley didn't have to worry about doing that. A little bit of a mini fight back from Essex, but the damage has been done here with 301 for 4 on the board and Libby still in. But it's been a little bit of a mini fight back.
Yeah, still got just over 4.5 over, sorry, to go.
In fact, Libby's gone now, hasn't he? So to correct that, yeah. So 2 relatively new batters at the crease. That's one good sign for Essex.
Yeah, Cullen and Rob Jones.
Yeah.
So as you say, yeah, with Brooks and Libby departing in consecutive overs, Essex maybe will have a hope of keeping Worcestershire under 320, 325.
That'll be a good fight back if they can do that. Worcester would be still eyeing 330 plus. That 338 might keep its place in the record books now.
Oh, sorry, Waite and Cullen are in. So that one's pushed out towards extra cover.
Just got a chance. I mean, there was danger of being completely swept out of the game, Essex, but good little mini fight back here. Libby 70 from 63 balls.
Looks to cut that one away. Scammer through for single. Bit of a mix-up. Could be on out. Yes! 2 in the over. Really good piece of fielding there in the covers.
Yeah, Das, and that was very well done. Very well done. It's come a bit late, but this is a good spirited fight back by Essex. Is it too late in the context of this game? They cannot afford Worcestershire to get too many more runs, but what they can do is carry momentum into their own innings.
Yeah, Matt Waite departs without scoring, run out. Really smart piece of fielding, as I say there, from Das. Just attacks it. Bit of a mix-up. It was a yes and no, a yes again, and then a no again finally. And Waite doesn't trouble the scorers.
Well, 2 wickets in the over, 1 a run out, 1 credited to the bowler. And suddenly a little bit of a different complexion on things. Ben Allison will get a bat against his old county. And, well, I don't think it's panic stations for Worcestershire. They got 300 on the board, but there was a prospect when Brooks was in that they were going to completely bat Essex out of the game. And Essex now, we mentioned that 338 record, it looked very vulnerable. It now looks, well, as though it might hang on to its place in the record books. And can Essex, by continuing to take wickets, just keep themselves in with a chance in the game?
I'm really confused where Rob Jones is. He's a top order batter generally. Yeah. Still hasn't been sent out yet. Allison instead. Dabs one towards fine leg.
Well, I'll tell you what, if there's a problem with him, it explains what happened with Kashif Ali, doesn't it? Because I can quite understand if Jones is not available for some reason, taken ill or whatever it might be, if he hasn't batted, then that would actually sort of explain a few things, wouldn't it? But yeah, he's still on the list, and he's in the 11. So yeah, slightly surprising. But that might start to help us see what happened with Kashif Ali and the need for him to stay out there.
Yeah, also Ali coming out at 3 as well. It was, which is he batted at 5 in their opening fixture.
Well, obviously he's in form, so that paid off quite nicely for them, didn't it?
And perhaps they're looking to use Rob Jones more as in the power play.
Yeah, 47th over. So Benkenstein, he's done a pretty good job. Just conceding a single. The 8 overs 2 for 62, but he's bowled some deliveries which have beaten the bat and has done a pretty tidy job. And he's possibility he might even bowl out here. 2 overs for Snater and 2 other overs to be bowled, you would have thought, including this one. Sun shining through strongly now, a little bit less cloud than there was. There's a bit of a miscue. A little bit of turn there for Benkenstein. That was a full shot. And at least Essex have got 2 new batters to bowl at now. Yeah, those wickets of Brooks and Libby, very important. That's not the best ball, but a very good shot. And it's bounced on the top of a Tom Pearce stand. And I think no great damage done for anybody, but that bounced on the metal railing of the Tom Pearce stand. And it's probably made its way in the rough direction of the river. We'll wait to see if it's retrievable. But it was unfortunately a bit of a rank full toss that from Benkenstein, and it was put away very well.
Yeah. I think Cullen came down a little bit down the pitch, but absolutely launched it. Yeah. I think it was probably a full toss either way, but made it a really nice hittable height.
So, is it in the river? Is it retrievable? Are we going to have to get a new ball? It bounced literally some metal railing on the Tom Pearce stand. And it bounced off that, and it may well have made its way to the river because Shane Snater's had to go down to get some new balls, and actually he could be the one that chooses it because he's the senior bowler bowling. Well, I'm sure he's going to bowl the 2 overs from the Graham Gooch end. So he's very much involved there. It may not make much difference at this stage, but that 6 from Cullen has helped the Worcestershire cause. Not that Essex were looking to completely fight back in the game, but at least they've disrupted the away side's momentum. That's a nice piece of bowling from Benkenstein, who saw Cullen coming and just fired it in his pads, and that was well done. Cullen thinking he might be able to get another ball lost in the river, who was very much made to have second thoughts. Bowling pretty well here, Benkenstein. He's going to need something special from someone with a bat. Probably a very big partnership, but they're just keeping themselves in with a lifeline. Worcestershire, though, will still have hopes of getting to 340, which would beat the record against Essex that we've been talking about.
Slightly half-hearted appeal that time.
But well, it's not a bad over at all. We had the 6, but we also had the 3 singles. And one would expect it to be Snater, but we shall see. 310 for 6. Allison, who hasn't had much of a strike, 1. And Cullen has 10. And there are 3 overs to go.
Nailed it there. It is Shane Snater back into the attack, as you called, Nick. He'll have 2 overs, this one and the last, and then the penultimate, possibly Benkenstein to continue. Bennett
I think Tom Wesley might well make the decision that he's bowling well enough to at least force batsman error. There might be the odd loose ball like the one that went for 6 there, but I wouldn't say that it would be a bad idea for Benkenstein to complete his set.
Use the feet again, slap down the ground. It's going to be 1 bounce and out to the fielder down there at long on.
I mean, Essex, I say, have just given themselves a lifeline. There's no question in my mind, if Brooks had batted through, Essex were out of the game. He was batting absolutely brilliantly. But they got him out. They got Libby out, who was sort of playing the anchor role. But what an innings from Brooks. 56 from 25 balls with 4 sixes and 6 fours. Absolutely brilliant.
Pulls that one aerially into the gap. They'll just get a couple. Good fielding. I think that's Benkenstein out there. Possibly at mid-wicket.
He's at deep square.
Deep
So
square.
more likely it might be Charlie Allison.
Charlie Allison, yeah.
Away him a distance there.
Fielding off his brother's batting. Just the one sweeper out on the offside. 4 out on the leg for Snater here. That one slapped hard down the ground again. Couple bounces out towards, I think that's Noah Thane.
Snater doing the job of stopping the fours, which, other than taking wickets, is the top priority. And it's just a question of whether they can. Well, I think if Essex keep Worcestershire below 330, they'll have done very well, given the position Worcestershire were in a few overs ago.
Scoop comes out, miscues it, hit in front, given! Another LBW, Shane Snater with it this time. Cullen goes for 11, full, straight, plumb, hit on the pad, and the umpire raises the finger.
Yeah, and it's taken a while for Shane Snater to get on the wickets column, but that one trapped his opposite number very effectively, and a fairly quick decision from the umpire. Might get a chance to have a look at the replay, just keeping an eye on it, but it looked a very good shout, and not too many doubts there. So we've got 14 balls to go, 314 for 7, and keeping the wicket column being ticked over on a regular basis is key here for Essex. It's just stalling the charge from Worcestershire, but what a damaging period that was from the injury to Kashif Ali, which after the quiet Wesley over, he suddenly really went on the attack, and he got out, and then Brooks came in and played an absolutely brilliant hand. And it was that little spurt of scoring. I think we said there were 66 in one 5-over spell, which has set Worcestershire up very well here. But Essex are doing their best to just keep themselves in with a chance, but they're going to need to bat extremely well and right down the list as well. But it's been a good fight back, and the wicket of Brooks was absolutely key.
Yeah,
It's 2:20. We're getting very close to the 2:30 cut-off time.
Driven out, set off for a single. Good running there for Singh to get off the mark. I reckon because of all the injuries, they've probably pushed it back. Just giving them a little bit of extra time. Kashif Ali taking a long time when he was hit
a fair
hard.
bit of spinners. So it's taken a while to bowl the overs, but we have had quite a few stoppages. You're quite right.
Snater, just one remains in his over here. Short, and Allison just sort of clips that one into the leg side, just takes the single, happy to pick up only one, ends the over. The wicket there for Snater, but it leaves Worcestershire Rapids 316 for 7 with 2 overs to go here in the first innings of the game here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground in Chelmsford. Worcestershire did win the toss, just as a reminder. They elected to bat in this Metrobank One Day Cup game, and they've, I think rightfully so, chose to bat. Bennett will come on to bowl the penultimate over here. He'll be left with 1 over remaining of his possible 10. This is his 9th.
So
Couple sweepers out
yeah,
on the leg
that's
side.
a fair, reasonable call. Bennett or Benkenstein were very reasonable calls there, you would have thought. good shot over the bowler's head. That's a very firm strike, well played. It was nicely done by Ben Allison.
Kind of flat batted drive, that
Yeah.
one. Slapped down the ground.
Yeah, the 191 for 2 after 36 overs. And it was 292 for 3 after 44. That's another good shot. He's playing pretty well here, just getting across his crease, and these are good runs for Worcestershire. Just taking the game a little bit further away from Essex, making their task that little bit harder. So 191 for 2 after 36, and 292 for 3 after 44. So basically 100 runs, 101 runs coming in 8 overs, and that's when the damage is really done. That's a long way outside the off stump. So at the moment, Bennett just struggling in his recall here. Probably quite a tight decision as to what to do with that final over from the Alistair Cook end. 2 for 71, Benkenstein off 9 overs. Benkenstein bowled probably better than that suggests. But Bennett might get the reward of a wicket here, and he does. He's just popped into full shot, and that'll be pleasing for him. He certainly deserved a wicket. It's in his 9th over, and finally grabs hold of one and got it with a little bit of an over-ambitious scoop there. It wasn't really quite there for the shot, and nicely judged catch. So a little cameo comes to an end, but at this stage, quite effective really. Scoring quickly, 13 from 8. And 325 for 7. So Worcestershire, don't think they're going to be bowled out here, but they are losing wickets belatedly. Just the 10 balls to go, but still on course for this total that's going to be near their record against Essex. It's really a question of whether they can overtake it, which is still possible. But it has been a dominant batting performance by the visitors here.
Still no Rob Jones. I reckon this could be the final wicket.
Yeah, so it's entirely possible because there's no particular reason for him to come out if he's injured. But it's quite. Where was the injury sustained, and or is it illness? Which is another
maybe
possibility.
something happening in the dressing room that we're unaware of.
But it does back up what happened with Kashif Ali, who I think, had Jones been available to bat, would have could well have just called it quits. And of course, with Brooks's innings, it would have been no great problem. So we've got Singh and Kuram together. Singh on strike.
Three sweepers.
Robin Das it was who took that last catch. Nice, comfortable one off the over-ambitious scoop shot from Ben Allison.
Just adjusting his field here, Bennett, bringing in long on, pushing back third man, but 2 sweepers out on the leg side, plus fine leg.
Yeah. Only the mid-on saving 1 on the leg side, so it needs to be outside off stump, and it's not a bad execution. He's got the cover there to save the 4 at third man, just the 2. So a nice comeback here from Bennett after a difficult start to the over against Allison. He's got his man out, and he's kept it pretty quiet with 1 ball to go. So he thoroughly deserves at least his 1 wicket. 1 for 16. He could have got a wicket, of course, right at the start of the innings. 1 for 69, 1 ball to go, and then it'll be Shane Snater to bowl the last over.
Coming round the wicket to Singh here, Bennett.
Just tucked down to third man. I guess a good comeback there from young Charlie Bennett. 1 for 70 and 9. So probably just a little bit more expensive than he was for the 2 away games, but Worcestershire have had the benefit of having very set batters, and they've just about made the most of it. So Worcestershire need to get 10 from this over to get their new record against Essex in list A cricket. Essex will be hoping just to keep them a little bit below that.
Yeah, Shane Snater to bowl the last over as expected. Going to have fine leg and third man inside the ring. A sweeper out at deep cover. Long on, long off. Deep mid wicket. And deep backward square leg as well. Full and slightly wider and just slap down the ground. Just for one. Singh gets off strike, brings Karam Shahzad onto face. That's Worcestershire's overseas player. Pakistani. Fast bowler.
Just finding out the crowd, just under 2,000. That was as of 1:20. Probably hasn't gone up too many since then, so just under 2,000 people in today.
Shorter, good slower ball I think there from Snater. Shahzad looking to pull that one into the leg sides. Dot ball though.
Well, this has been a pretty spirited fight back by Essex, who looked a bit down and out in this game at one point. It's still probably a big ask to get these runs, but it's a decent pick, decent wicket.
That's going to be a wide. Going to have to re-bowl that one is Shane Snater. Looking to go short again, getting it fraction wrong that time though. Be one for the over as well.
Yeah, Ethan Brooks out halfway through the 45th over when the score was on 297. So it's only gone up to 331.
Nearing on that. Was it 338? You said, Nick?
Yeah,
That's the records.
338. I think I'll double check that. This record is 338.
That one's up in the air. Should be settled under by the keeper and taken. Fernandez. Shane Snater picks up another.
Now, what do Worcestershire do? Not allowed to
Sings-
declare, of course.
Oh, they are sending someone out.
Yeah.
So that must be Rob Jones. It's confusing. He's coming out so low down the order. Maybe something happened inside the dressing room then. But
Nice.
yeah, Shahzad goes for one, looking to try and launch one down the ground. Instead, top edges it. And a good, simple take by Fernandez, the keeper, underneath it, giving Snater a second.
Well, not quite sure what the situation is with Rob Jones. It might be a bit under the weather, but he's coming out to face the last three balls. But yeah, spirited stuff from Essex here. 1.350 plus really did look like on the cards in that onslaught from Brooks, but the key was getting him out. That innings on its own, though, could make the difference between the two sides here.
Edge going to run away for four. Thick outside edge there.
Yeah.
Moves them on to 3-3-5 with 2 balls to go. Good delivery, angled in sharply by Snater. Jones just pushes his hands at it.
Didn't get much luck at the start, Shane Snater, and not much luck there. It was a good piece of bowling.
Two balls in Shane Snater's final over. Essex's final over as well. Slower ball, dropped into the offside. They get through for one. Rob Jones, slightly kind of, I guess, hesitant. He's slightly gingerly running down to the other end. So maybe a minor niggle.
Yeah. Parrish, I thought Worcestershire might have to dip into their second team for the next game.
couple middle order batters there going.
You know, they've got plenty of strength in depth at the moment.
Final ball of the innings here. Singh works that one to the leg side, could find the gap, and he does. Finishes the innings with a 4 and gives Worcestershire their highest list day total, moving up to 340 for 9.
Against Essex, yeah.
Yeah, against Essex, a fabulous innings from them all around. Runs all down the scorecard as they piled on, 340 in what was a hugely impressive knock from the visitors.
Yeah, it was on the cards really from the early stages. Once they survived those early reprieves, it turned out Essex did need to take one or two of those hard chances that they had, and obviously there was the one that fell at Critchley's feet, which was up in the air for a long time. So that's a very good score. The last time they got a score like this, the one the game we were talking about, they won very easily. Essex will have to hope that doesn't happen here. The only problem for Worcestershire is if there is an issue with Jones, we don't really know what that is, but certainly there is an issue with Cashy Valley, so they might be having to dip into their resources a little bit for their next game. But their chief priority would look to see this one out, which they should do. But is this a day when we're going to see a very special individual innings or partnership from Essex that will kickstart their campaign? Because they're going to need something special to win this game. It's an important one for them to win. They've just about given themselves a chance with the way they fought back. But Worcestershire very, very firm favourites.
Yeah, very much so. Half centuries from 4 of their top 5, Isaac Mohammed, Kashi Fali, Jake Libby and Ethan Brooks, all passing 50 in pretty emphatic fashion as well. Pick of the bowlers, Shane Snater took 2 for 50. Luke Benkenstein took 2 for as well. And just a reminder as well, we were joined earlier in the live stream by Gordon Nadini, the CMO of Ambassador Cruise Lines. And if you want to hear more about that, you can head back and listen. He kind of joined towards the back end of the power play. But just a quick reminder that they are running their Unsung Hero prize, where the winner will win a balcony cabin for 2 on the 7-night Scandinavian Springtime Delights Cruise on the 24th of April next year. And also their cricket team, whoever might be the unsung hero, can receive a training session here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground in Chelmsford with Chris Silverwood. You can also win a cruise by signing up for their mailing list. That will be the same Scandinavian cruise as well, but we'll keep reminding you throughout the rest of the day today. Until then, we're back in about half an hour, probably about 25 minutes now, for the second innings, where Essex need 341 to win.
Now, pitch side, we have 4 lucky contestants who have a chance to win a balcony cabin for 2 on the Scandinavian Springtime Delights cruise with our friends at Ambassador Cruise Line. It sets sail on the 24th of April next year, so you've got plenty of time to pack. Now, what they have to do, they've got 3 attempts each to throw a cricket ball into one of the holes on there. It should be easy, shouldn't it? If they get the ball through in any attempt, then they win that cruise. I'm going to ask Ben to step forward and actually show how it should be done. No pressure, Ben. Right, watch Ben. Well, at least he hit the board. All right, you get the idea. There's the holes here. There's 1, 2, 3, and they do go through. I promise you they do go through. We're not at the fairground now. Right, so let's invite number 1 up. Who's gonna step forward? Ah, good man. Right, your name, sir?
Matt.
Matt. Have you done anything like this before, Matt?
I played cricket.
Who did you play cricket for?
Great Bromley.
Great Bromley, okay, right. You've got 3 goes to win a cruise with Ambassador Cruise Line. There's your starting point. Ben's there to adjudicate. Ooh. I should watch out over the other side. This ball could be coming your way. There's 2. Last one. Come on, Matt. Unlucky, mate. Unlucky, mate. Right. Next up, you've seen how it could be done. Next up, sir. This is what you could have won. It's all there. Your name, sir?
Phil.
Phil, okay. Anything like this before? Darts? Anything like that?
No, I won an Ambassador cruise last year.
Did you?
So good, I've come back for another one.
He's got previous, ladies and gentlemen. This is obviously the favourite. Right, off you go, Phil. Right, first is measured. He's on his long run up. 1 bounce, okay. That's the radar shot. Right, now do it properly. Right, here we go, here we go. Ah, not to be this year, Phil. Never mind. 2 down, 2 to go. Who's number 3? Afternoon. Your name, sir?
Carl.
Carl, right, okay. How's your bowling action? How's your darts?
Shocking.
Good, it can only get better then. Here we go, a chance to win that cruise line ticket for next April. Off you go, Carl. That's the closest we've had. Go on. Make it count with the 3rd one. Unlucky not to be today. So we've left obviously the best till last. Your name, sir?
Roy.
Roy, okay, Roy. You've seen what they've done before. Have you picked up on technique or just...
Yes, I'm going to change the technique, actually.
You're going to change the technique. That's what we like. Individuals will. Right, come on then, Roy. Show us your technique. Oh, we're into ball. Go on, Roy. Oh, this one to count. Oh. Let's hear it for our 4 competitors. Well done. Great attempts from everyone. We'll be back again at the next Metro Bank One Day Cup match. Don't forget, go and see the Ambassador Cruise Line by the pavilion out the back there. Each game they're here to have a spin on their Wheel of Fortune. You could earn your spot on the pitch for your chance to win a cabin on the Scandinavian Springtime Delights cruise. Go and visit them for more chances to win other prizes too. Thanks, Ben. Thank you to our competitors. We look forward to seeing you at half-time next Friday.
It's a really, really exciting time for us. I mean, it's been the natural progression. I've been with Essex now 3 years. We started just as the cruise line partner, and then we became front of shirt on the 50 over, and now the natural evolution to take on the ground naming rights. It's just a natural fit, and we both want to grow, and we both want to become the best we can. There'll be benefits just for the members specifically, which will include some added value benefits over just a standard discount. There'll be a discount for the sort of wider Essex supporters, and then the naming rights that we've got at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground, we will be able to reach out to the hundreds of clubs in the East, and we'll be able to engage with them as well, not just to come on board and experience Ambassador, but hopefully to take more involvement and interest in Essex themselves.
What's been really exciting around this is how the partnership has developed with Ambassador over a number of years, from the work they've helped us in the community around inspiring young people, through to how they've helped us in terms of activating match days, to looking at how we can really make the Ambassador Cruise Line ground a real hub for the region.
To have people on board that can share the vision that we're trying to do as well is really important. It's bigger than just the sponsorship itself. Like everybody coming together as one behind one cause, I think it really helps, and I think it's really important to what we're trying to do.
It's really exciting with one of the only women's teams to play all of our games at our home ground, the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. It should hopefully create such a buzz. It's really exciting, and we're really looking forward to the opportunity.
I think it's fantastic news for not only Ambassador but for the club as well. It shows a great partnership between the two organisations, and hopefully we can thrive together and make a partnership even better one going forward.
The Ambassador Cruise Line ground will be the only ground professional Tier 1 team will play all its games at the main ground. But beyond that, it comes to the success we've had with the England women's teams, the fact that we're going to have international games of cricket, England A women's team and the England senior women's team playing, just shows the power and the opportunity linked into a region that's massive around women's sport.
Super important for us that this wasn't just about Essex and just the men's team. This has been a natural progression through the last 3-4 years for us. We championed and supported Essex in the bid for the women's professional cricket team. I'm really, really proud that they got it. Our front of shirt sponsorship will be on, and not just the men's team, but the women and the abilities team. But one of the key things that also is important in this is that we'll actually only play at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground, the only county that is actually going to have them in the home ground.
I think it's really important, because having a big brand to say that they support women's cricket, it's not just about that, it's women's sport in general. I don't understand why people wouldn't want to get involved in women's sport, and I think Ambassador are doing a really good job at showing how much they support us and are really striving to push women's sport and women's cricket forward. Now's probably a really important time because we've now got those role models coming forwards. I've played all my cricket in Essex growing up, and I think just great to see that girls now have the opportunity, whether that's at club cricket, whether that's through the county or whatever level it's at, people can now see it, and it's such an exciting time. I hope people can just go out and enjoy playing the game and can watch the game and see that they can do it as well.
We're working with Ambassador Cruise Line to recognise the unsung heroes at your cricket club. Those dedicated volunteers and staff who go above and beyond to make the game happen. To celebrate them, we're giving you the opportunity to win them a cruise with Ambassador Cruise Line. The winning club will also receive a coaching session from me here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground.
My unsung hero is Keith Young.
Derek Richardson.
Mark Rowe. Derek Harding.
Patrick Ward.
Lisa Turner and Dick Turner.
My grandpa, Malcolm Price.
Ryan, he is someone who, no matter how old or where he's at, or if he's got anything wrong, he'll still go out and put all the boundary flags out, setting up at the entire clubhouse. He's always very, very supportive.
Since I've been involved with this club as a professional, he's the dressing room attendant. He fills many roles. He always goes above and beyond.
He was the one who kind of helped me realise my love for the game and gave me all the right tips when I was a little 10, 11-year-old me trying to hold a cricket bat.
I remember a game when I was 14 years old, he was rolling towels onto the wicket to try and dry it so that we didn't get relegated. He was the first 11 captain when I was growing up, but he was more than that. He's the heart and soul of the club, does everything. Unsung's exactly the word I'd use to describe him.
The unsung heroes and the volunteers around club cricket are actually the heartbeat of what we're trying to do. They're the ones that are introducing young kids to the great game of cricket and hopefully bringing on the next generation of superstars that are going to represent England.
The volunteers, the people that quite often give up their time, a lot of organisations wouldn't be able to operate without those people. So there are a huge amount of unsung heroes that probably don't get the credit they deserve, and I think without those individuals, club cricket, village cricket, it wouldn't operate.
Volunteers are really important to cricket clubs, especially with someone like Keith, who created such a welcoming environment and fun environment for me to be in. That kind of creates the love for the game for a lot of people.
Nominate today.
Help us celebrate
the unsung heroes of cricket.
Welcome back to our coverage of this Metrobank Cup match between Essex and Worcestershire here at Chelmsford. And it's very much Worcestershire's game at the moment. It's a question of what Essex can do about it, because Worcestershire made 340 for 9. And there was some splendid contributions. 63 from Isaac Mohammed, the youngster. 80 from Kashif Ali. He got injured towards the end. 70 from Jake Libby. A brilliant 56 from 25 balls by Ethan Brooks. And for Essex, 2 wickets for Luke Benkenstein and 2 for Shane Snater. I'm Nick Gledhill, and with me to start the commentary is Toby Reynolds.
Yeah, Matthew Waite to take the new ball here. Bowling to Robin Das first up. Coming in from the Sir Alistair Cook end here. Short first up. Punched nicely off the back foot to get Essex underway with a single. Rotate the strike. Matt Critchley at the other end.
Final bowling figures. Bennett 1 for 70 in 9. Snater 2 for 50 in 10. Very good. Richards none for 45 in 6. A bit unlucky. And did trouble the batters on occasions, particularly, of course, Kashif Ali with his injury. Noah Fain 1 for 27 in 4. Did pretty well. Critchley 1 for 50 in 8. Likewise, Wesley reliable 1 for 22 in 4. And Benkenstein 2 for 71 in 9.
Oh, almost castling Critchley first up there, not far away at all from the off stump. He looked to try and whip that one away into the leg sides. Did Matt Critchley.
Well, Matt Critchley had a difficult day in the field to start with, and then bowled fairly tidily, but he'll be aware in this match situation the key thing is going to be how he bats. Again, he's opening the innings. It's an experiment that hasn't really paid off so far, and it would be ideal if today is the day from an Essex point of view.
Pushed into the offside, straight to the fielder in there at the covers.
I don't have to go back too far to seeing Matt Critchley in terrific championship form at Hove. So anything like that would really be ideal today, as Essex look to try and chase down what is a pretty daunting target against a strong Worcestershire side who have only lost really sort of one significant player to the 100, but might lose one stroke, certainly at least one potentially to injury in the next game.
Into the pads, and Critchley's off the mark there. Interestingly, there are 2 subfielders on for Worcestershire at the moment. Obviously, Kashi Fowler, we mentioned already, took a bit of a blow off Richards, sort of his back hip, I think it was. But also we saw Rob Jones coming in at number 11.
Yes, there was an issue there, so it could be 1 or 2 that they have to supplement.
Well, I can see that both Tom Hinley and Jack Home are both on the field already. Hinley in the covers and Home at mid-on. There's at least a couple fielders around. That one's just rock solid there from Das.
Good tight over this, just what Worcestershire would have been asking for. So, Matt Critchley, quiet start, 11 against Notts, a duck against Hampshire. And I say his last score of note was that one, brilliant, 123 at Hove on the 22nd of July, which I was fortunate enough to see. It was an outstanding innings. Great partnership with Jordan Cox, who sadly is not available for Essex in this competition.
Onto the back foot and again out towards Hinley in the covers to end the first over. 2 runs without loss here for Essex. Critchley and Das, 1 each.
Yeah, and Robin Das so far, actually a slightly different story. 46 against Notts, 50 against Hampshire, so he's done well. Yes, the only hope with getting Jordan Cox back in this competition is that the Oval Invincibles might be so invincible they don't need any of their players, and they can release Cox back.
Wishful
Because they're
thinking there,
just brushing everybody aside at the moment, so there's a bit of hope there. We can win the competition with 2 players, they might decide.
Well, just use the 2 Currans and only the 2 Currans, perhaps.
Well, yes, so they probably decided they think they could do it. I mean, they've got plenty of self-confidence and a lot of ability as well. I mean, Sam Cohen really has developed, hasn't he, in terms of his batting. And Tom Cohen, always a very feisty competitor. So, start of the second over, and that's a nice little stroke just off the back foot of Curran, and gets Critchley up and running. And it reminds me of the April Fool's joke right at the start of the season. Did he get that one? It was Tom Curran going on loan to Somerset for the first, I don't know how many championship matches of the season it was, and I was falling for it until I saw the bit saying Tom Abel had agreed to step aside to allow Curran a place in the side. And I, at that point, the penny dropped and I looked at the date. But it was a really good cricket April Fool, that. And Das repeats the shot that Critchley played. But Essex will need some early boundaries here. So today, so far, we've had Australia beating South Africa in the top end T20. Pakistan and West Indies in their T20 are underway. And we've also got, of course, the 100 continuing. And the Brave have already had a win. The Women's Southern Brave have got a victory in their game against Phoenix. So I think 4 games in total today in the 100. And of course other games going on in this competition. Derbyshire made 341 for 8 against Notts. That's a very good score. 80 to Ross Whiteley, who's travelled around the country a bit, Worcestershire, Hampshire. But 80 off 52 balls for Ross Whiteley. Again, nice angle bat from Robin Das. Quiet start. They could do with a couple of boundaries, but trying to lay some sort of platform here in this pursuit of 341. Leicester in this group made 285 for 7. That'll be a good game against Gloucestershire, who've won both their games so far. Peter Hanscom 107 from 125 balls. 61 to Ben Cox. And a couple of wickets for Zaman Akhtar, of course, on his way to Essex next year. Not quite time from Critchley, but he gets another single. Lords, it which is actually staging a Metrobank Cup match, which is rather nice. Not having to go out in the sticks for this one. Middlesex, they're playing at headquarters. Sussex made 255 for 9. That's in the other group, which we'll call the other group, Group B. 73 to Jack Carson from 58 balls. Slightly surprised he's not in the 100. It's pretty tight from Kuram Shazad. There were 5 singles and a dot ball there. Worcestershire will be happy to keep Essex to 7 without loss after 2. So with a target of 341, what we do know is that asking rate of 6.96 is only going to go up. And the way to keep it in check, of course, is to get a few boundaries early on if they can in the power play.
Yeah, it's an interesting one how Essex might go about this chase. We saw when Worcestershire were batting, they really didn't seem fussed at all about the run rate in the power play. 33 without loss they were after 10 overs here at Chelmsford. That one again opens the face up nicely, does Critchley.
I think it helps the fact, you know, they kept those wickets in hand and got 340. I think that would be a bit of a luxury for Essex to have as quiet a power play as that. It'll take something remarkable in the middle order if they do. You've got a feeling they've got to try and get ahead of the game if they can.
Yeah, I think wickets, though,
they have to be calculated.
I think you are right. With just the 2 fielders outside the ring, both behind square at the moment at third man and fine leg, this is the option, really, the opportunity that Essex have to attack as Das decides to defend.
Somerset and Lancashire. Somerset maximum points. Lancashire with just the 1 washout so far. So Somerset, this is at Taunton, 250 for 7. And let's have a look and see who was involved there. Archie Vaughan, 59. Lewis Goldworthy, 63. Added 124 for the 2nd wicket. And then one of the lesser lights, one of the new names, Finley Hill, 57 at a runner ball just towards the end.
Out towards a fielder at mid-wicket there, just off the inside half of the bat from Das. Fielded nicely there, Isaac Mohammed in at mid-wicket.
Lancashire 39 for 1 in reply there in the 8th over. And Warwickshire 291 for 8. That's in this group. 291 for 8. Northants 10 without loss in reply. 123 for Alex Davis and 50 for Kai Smith.
That was punched but straight to the fielder. A point there, D'Oliveira.
So a couple of interesting games there to keep an eye on as we go through the afternoon. And here it's going to take something very special from Essex. But if they were to achieve a victory here, my word, it would be a launch pad for their challenge in this competition. Sometimes it takes a quite extraordinary win to really get you going.
Oh, that's the first boundary of the day. Oh, maybe not quite. Yes, just about beats the fielder. Slowed down as it went away across the square down towards point. And Robin Das there, just onto the front foot, drives that one gorgeously through the covers.
Walking around the ground in the interval, the all too short interval it felt. Yeah, good numbers in. It's around about 2,000, but very busy around the ground. And a good turnout here for this one-day cup match. Obviously, star names missing on the Essex side. Not too many on the Worcestershire side. But good numbers in, enjoying the game.
Shorter again and again through the covers. It's going to run away across the square. Not quite going to have the legs on it. No, collected just before the rope there by Tom Hinley. But they get back for 3.
Well, Robin Das is sort of the way he's started here. He's just showing a bit more fluency than Critchley. And he is batting like someone who's just got a couple of scores behind him, which indeed, as we mentioned earlier, is the case. Now, can he convert the 46 and the 50 that he's already got into something a little bit more meaningful? Didn't have too many outings in the T20. He did play in the victory at the Oval. Didn't make too much of a contribution, and also played at Taunton in a very, very big defeat a couple of days later. But might see a bit more of him in the Blast next year, and even possibly in the Championship towards the end of this season, or indeed next year. So mainly been playing his second team cricket, but looking to have a good run with the first team in this one-day cup. Squeezing that one out. It was a useful piece of bowling. Was trying to play it down the ground, but had to in the end be content with it just going up towards cover. Not blazing hot, but still pretty warm. There's less cloud cover than there was. It's more sort of small areas of cotton wool cloud. The sun is at the moment just slightly stuck behind one of those areas, so it's fleetingly going in and out. And Essex needing 341, 15 without loss in the fourth. And Kuram actually bowling a very tight line here. He's not giving much away. Following an ideal spell at the top of the innings here for Worcestershire.
Yeah, still got a couple slips in place as well. So he's happy to keep attacking him. And with the big total required for Essex, I think they can afford to be very aggressive here with their fields, with their bowling. Doesn't matter so much if a few runs fly away. That was down the leg sides, wide.
Yeah, it's the first loose one that he's bowled. It was quite a wide down the leg side. So yeah, it's very much a batter's game, the one against Notts. So not too many spectacular bowling performances in that one. Shazad took number 62, but yeah, it was very much a batter's day. Number 62 in 10 overs. It was Ethan Brooks took 3 for 51. That might be a bit of a warning, given he likes this ground. It's just deflected away by Das with soft hands, and third man clearly hasn't stopped it because of the reaction of the crowd, and that's a valuable boundary from Essex, and they could do with a few of those early on. Just a neat piece of work from Das, just getting it past second slip, keeping it low to ground, and too fine for third man to stop. So 20 for no wicket.
Yeah, if only they had a third slip in. You know, it's prime time in one-day cricket nowadays, you know.
Yeah.
It seems slightly weird. They've got 2 in almost, but the ball is nipping around a little bit, and he did find the outside edge there.
And again, good. Apart from that leg side wide, a good consistent line here from Kuram. Just restricting scoring opportunities down the ground. And Worcestershire will be pretty confident of defending this. A record List A score against Essex. And when they did set that a few years ago, in 2021, they won by a huge margin. 2 slips very close to each other. That's another leg side wide. So Essex will be grateful for what is otherwise a tight bowling from Kuram, that he's giving away the few extra runs here with wides.
Yeah, you mentioned the slips were close together. They've moved about a yard to the right, away from the keeper as well, just ahead of that last delivery, as directed by Shazad. So maybe there's some sort of ploy. He thinks he's only going to get some thick edges.
Oh, that is past first slip. There's a bit of luck for Essex there, because that's a genuine edge. It's sped past Brooks. It was going very quickly, and didn't really have time to adjust. I was trying to flick it away into the onside, but it's come very sharply off the edge. A little bit of luck there, but Dassa started well, 18 from 17. It's worth having a look at that on the replay. Yeah, in fact, actually, it was Yeah, just flown away. He was actually hitting it more towards the offside than the leg side, but got a strong edge to it, but it moved very quickly and just round about head height. So a slight escape there, perhaps.
That's driven into the covers, just punched for a single. Matt Critchley. Yeah, Das racing towards the 20s now. It probably would have been too high, even if he was that little bit finer, as he had been in the previous over. Ethan Brooks in the slips. But Shazad had just guided them at a fraction wider. I think they are a little bit finer for weight here.
Yes.
But there's still a bit of a gap between keeper and first. So that one's sent out into the leg side.
Worcestershire keeping a pretty tight rein on things, 26 without loss in the fifth. But obviously Essex getting a good start with doubts about Nick Brown potentially, because he had sustained an injury, had to go off.
So that one's guided, but just in the bounce, on the bounce into the hands of D'Oliveira at point. Yeah, no Nick Brown will be interesting to see.
See if we get any
as and when he might come out to have a back.
Keep my phone on in case we get any update on that. But Nick just seemed to have a bit of a trip over one of the wickets. I've just done a bit of damage.
That one's tickled away fine. Runs away for 4. Down through fine leg towards the Graham Gooch end. Das helping himself to a ball that just strays too straight onto his pads from Matt Waite.
Yeah, that's a bit of a gift which Das has not missed out on. And he started well again, 22 from 20.
Yeah, he's going along nicely here, Das. He always looks to be positive generally. He's solid there. Just holding his pose on the front foot.
It might be one of those situations for Essex, if they were to get close, they're going to need one major innings with others batting round that batter. So have they got someone that could make, say, 140, 150? It might be the sort of situation that demands that.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. Isaac Mohammed, who opened the batting, made 63 from 75.
Yeah, a lot of similar scores, weren't they? For
that was the slowest of the 450s that they scored.
Yeah.
That one's through the leg side, whipped away nicely there. Runs away down towards the short boundary on the leg side and picks up 4 with it, does Das. Waite strayed too straight a few times in that over. And Das cashed in.
Well, Das is batting with a lot of authority here. First couple of overs were very quiet, but he's managed to get onto anything that's a bit loose, and he's looked very good for this 26 from 22. So the key thing for him to do today is not to get out around about the 50 mark as he's done up to now. Yes, on paper it looks quite good in the books to get if he did get another 50. But if he got out straight afterwards, obviously it probably wouldn't be enough in terms of what the team need today. So could he be the one to play a really major hand here? It's another wide from Shazad, but again that'll help the Essex cause. The only thing that Shazad's really doing wrong actually at the moment is these wides. The rest of what he's bowling has been very impressive and very consistent. 6 test matches in his career, in which he's taken 20 wickets.
Yeah, not bad for Worcestershire to have an overseas pro like him.
That's a very nice shot from Critchley. It's the best he's played so far. And that's good news because Critchley made a quiet start in this competition. That was much more authoritative. Nice,
Yeah, nice.
nice force through the offside.
Just opened the face a fraction and just leant on it, punched it through the offside with ease.
It's a long way to go, but 39 for no wicket early in the 6th over. It's not a bad pitch. I think it's going to take a major innings, which is the one thing that Worcestershire did not provide. Lots and lots of very good individual knocks. Can we see something special from one of the Essex top order? And of course, part of the thinking of Critchley coming up the order is that he's got the capability of doing that, and therefore he's got more time to bat if he gets in. That's a good delivery, though. And I say Shazad has bowled pretty well, take out the wides. It's been a very consistent performance so far, and that was a useful one, which just beat the right-hander outside the off stump.
Yeah, nipping away a fraction there from Critchley, who again looked to try and work it into the offside. Yeah, in their innings, Mohammed saying 63 from 75, but Kashi Fowley, Jake Libby and Ethan Brooks all made 50s that are better than a run a ball. Brooks at better than two a ball. Here's 56.
Trying that back foot force again through the offside, but this time straight to backward point. Worcestershire still keeping the 2 slips in.
Yeah, I think that's probably the right decision. Yeah. They've got, as we were saying, 300. Well, now
yeah,
300 to 302 to chase still. 303. Sorry, 302 required. So they might as well. We've seen a few flashes already. One past second slip, another one over the top of Brooks in there at first slip.
And that one does get through the infield. That's a nice stroke from Matt Critchley. Been successful twice in this over. That force through the offside. And what he did there was just adjust it a little bit because he found the fielder with the previous shot, but he hit that very crisply with excellent timing. And there was no way that third man running around could stop that.
Yeah,
good attempt, but it was very, very well timed.
Slightly uppish, but I think it was mainly under control there from Critchley.
43 without loss in the 6th, 341 the target. That's a good shot. And Kuram Shazad, just for the first time, just starting to vary his length a little bit and line. And that one was one of the worst balls he's bowled. It was pretty much half volley on leg stump and clipped away very easily by Critchley. So that's a good over for Essex. And they probably couldn't have wished for much more than 47 off 6. The asking rate is 6.68. Now, it's going to be difficult to keep it there, particularly after the power play ends, but one little objective they will have is to not let it get too much above 8s if they can. But very, very good start for Essex, and who knows, we might still have a good game on our hands here.
Yeah, flying ahead of where Worcestershire were at the same stage. Driven firmly, but second slip has come out and
Yeah,
has
I
gone in
thought-
catching extra cover.
I think after that last over, it's just tighten the infield a little bit. Not a lot of movement there. It's not as though we've seen a lot of instances of ball beating bat. In fact, Essex got a bit more movement, I thought, early in their innings.
Yeah, there was
In their
a fair
bowling
few
innings,
times
anyway.
I feel like Bennett beat the outside edge of Mohammed a few times, flashing
he did.
a wide one. So that one's picked up and dispatched over the leg side. Going to be a couple bounces and away to the rope.
Yeah, good
Robin
stuff.
Das brings up Essex's 50 with a glorious flick into the leg side.
Good stuff from Robin Das. I say he's in form. And the key thing here, don't just end up getting something like 56 and getting out. Can he go on and produce something major. Hasn't got to the 50 yet, mind you, but he's playing well enough to suggest that he's well on course.
It's driven down the grounds, but only into the hands of mid-off Jake Libby, the skipper.
Not taking too many risks and playing some very good shots. Robin Das now 23 from Brentwood School, and still only played the 9 first-class games, so we're looking if he can increase his contribution in the first-class arena.
Oh, great fielding at backward point there from De Oliveira. Punched one bounce into the hands as he went charging to his left.
He did play in the slightly ill-fated Essex game at Worcester in mid-May, which was effectively settled on day one when Worcestershire got far too many runs. So if we're looking for another opportunity fairly soon.
That's sent airily over the offside this time. Doesn't fully get a hold of it. It's going to plug in the outfield, but they'll come back for 2. Das continues his aggression as he goes into the 30s. It's a nice shot. Nice looking shot, but didn't really time that one, and he's got to be a little bit careful as he's casting a few around the park today. Waiters taking a bit of a battering so far. Oh, almost has a comeback there though, as Das kind of chops down on that one to keep it out of the stumps.
He did get 100 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge last year, an even unbeaten 100. So he's got to 3 figures in this competition before. I think it's going to need a centurion for Essex today, which is the one thing that Worcestershire were not able to provide, despite the very good contributions down the list, starting really with Isaac Mohammed. Really, it's a brilliant performance from the youngster, fully justifying the investment that Worcestershire have made in him. 53 without loss after 7. The target 341. Asking rate 6.7. Just the one slip in. Critchley with a pull shot over mid-wicket. Might not have got all of it, but got more than enough. And just of late, Khurram Shahzad has just lost his length at times and occasionally his line after a very consistent start. Gone for quite a few boundaries of late.
Yeah, I think that's his 5th boundary he's conceded now. Shahzad just being dispatched all around. No, a 6th boundary.
Yeah,
that is, from Shahzad. 3 in the last over, I think it was.
He'll see Ben Allison soon against his old side. Better ball from Khurram. Mid-on, 1 of 5 saving 1 and a slip.
Do have quite a few bowling options today if need be. Worcestershire, you already mentioned Ben Allison there. Better Singh as well, slow left armour.
In fact, just to fielder coming from just out of my vision there, we've got 4 saving 1 on the offside, but we do have mid-off a shortish extra cover and a very square cover right on the edge of the circle and a backward point, and then a mid-wicket and a mid-on. And Critchley forcing that one down the ground. A sharp single. He's grounding his bat as he completes the run, which he didn't do at Hove, and gets through okay with a pretty good risk calculation single. That fielder had quite a lot to do, and Critchley set off very quickly. 58 for no wicket.
Yeah, he called it through really early there, did Critchley, I think. Hit it hard to the left of the fielder in there at mid-on, and reasonably comfortable single. He did have to get skates on, but I think was never quite in doubt.
So a slip, 6 saving 1. And we've got a fine leg on the boundary, looking for the other boundary fielder down at third man, we think. Yep. That one just played out into the offside. So a good start for Essex, which was absolutely essential. They've been getting boundaries as well, which was equally essential. Had to make use of the power play. They've done that. 58 for no wicket in the 8th. Worcestershire showed the value of keeping wickets in hand. 341 is still a long way away. But these two and their new opening partnership just settling in quite nicely here. Das led the way early on, and Critchley's just been getting into his stride of late.
Yeah, sort of almost competing against each other at this rate with the number of boundaries they've been striking.
Well, Essex will be quite happy, the supporters here, if they continue to compete against each other as long as there are no losers. As I say, I think it needs a major innings, doesn't it, to get to 341.
Yeah, I think...
Do the one thing that the opposition didn't do and have somebody with 3 figures. But 58 for no wicket.
Yeah, it's interesting you do mention that, because they kind of just sort of all kept chipping in pretty consistently, those 4 half-centurions in the top 5. But actually, you saw towards the back end, when they lost 5 wickets in the final 5 overs, was pretty much because they were just trying to keep going and keep exploding and keeping the rate up that the top order had managed to set. And they did tail off a fraction, as you might expect. But I think if, as you suggested, if like Libby or someone had managed to bat through, they could have really pushed on for a better score. And a big swing there, a bit of an appeal from slip, but Matt Critchley getting themselves in all sorts of a tangle there, coming charging down the pitch. It was dug in short and was almost had both feet in the air as he looked to try and hoik that one into the leg side.
Yeah, a bit more of a T20 shot than a 50 over shot, that one. Would have been annoyed if he got out to that.
It was just too wide outside off, really, to try and work into the leg side. And he sort of almost tried to throw himself at the ball to try and get it into the leg side.
Looking very determined now, Matt Critchley, after that very hard chance he had in the field right at the start of the game, when Isaac Mohammed was on strike, and then the one that looked fairly easy, which in the end fell at his feet in Jamal Richards' first over. And the one thing he can do here is to really put things right with a good score.
It's nicely guided down to third man from Critchley. A much more orthodox shot following the spectacle that was the ball before.
I reckon if you're a fairly senior player as he is, you know that you want to back up the young bowlers, and they would have been disappointed, particularly with the second drop. The first one was very difficult, but he's come back in the game pretty well with his bowling, and now in his strongest suit he's started well.
Yeah, very much one of the most experienced heads in here. Only Tom Wesley has more list day appearances.
He's got
than
millions.
Matt Critchley. Yeah, 122 yeah. For Wesley, 48. This is Critchley's 49th.
Yeah, Tom Wesley, very, very experienced.
Yeah, has, I think, more list day hundreds than everyone else in the match combined.
Yeah, it's quite likely.
Yes, he does. There's 6 between the other 21 players. Tom Wesley has 7 list day hundreds. High score of 134. He'll be coming in next whenever this partnership might be broken. Matt Waite charges in and hits Das high on the pads. No appeal. Probably tailing down perhaps as well. Das looking to send another one out into the leg side. There is a sweeper at deep square leg. No one in there at mid-wicket, and then a regulation mid-on just inside the ring. Only other sweeper at third man. So if he does want to hoik one into the leg side, there is a big pocket and a big gap tempting him, but he's got to make sure he gets it far enough in front of square and over the head of that mid-on fielder. That time he works it into the offside. D'Oliveira again at point fielding very tidily.
Good over this from Waite.
Yeah, he's kind of clawing himself back into it. Just the one run so far, having conceded 25 from his first 4 overs. Yeah, other batters to come. Charlie Allison, Luke Benkenstein and Noah Thane, 3 20-year-olds in at 4, 5 and 6. And then Nick Brown, who was hobbling around earlier, carded at number 7. And that one is launched over the leg side. High into the sky. And all the way for 6. Huge hit there from Robin Das. Just rocking back, pulling that one into a vacant mid-wicket region. Into the crowd. And Essex on to 65 with that shot after 9 overs.
A good way of turning an over round, which had been Waite's over, and it was very much evened out by that stroke from Robin Das. Didn't appear to be a lot of power in it, but it was, I think it was mainly timing, wasn't it? It was very, very well timed, enough to carry to the boundary. So you see, he made a good start. 46 against Notts, 50 against Hampshire. But
yeah,
this is another good start for him.
Similar stage. It took Worcestershire 15 overs. It was the 16th over. They finally reached 65 runs, where Essex are now.
Well, Essex bowled really well early on. They really did. There's a bit of movement there for Shazad.
Yeah, cut Critchley in half there, angling back in, nip back as well.
Almost out of nowhere, I was saying there hadn't been much movement for the Worcestershire seamers, which I think was fairly true, but that one certainly cut back after going past Critchley.
Yeah, he's got to be a little bit careful here, Critchley. He's 24 off 20 right now.
Plenty of space for him on the onside. Still got his 4-2 split plus a slip. And he's found that space. The gap is at mid-wicket. Gets a single. Nicely played. Mid-on and short fine, the 2 fielders on the leg side. And he hit it right into where the gap was.
Yeah, it's interesting as well with the dimensions of the pitch here at Chelmsford today. With one very short boundary down towards the pavilion. That's the offside from this end, the Graham Gooch end, and a long boundary over towards what is the current leg side, down towards the Felsted school stands. So the field is not even quite on the rope at deep square leg out there.
And Das does likewise. So mid-on and short fine leg means you've got a lot of space, square of the wicket and just in front of square on the onside. And Das, like Critchley, keeps the scoreboard rotating with a little push into the onside.
Yeah, good there from Das. I think, just as I was going to say, the field is not quite out on the rope at deep square leg. So actually, by taking on a hook shot like that, an unnecessary one, you do risk the top edge. We saw a few top edges, leading edges found earlier in the game when Essex were early into their bowling innings. So it was smart there to try and keep that one down.
Yeah, and
I think a thick edge, perhaps, the only thing saving Critchley there. It looked reasonably tight for an LBW, but there are definitely a couple noises and a pretty woody one echoing around the ground here. Just a reminder as well, we were joined earlier in the stream by Gordon Nadini, the CMO of Ambassador Cruise Line, one of the lead sponsors here at Essex, and the ground sponsor as well in Chelmsford.
Here's Shazad again, and it's a good shot from Critchley, getting it away. A bit more power this time, but out to the boundary rider at deep mid-wicket. And dealing mainly in singles in this over, a couple of drop balls, but Essex can afford a quiet over as we end the power play here, because they've got 68 in it. And as the field is set back, there'll be plenty of space to push the ball around. The asking rate's still okay, 6.8 with all wickets in hand. Bit of a doubt about Nick Brown. So if we get any news on that, we'll let you know. Yeah, it's a good bounce of that to end the 10th over from Kuram Shazad, but Das survives. He's very Very well set. 39 from 37. Critchley has 26 from 23. So the two batters going at a very similar rate. 68 without loss. Well ahead of Worcester at this point.
Yeah, very, very much so. Yeah, as I was saying, Gordon Nadini joined us earlier from Ambassador Cruise Line, and he was telling us some exciting news about their award, the Unsung Hero, which will be a prize for anyone who goes above and beyond at one of the local Essex cricket clubs. So if you have any nominations, any ground staff, any coaches, tea ladies, anyone really who might go above and beyond at your local cricket club, you can go and nominate them at www.ambassadorcruiseline.com/competitions/unsung-hero-award, and the winner of that will win a 7-night balcony cabin for 2 at the Scandinavian Springtime Delights Cruise next April, and also the cricket club where the nominated winner comes from wins a training session here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground with Chris Silverwood. So that one's driven nicely out towards the covers. The deadline for that is the 31st of August. Nominations will be shortlisted, and then the winners selected by a panel made up of Essex players, staff and Ambassador staff members as well. You can also get 10% discount to the Caribbean with a cruise that starts in just a few days' time on the 12th of August, runs for 14 days with the code EC10. Guided nicely but straight to D'Oliveira Point. And also you can win a cruise just by scanning the QR code to enter, which will be posted up on the live stream throughout today. Yeah, similarly the prize for that is a 7-night Scandinavian Springtime Delights Cruise on the 24th of April 2026. Deadline also the 31st of August for that. So that one is pulled away into the leg side, but there is a fielder lurking at deep backward square. And yeah, so all you have to do is opt in to the Ambassador mailing list for that one, and you can possibly win a very nice 7-night cruise through the Scandinavian over to Scandinavia. We have a change of bowling here. Ethan Brooks has been bowling, and that one's just dabbed down the ground. A tidy first few balls, a couple runs from them. Essex onto 70 without loss as the power players, or into power play 2 now. 4 fielders outside the ring.
Yeah, starting well here, Brooks. I imagine we'll see Ben Allison fairly soon as well.
Again, just defended by Critchley. 27 off 26 now. Das 40 off 39 at the other end. As yeah, Brooks has replaced Matt Waite from the Sir Alistair Cook end here. That one just tickled into the leg side for 1 to end the 11th over. 71 without loss.
So far today, we've got Australia beating South Africa in the top end T20 match at Darwin. That's going to be a T20 and ODI series. They won that by 17 runs, and Pakistan are 60 for 2 in the 16th over in Tarouba against the West Indies. In the 100, we've already got a win for Southern Brave Women over Birmingham Phoenix Women. A couple of games going on at the moment, one in the women's competition, one in the men's competition. And of course we've got our games going on in the Metrobank One Day Cup as well, we're keeping an eye on. And they've all moved into the second innings. So the aforementioned Ben Allison bowls Matt Critchley. What a comeback! Again to his old ground. Goodness me, one of the reasons he probably left Essex was because he wasn't taking enough wickets. And there he comes in at 71 for no wicket, and he effectively gets Critchley to York himself, because he went down to try and flick that away through mid-on. It may have been a bit of pad on it, but it has gone straight onto the stump. So I think leg stump, just waiting for our replays has gone down on that one. We just missed it, but it was a very good piece of bowling from Allison. I think Critchley might have Yorked himself though, It's just the irony, isn't it? So he's done well at Worcestershire, and I say one of the reasons he probably left Essex was to try and prosper elsewhere was because tidy bowler as he was, he probably wasn't taking quite enough wickets. He gets one with his very first ball on his return this afternoon.
Yeah, Critchley departs 28 off 27, 28 off 28, sorry. He made 4 fours along the way. It was high scorer of the season in the One Day Cup as well. Hasn't had the most fluent of starts at the top, but did impress today at least. And skipper Tom Westley comes out now to join Robin Das at the crease and try and continue from a good platform that he's been given so far by that opening duo who added 71 before, as you say, Allison dismissed Critchley.
Well, Westley has been in pretty good touch, really across formats in recent times. Didn't come into the T20 side. I thought he actually might do at one point, but he's been on a pretty strong run in recent times, and he'll know the importance of his contribution today up against an old teammate. Yeah, just worth looking at his recent scores across the 50 overs in the championship, because they're really very impressive. I guess the run sort of starting with his second innings 50 at the Oval in that late May championship game before the blast, and then continuing with 130 not out here against Chelmsford in the championship, against Hampshire in the championship. Gets off the mark at the first time of asking. So he got 130 not out against Hampshire, then 107 in the first innings at York, and then 26 at Hove. There's a support act there really, because obviously it was Critchley and Das who did most of the damage there. And then 148 and 51 not out, albeit on a very flat pitch with a kookaburra ball, but you still got to get the runs against Warwickshire here at Chelmsford, and 43 against Notts in this competition, and 61 against Hampshire. That is a fine body of work at this present time, and he'll be looking to try and continue that. So he feels it's quite an important partnership. Das very much has got himself in. He's got to 40 for the third time in a row. And Westley, like Das, with runs behind his name in this competition. But really, it's been a splendid run of form from Tom Westley. Certainly since that batch of championship games that started halfway through the blast. Ben Allison has begun well here and given Worcestershire the breakthrough. The asking rate's just gone above 7s. And Worcestershire, having taken the wicket, will be just looking to squeeze a little bit if they can. Westley won't be too worried about a rate of 7 and over at this point.
I think he should, as you mentioned, he won't be worried, and he shouldn't be worried with Das at the other end.
No,
who's batting
Das I
nicely.
think is really quite important here. He's playing very well. That's an interesting shot. It's the pull drive. You see it every now and again in the limited overs competition. Sometimes intended, sometimes not. I'm not sure that was intended.
No, I
it
think
was a pull shot. They just went straight back down the pitch, beat the bowler and went away for a run.
Yeah, I think perhaps just a fraction slow through
Yeah.
that one and ended up, as you say, hitting it back past the bowler.
Sometimes you see the good old forearm smash, the belted back past the bowler.
Baseball kind of
Yeah.
style.
So that was, I think, a bit more by luck than judgment, but got him a run.
Westley facing up now.
It really has been a fine run from Tom Westley. And that is a shot of a man in form. Lovely 4 away through the covers. And Tom Westley speaking in the week about the lack of player resource for Essex, and of course it's slightly threatened again with the injury to Nick Brown. So a testing time, but a real time to lead from the front, and there's no question that he's been doing that with great effect in the last 6 weeks or so. 77 for 1 from 12, Das 41 and Westley 5.
Yeah, a lovely start there to Tom Westley. As you say, he's coming off the back of a few good scores, and alongside Das, look to try and build up a big partnership. Try and keep Essex in this game. Brook in again now and defended by Das. Yeah, his 123rd list day appearance, Tom Wesley here. He's got a pretty good record, 732 50s. Impressively along the way as well. And of course, featured for England for 5 tests a few years ago as well. So that one is sent high into the sky, could be second tier. I think it is, and over the top of the second tier, one bounce. Huge 6 there from Robin Das. And another one into the river. We've had a few today. That one, I think the biggest of the lot, landing 4 or 5 rows back of the Tom Pearce stand to our right, and then flying over the top. And I think we'll need a change of ball here.
Another very good shot from Robin Das. This is a fine innings so far, but as I say, I just mentioned a couple of times, if he does get these extra 3 runs for 50 and then get out soon afterwards, it's probably not enough in terms of what's required here. It needs a major innings from, well, ideally one of these two, really, because they're both in good form. The next stage, of course, is to get to the 50. He's at the moment between the 2 scores that he's got so far in the competition, the 46 and the 50. But he's got himself another start and is looking in very good order.
Yeah, new balls brought out there by Adam Finch, one of the many subfielders that Worcestershire are having to use today after both Rob Jones, well, we assume Rob Jones' injury, but also Kashif Ali hit quite hard by Richards. That one again turned into the leg side for a leisurely single. Smart batting by Das. He's on to 48 now. 12 and a half overs him. Just 45 balls he's been facing so far, and impressively so. He did make 63 against Worcestershire in the last game they played a couple of years ago. Defended by Wesley. Yeah, 63 from 64 back in 2022, a game that Worcestershire won by 7 wickets. Das made 63 to help Essex up to 279, but Taylor scored 97 to make it a pretty easy chase in the end for Worcestershire. That one's flicked into the leg side. Racing away along the quick outfield, but some good fielding out on the boundary down there means they come back for a couple.
Yeah, it needed to be good as well, because that was a sumptuous piece of timing. It really was. Lovely shot.
Yeah, didn't try and overhit it.
Very well placed, yes.
Just raced away along what has been a very quick outfield here all season at Chelmsford. It's been a hot summer and been rock solid, particularly with the short boundary out to what is the leg side right now. Tom Hindley, that is, sweeping on the rope. Wesley punches down the ground, but straight to Adam Finch.
Yeah, outfield a bit patchy in places at this Alistair Cook end, but it's been very dry, as you say. I must admit, I was impressed by the Hove outfield. You were there only recently, weren't you?
I was Arundel yesterday, actually.
Oh,
yeah, by the castle grounds.
That was very impressive. It was so impressive. The Seagulls enjoyed it, and a quite extraordinary sight of the 200 Seagulls, roughly, at the end of day 2. And I said, does this happen every day? And he said, my colleague said, no, it was quite unusual, but they were holding up play. Quite an extraordinary sight. Well, it's just mistimed that one a little bit. Dashed straight to the fielder, looking for a couple of yards either side, and that would have got him his 50. Just playing, he wanted to hit it a bit squarer. He's played the shot again. If you've just got a mid-on there, you want to try and hit it just a few yards either side. A mid-on and a mid-wicket. There's a mid-off, there's a cover and a backward point. So that leaves them with 4 on the boundary. Deep square and fine leg. There'll be a third man in the deep cover. There's Das treating that ball on its merits. It was a good one from Allison, and duly treated with respect. This competition's starting to take shape. We're in the third round of games for some sides. Some have only played once, like Worcestershire. Wide, but unlucky, because I think that's an intelligent piece of bowling, looking to see if Das will be tempted into the hook shot with 2 men deep on the boundary. But Allison just a little bit too far out of the batter's reach to get away with that one.
Yeah, it's just as you say, dug that one a fraction too short and almost lobbing Cullen with the gloves on as well. He had to jump up to grab that.
It's 49 for Das now with that single.
Yeah, just drop and run there. As he ends up down the other end, Wesley to face up. A slight misfield in the covers allowed him through for that one.
So many international players in this competition. I mean, 2 batting for Gloucestershire right at this moment at Bristol against Leicestershire. Both have had rather unfulfilled international careers. Cameron Bancroft batting with James Bracey, who had a very brief England career, but he's going well today, 42 from 50. And Gloucestershire, who won the first 2 games, 55 for no wicket after 12, chasing down 286. So that should be a good game. Gloucestershire will be here in 2 weeks' time. Nice delivery from Allison, and treated with respect by Wesley. So, yes, games. There's no game in this competition tomorrow, just a 1 game on Tuesday, which is actually the Roses match at York. And Worcestershire next in action at Worcester against Hampshire. And it could be a meeting of 2 unbeaten sides if they can get over the line here. Essex up against Surrey, a game in which they'll be favourites, I think, on Friday. Surrey still struggling a little bit in this competition, with even their depth of resource being tested by the number of calls to the 100. So Wesley will keep the strike. That's 1 short of a 50. 46, 50 and 49 not out so far in the competition. Wesley has 8. Asking rate and even 7s. 89 for 1 after 14. And Worcestershire still favourites simply because of the mountain of runs that Essex have got to get. But this has been a very good response by the home side.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite a long time until you might be able to consider Essex favourites. I think that's almost got to get the required runs at under 100 probably before it comes across to that. And Wesley flicks that one away into the leg side. They'll push. Only going to pick up the 1 though. Good fielding again out there on the rope. Tom Hindley.
Yeah, you feel there's nothing to be too worried about in terms of the pitch. It's pretty good surface. We've now got through the power play, so the field is set back. So it's just a question of rotating the scoreboard, keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
That was cut away, and that will be 50. Second 50 of the season for Robin Das. A really good 50 with that as well. He's batting maturely, but also positively. Put the pressure back on the Worcestershire bowlers. Flicked away a couple 6s as well, plus 6 4s, as it's taken him just 49 balls to get to his half century.
Yeah, he played very well today. First time I've seen him live in the competition this season, and he really has played well.
And there's one of those big shots. It's up in the air. He's not fully got a hold of it. And a stunning grab sees him fall for 51. Just 1 ball after getting to his half century. That is an absolutely spectacular grab. Tom Hindley, one of the sub-fielders, charging in from the rope in front of the pavilion. And an absolutely spectacular grab ends what has been a fabulous innings.
It has, but again, it's the point we made earlier on. 51 on its own in this situation isn't going to be enough. And Robin Das will be thinking about that as he walks off. I mean, He's averaging, what, about 48, 49 in the competition this year, but 3 starts and he hasn't been able to convert any of them. And that will be very disappointing. What we can say is, though, the first time of asking, really, Worcestershire, faced with a demanding chance in the field, have taken it. And that's different to, obviously, the situation that Essex were in earlier, where a few chances went down. It was a very, very good catch. And that's a good breakthrough for Worcestershire at this stage, because that partnership was ticking over very nicely. Charlie Allison coming out to bat, and obviously it's going to need something special from somebody, and a decent partnership as well. I think that's a big wicket for Worcestershire to take, because Das really was batting well, and you could see the celebration amongst the fielders as that wicket was taken.
Yeah, they know how big a wicket it is. Charlie Allison will be coming out now, facing up against Ethan Brooks. And yeah, that's disappointing from Das, really, there. He'd done so well to get his side into a pretty good position.
Yeah, he probably thought he was going to get away with it, but of course we had instances of the Worcester batters getting away with it earlier on today, and the first time an Essex batter has thought, I might get away with it, they didn't. And that could be one of the stories of the game.
Yeah, I think 6, maybe not drops, but 6 opportunities for run-outs and catches in the first innings. As that strikes Allison on the pad first up. Yeah, so 6 opportunities for wickets that weren't taken inside the first 20 overs as well.
It really was a wicket against the run of play, and all the more disappointing from an Essex point of view. But Charlie Allison has been an outstanding performer this season, and Tom Westley in great form.
Allison cuts that one, but only as far as extra cover. Dot ball again.
Yep. So yeah, so that's a good wicket for Worcester to take at this stage, I think. And it's just something for Robin Dash to think about. Next time he gets to 50, just rein himself in for a couple of deliveries.
Solid there. Yeah, it's a tricky one, because his job is evidently to go out, be positive, be aggressive, and try and put pressure back on Worcestershire's attack. And he did exactly that. But there is really a fine balance between kind of not quite reckless aggression, but being overly attacking, when you also need to sometimes just sort of feel the ebbs and flows of a game and realise he's got to 50 and almost just knuckle down and settle in and reset his sort of mindset as much as anything else.
Yeah. So disappointment that for Essex. It's not Allison against Allison yet. It's Allison against Westley. Does find a bit of a leading edge there. Middlesex going along nicely. I think they've left too much to do in the Championship, but in this game at Lords, they're well on the way to chasing down a 256. They need to beat Sussex. They're 131 for 1 after 15 overs, and Sam Robson 65 and Joe Cracknell 59, sharing a good partnership there. They've only played 1 game so far, which they lost, Middlesex. That's a nice shot from Westley. Could be 2 here, gets into a gap, and there'll be a comfortable second, and it's picked up on the deep square leg boundary. And their opponents, Sussex, with 1 win and 1 defeat in Group B, which is the other group. Bit of a boxer on the ropes towards the end of that last batch of Championship games. And you think they've got enough to stay up, but they've had a rough spell in their season after really virtually everything had been going very well for them. Another nice flick by Westley. Now again, will there be 2? It's a bit too close to the fielder. They're going for the second after hesitation, but they were helped by a poor throw. There probably was 2 if they'd set off straight away, but they hesitated, and that made the second quite dangerous, but the throw wasn't the best. So 2 twos for Westley, and it's 96 for 2 in the 16th.
Yeah, I think it probably would have had to be a almost direct hit, or at least one that required Cullen to...
Yeah, it was only the hesitation, really, that caused any problem, because I think there was always 2 there. It was a bit closer to the fielder, but it's a long way out there. Wesley, though, looking very secure early on, but yeah, he'll be well frustrated for Robin Das, because I think he would have known how well Das was playing there. But Charlie Allison has been one of the emerging stars in a difficult season for Essex, and in a difficult season, it's a question of taking the positives where they come, and Charlie Allison is certainly in that list. That's a good shot. That's a lovely shot from Wesley. One of the shots of the day, the straight drive using his feet. He really is in good touch. And he may need to be today. That was a beautiful shot down the ground for 4. Essex with 100. They've done it inside 16 overs. 2 wickets is probably the maximum they could have afforded to lose by this point. And similarly, probably when they get to 200, they won't want to have more than 4 down.
Yeah, at the same stage, it took Worcestershire 20.4 overs to reach their hundreds in the previous innings. So about 5 overs ahead of where Worcestershire were. But Worcestershire really did start ramping it up in kind of the 30th over. They sort of really...
They had that extraordinary run, didn't they? I think but roughly between 36 and 44 when Brooks got out. Well, they scored 101 runs.
Yes, yeah.
And that probably is going to make a difference in this game. But nothing is certain. Charlie Allison coming off an 80. You look at those scores against Hampshire, you wonder why Essex lost fairly comfortably in the end, because the innings did fall away a bit. That's probably the truth, and that target was well within Hampshire's reach. They've been unfortunate to come across Tilak Varma a couple of times, who's going to be, I think, a major player for India. And he's not with Hampshire for that long, but Essex seem to keep coming up against him. I think he's off after the next Hampshire game in this competition. Joe Wedderley got 100, which won the game. And again, that's perhaps an indicator of the difference. Somebody gets 100, your team's more likely to win the game. So a little bit of a thing for Essex to consider here. But 80 against Hampshire, 18 against Notts. And he got that 100 against Warwickshire in the championship. So Charlie Allison, like Das, like Wesley, coming in decent form. I'm just looking to play himself in here at the moment.
Yeah, he's looked pretty solid so far, has Allison. Not looking to be too extravagant at the moment. Pretty watchful of Brooks. That one is driven out.
Didn't quite time that one, did he? But yeah, it's 100 for 2, 17th over, asking rate up to 7.19. Worcestershire still pretty comfortable with their position. I think they'll know how good form Wesley is in, and they'll be looking to see the back of him rather than later, and then hope that the inexperience of the middle order is something they can prey on a bit.
Into the leg side this time, but only towards mid-wicket. Isaac Mohammed just floating in there.
Another side that's very much in control. I must admit, Kent's 238 for 8 at Beckenham looked very light. Durham 101 for 1 after 17 overs. Emilio Gay 47. So that's also in Group B. So Middlesex and Durham going well on the chase.
There's a good straight drive. Sumptuous from Allison to get off the mark. Really, really commanding. Onto the front foot. Fraction full from Brooks. And he cashes in on that one.
Well, I mean, as I say, he's had that switch from opening to number 4 at the Oval, which in the Championship, which brought him the 100 after a fairly lean run as an opener. He's not really looked back since then in Championship cricket. I think that game probably affected him slightly in the blast because he didn't have too much preparation before that competition started, and he had some low scores early on. But say one of the big pluses for Essex is the development of Charlie Allison this season.
Yeah, Allison was given a lot of responsibility at the top of the order alongside.
Yeah, it was a difficult one. I mean, it was when Elgar was unavailable at the start of the season.
Do you think
Brown was the more obvious answer, but they went with Allison, and then I think surprised one or two of us, including me, because I had Brown to open at the Oval with Water going down to number 4. What happened was that Water opened and got 100, I think, and Allison got 100 as well. So Nick Brown really hasn't had much of a look in until this competition.
Do you think that they were perhaps thinking that Allison could have been the long-term opener alongside?
Well, I
Elgar?
think it's worth trying, isn't it? Worth giving somebody a few goes, yeah. I mean, in the end, it got to the point where you could leave him out or put him in a different position, and they put him in a different position, and it worked. And I suppose those are fine judgments you have to make all the way along the line. Funny enough, the only advantage of giving him a game off would have been to allow him to prepare for the blast. His blast preparation was possibly slightly affected by playing in that game at the Oval in the Championship, but my word, he got an awful lot out of it. As indeed did Essex as a team. It's been a strange season when you've got a tie that have very much the better of Surrey twice, but not able to win either game. And clearly they've had rather the better of their meetings against Sussex this season as well.
Yeah, it's been a lot of draws in the Championship for Essex. 6 of them.
Yeah.
2
not
wins, 3
uncommon.
losses. No, yeah, but more than the 4 that the surrounding teams
yeah, even
have.
more, when you get as many as Warwickshire, it's quite a lot.
Yeah,
that's a normal guide on the form table. But yes, when I was at home, we were discussing I kept being asked what's happened to Essex this season. Why has it gone wrong? And there's one moment you can point to, and that is Jordan Cox's injury at Taunton, when Essex were well in control of that game. And Cox got injured. The second innings, well, to say it fell away would be understating it. and then Somerset were 80 off for 5, came out after tea, gave it a go and chased down over 300. I think I've said there were like 2 ships passing in the night, Essex and Somerset. Somerset were heading out to open water under full sail. Essex were in danger of heading precariously close to the rocks. But yes, it turned into a bit of a rough spell with the defeat at Worcester. Yeah, and critically, they managed to get 8 points out of a draw against Yorkshire when they looked like losing. And those points could be really important at the end of the season, particularly as they lost the other Championship match against Yorkshire. If they'd lost both Championship games against Yorkshire, I think it would have been in quite a lot of trouble. They're still in a bit of trouble, but there are other sides around them, and that's what the win at Hove has done. It's put Essex really back in the pack. They were briefly in the bottom 2. You feel they've still got enough, particularly when we get back to the Championship and some of the players return, but. That moment at Taunton is the one you identify when Jordan Cox, who was in terrific form, sustained an injury which, of course, kept him out of his chance to play in the Zimbabwe Test. And as we've just seen with New Zealand, Zimbabwe, you don't want to miss chances to bat against Zimbabwe.
Brooks continues. That one's down the leg side. Will race away for 4 as well. A little tickle off the inside edge, the inside half of the bat for Wesley there. He moves on to 23 with that. And yeah, it's an interesting one, because you'd think if Essex had managed to claim victory against Somerset, they'd almost be in reversal positions, an extra 16 points.
I say it was a 2 ships passing in the night moment. It really was. Because Somerset were worried about, when I was down, they were worried about what was going on. They had this one bit of good news on the horizon that Matt Henry was about to announce his signing, but he wasn't going to be drafted into the Essex game, which is a bit of relief for Essex supporters. But he made a huge difference. But when you looked at Somerset on paper in that game, you thought, right, they've got a batting all-rounder in Vaughan. They've got a bowling all-rounder in Davey. They've got another one in Overton. They've got a genuine all-rounder and their skipper. Why are they doing so badly? I think other sides will be absolutely craving for a lineup like that. And to be fair, Somerset have, once they've actually got themselves settled down, they've been their normal, very strong force in the blast. And I just have this sneaking feeling that the Bears will turn them over in the semi-final. I could be totally wrong. Quarter-final, rather.
It's always tricky to kind of work out with T20 games, because even if one team is so like should win and is way more dominant as a side, realistically their chance of winning is probably about 60%.
It's just the way the sport works.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bears have been making ever more hopeless attempts to try and get to their finals day via a quarter-final on their own ground, and they find various ways to lose the game, more and more embarrassing each time, it seems. It's like you queue up to... I mean, actually, Essex almost let them back into the one they had. They completely dominated the game and were just stumbling over the line a bit, but they've suffered some huge defeats. And it's almost as if they were trying to avoid having a home quarter, so they ended up at Taunton. And funnily enough, you know, it's the way sport works sometimes, isn't it? You get the most difficult route imaginable, and it might be the one that gets you through to your own finals day, which I'm sure they would love to do. But it's just one of those little things in sport that to look out for. But they're going to be interesting, those quarterfinals. What is it? Hampshire, Durham. You tend to... That's at Durham, but if you bet against Hampshire in a quarter-final in a knockout game, if you're pretty brave, and then you've got Surrey against Northampton. The other one is Lancashire against Kent, who rather sneak through the back door. But both these sides would like to be involved in that next year, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think was it last year there was an all Southern affair?
Yeah, I think it's been a couple of years in a row. Yeah.
So possibly similar again here.
Yeah, that's a nice little shot from Wesley, looking in very good touch again. 24, 112 for 2, partnership building. And Allison against Allison. What's he got in store? One wearing 56, one wearing 65. Which I quite like that. It's not deliberate, but it's just you notice it.
Well, yeah, a bit like the Currans at Surrey, I think, are 59 and 58. But yeah, I mean, just looking at finals day here, all of the last 4 winners, Southern teams.
It's just a stronger group, to be honest.
Yeah, 4, and that means 5 of the last 6 as well, going back to when Essex won in 2019. But the 6 teams before that were all part of the Northern group. No, so it does just come and go.
Yeah. But I tell you what, a couple of the sides in the 100 would struggle in that Southern, get out of that Southern group in the blast. One of them playing today, actually. But yeah, it's still a very strong group, and you know you've got to perform pretty consistently. And if you make a bad start like Gloucester and Essex did, it's very difficult to come back. It's a nice stroke from Allison against his brother. Almost collided there for the moment, but there's the one run. Yeah, so I think 116 for 2 and a 20th. It's a satisfactory start for Essex. They need 341, so if over 225, and there'll be 30 overs. So the asking rate's 7.38. That hasn't gone up appreciably yet. Wesley in very good touch, though, just clipping that one away down towards fine leg. So Durham and Middlesex are well on their way, as indeed are Gloucestershire. So you've got 3 sides batting second who are very much in charge of their games. A bit more nip and tuck at Taunton, where Somerset made what looks a slightly below par, 250 for 7, but Lancashire 119 for 4 after 26 overs. But Marcus Harris, another international for our list of internationals in this competition, it's 56 from 68 balls. That's a nice stroke from Charlie Ellison, who runs round his brother there. There's sort of like a circuitous route.
Yeah, Lancashire very much at the required run rate, but 4 down will make it an interesting one.
And Middlesex also in charge against Law. So we've got Middlesex, you got Middlesex, you've got
Durham and Gloucestershire.
Durham and Gloucestershire, and all thoroughly in charge of their games.
Notts in an okay position, 83 for 2. Off just 15 and a half overs, so they've still got a long way to go.
That's That's one side that's struggling a bit, by the way. Northants 78 for 4, chasing 292 against Warwickshire at Rugby, so they're in a little bit of trouble. But yeah, generally speaking, the side's batting second and doing okay, but Notts have got an awful lot of runs to make. 342, so they're 83 for 2 after 15 and a half overs. That's an awful lot of runs to have to make. Quite a similar ask, in fact, to the one that is here. In fact, they've got to make one more run, and they've lost 2 wickets just like Essex have, so that's an interesting comparison that we'll keep an eye on.
Yeah, Brooks continues. Brooks has bowled a long spell. This is the 6th over now, all on the bounce for the seamer, having made a quick fire 50 in the first innings. He's an all-action kind of player.
Do you think that 2-2 was a fair result in the Test series?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think it could have been 3-1 either way as well. You look at the first Test, India could have won that one. That was slapped down the ground. Gorgeous striking here from Allison. Use of feet, just shuffles at the bowler, gets to the pitch and nails it straight for 4. Yeah, I'd say 3.
Yeah, I think it was said, I think by Nasser Hussain, it would have been a bit of a travesty if England had won 3-1. The number of sessions that were won by
India throughout,
India.
Yeah. But interestingly, you know, England could have probably sealed their third win in the previous Test, as that one's hit into the ground towards cover.
The other thing about that England second innings was that Krishna didn't get enough credit. It was all Siraj, but he didn't do it on his own. And you tend to look at who got Joe Root out. It was Krishna, and that was probably the turning point.
That was after the spat that Root and Krishna had in the first innings as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, he did very well.
I don't think it ever came out what that was about, but I'd be fascinated to know, because
I think they were trying to rattle Joe Root because they hadn't found many ways of getting him out apart from trying to upset him, and it sort of worked a little bit.
But it's an interesting one because Joe Root very rarely gets agitated in the way he did, and it's normally due to quite sort of harsh circumstances. You know, we saw the stuff in the West Indies a few years ago with Shannon Gabriel, as that one is hit down the ground again, no run. And it's only really things that I think really resonate with Root. So it would be interesting to find out what Krishna could have said. I know he said, I think he was calling Root boring or something like that. He mentioned in an interview a day later, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's perhaps more to the story that hasn't come out.
At least England look a fairly settled side at the moment. Obviously the Bethel battle against Pope argument has died down a bit, partly because unfortunately Bethel didn't do very well in the one Test that he played, but that argument really was at its peak just after the Zimbabwe Test, and once they picked Pope and he'd made a pretty decent start to the series, they always likely to carry on with him, and I think they always had Crawley in mind for Australia. Might be some changes after Australia if things don't go well there.
Maybe during Australia, depending on how badly they go.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised.
They have mismanaged Bethel this year. I mean, as I say, they don't admit errors, but that's an error. And the closest thing they got to it, as I say, was Ben Stokes saying that he wouldn't object to him playing a few championship games for Warwickshire. But I did feel sorry for Jacob Bethel because he basically just wasn't playing cricket.
Yeah, I'm not sure where he would have come in though, because I think Crawley...
Just let him play. Just let him play for Warwickshire.
Well, yeah, no, I think that definitely
that would have done a lot of good.
No, I think that definitely should have been thought about a bit more, perhaps. But I don't think he was ever going to be given an opportunity.
Yeah, just rotate who your spare batter's going to be. Just to they haven't made many mistakes, but I think that was a mistake. I think most people have come across that. It's a lovely off cutter from Allison, and it would have been a good wicket to take because it's Wesley at the other end who's looking pretty secure at the moment. So, yeah, the other games at the moment, with the exception of that Somerset and game against Lancashire, and possibly the Notts Derby game, although Derby should win that, generally tend to be going one way fairly definitively. Tom Wesley looking in very, very good form, has to be said. But someone's got to have to make 100 for Essex. And Wesley's in the sort of form, and of course he's made hundreds recently, but he might just be able to do that. And hopefully, from an Essex point of view, he'll leave one in the locker for that Durham game, because if Essex beat Durham in early September, the gap between Essex and Durham should be big enough that Essex don't have to worry too much about relegation, if there is relegation. Big, big game, that. And another lovely shot from Wesley. It's 4 through the covers. Really looks in prime touch. He's coming up on the rails as player of the season, actually. We were just discussing off air. Paul Walter's my number one at the moment, but there are a few other contenders knocking around. And Tom Wesley is like the racehorse coming up on the rails in the closing stages. It really is in tremendous touch at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, averaging 45 in the championship as well, and a few runs in this competition too. Ooh.
It's just Walter's overall contribution, and it is with the bat rather than the ball we're talking. He's sort of made some seismic contributions, obviously, in his going back up to open in the championship, and then, of course, when he did open with, after a quiet start to the Blast, although actually everybody had a quiet start to the Blast, when he did open with Michael Pepper, he played some scintillating knocks, so there's no clear cut, but I think Paul Walter for me just edging it at the moment, but it'll be interesting to see what the verdict is in time. Wesley certainly coming up on the rails and looking very good here.
Yeah, it's interesting as well how you kind of balance when you're looking at a kind of all format player of the season. How do you kind of rate each different format and work out, well, this person might have done better in this one, but actually, like Walter's not even playing in the One Day Cup, for example. But I do agree, the fact he's so seamlessly moved to the top of the order, you know, a lot of runs up there as well.
He's done it before. He did it around about COVID time with Sir Alistair, but I think Essex supporters were particularly impressed with what he's done this year, and hopefully more of it to come once he's finished with the 100.
Yeah, and what's the most difficult position to bat as well in the Red Bull format at the top. He has done so well. Wesley at 3 as well. Bats 3 pretty much the whole way. Well, every format. He doesn't play in the T20s though, does Tom Wesley?
Because obviously with Dean Elgar's sort of delayed return, Essex had a few decisions to make at the start of the season, so that was one that came off with Nick Brown, Nick Brown not getting an opportunity, but Paul Walter taking the chance and doing so very well. It'll be interesting to see if we do see Nick Brown today. As I say, he did look a little bit just encumbered by an injury, had to go off the field.
Yeah, we didn't see him at all for any of the last 20 or so overs.
No, so it suggests it's been a day for injuries, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, they were not quite sure what happened to Rod Jones, because if he suffered an injury, it was in the dressing room. We didn't say it might have been illness, but
it would have been an interesting choice to select him, though.
Yeah,
he was ill, and he was slightly gingerly hobbling around the field when he did come on finally as their number 11. Singh comes in for his first ball. Good start, and just onto the front foot by Allison.
Worcestershire just starting to push this asking rate up. It's gone to 7.72. Essex will just need to keep an eye on that, even with 8 wickets in hand.
Gives himself room, does Allison. Cuts that one away, but good piece of fielding there in the covers. Ethan Brooks just denies any runs. That was just nudged down the ground for one.
Yeah, it's got to keep the scoreboard moving, not let the spinner tie down an end. Worcester will be looking to push through a few overs quickly here, and suddenly Essex might find themselves chasing 10 and over with 200 still needed. That'll be what they'll be looking for.
Just adjusting his field a fraction here. Singh. Bit short of that time, and again nudged down the ground to Isaac Mohammed there at long on. one of the 4 half centurions for Worcestershire. Got a side off to a really good start, a very watchful start. They were 63 for 1 after 15 overs, 33 without loss after the power play ended. That one's dug out nicely.
Yes, plenty for Worcestershire fans to take out of that innings, except for the lack of a centurion. But 340 is just a very good team effort, isn't it? And that 63 from 75 balls from Isaac Mohammed was very encouraging.
Yeah, hit down the ground for another single there.
And say Kashivali hit out once he got the injury, but 80 off 73. Jake Libby 70 off 63, and Ethan Brooks a critical 56 off 25 to really put Worcestershire in the driving seat and take them to that total well beyond 300. It could have been worse for Essex, but they did fight back very nicely with the ball in the closing overs. Around about the 44 over mark, it was looking very, very ominous from an Essex point of view, but they just managed to keep control of things. So D'Oliveira is going to bowl. We've got spin from both ends. This is where Worcester are going to look to try and push through a few overs in good time and get that asking rate above 8. It's 7.85 at the moment.
Yeah, you mentioned Brooks's half century. I think it probably was the most important one. It's a strike at 225, and it just came, 25 balls.
Brilliant.
Just
brilliant
destructive, and it did just take the game away from Essex. Unable to, if they had managed to get Brooks earlier, they would have been into the tail pretty quickly and perhaps could have rattled a few more wickets alongside it.
Nice stroke that from Charlie Allison. He had to take the man at mid-off on, but it was a good, clean hit. Mid-off was briefly interested. No chance, because it was well over his head and up towards the boundary, just to the left of the executive boxes. Fine 4. Followed by a cut shot for a single, and it's a good rotation of the strike. Mustn't let the spinners settle here. Don't want 2 spinners bowling in tandem, keeping it down to a runner ball. They've got to make sure that just pushing up towards 7s and 8s when they can. And normally a boundary does the trick. Boundary early in the over, especially useful, taking the pressure off for the rest of it.
Just a couple overs till drinks as well for Essex to keep in the back of their mind.
Using their feet to D'Oliveira here, effectively. So 6 from the over so far. And if they can beat the rate, so to speak, i.e. get more than an 8 or more from the over, that's going to be very useful. Nice punch down the ground from Charlie Allison.
Yeah, been sensible cricket from these two. They've really started to pile on the run since Das fell in the 14th over.
207 needed. 206 now as Wesley will just drive this one for another single. So they're up around the asking rate for the over. Anything more now would be a bonus. But there won't be, because that's the end of the over. There's going to be another ball there, but
yeah, I think a slight miscount from everyone there.
Yeah. Right, take it as read. That's right.
Umpires know best.
Yeah, there we go. Anyway, that was still a pretty decent over from an Essex point of view. And it's 134 for. In fact, the scoreboard stopped working again, and that might be just throwing people, because it's definitely stopped. I think it's 136 for 2 at the moment.
Into the leg side there, just for 1. 138 for 2, that makes it. I think there was an extra single in there because Allison hit the 4, then a single, and then Wesley a single as well.
Yeah, hopefully that scoreboard will be back in action. 138 for 2.
Yeah. There we go. Singing for the final over before drinks. Oh, and he has the breakthrough! Allison looking to give himself room. Ends up, I think, just bowling him, clipping off the pads. And Singh, just on the beat of drinks, gets another wicket. Essex tumbling to 3 down here. Allison makes 21 from 33. Had been very watchful throughout. Leaves Wesley alone for the drinks break as well.
Yeah, disappointing that Allison has started well. And as I say, this target of 341 requires a centurion, requires probably a major partnership, and unfortunately Essex have got to try and someone back with Tom Wesley, because he's batting very well at the moment. Charlie Allison, like Robin Das, was performing the role very well up until the point that they got out. So on paper, it's 138 for 3, 203 needed in around about half the available overs. It's still doable, but they could have done again a wicket falling at a bad time, I would say, particularly this one just before the drinks break.
Yeah, it really wasn't what was needed for Essex, who are coming off the back of 2 losses so far in the competition. Away to Notts first up, they lost by 51 runs. Tom Moore's spectacular 148 not out he made has not scored. 283 for 9, and Essex fell, as I say, 51 short in a rain-reduced game, and then they lost to Hampshire a few days ago too as well by 5 wickets. 22 balls left in that game as Hampshire chased it down. Weatherly 116 not out with 285 that Essex set. Worcestershire on the other hand, a tie in their first game of the competition against Nottinghamshire as well, also rain reduced. Worcestershire made 312 for 7 before Nottinghamshire nabbed a single off the last to finish 326 for 9. Lord made 83 down the order to help them. They picked up a couple points with that. Just find themselves mid-table, but having played just the one game so far. Essex down towards the bottom in 8th, just ahead of Surrey, who sit also with a winless below them, but instead on a much worse net run rate. Looks like Gloucestershire and Hampshire probably the 2 to watch out for in Group A.
And I think Worcestershire really ought to be in that category as well, injuries permitting. I think they've got the consistency of a fairly familiar side. They do look the part. Obviously, they've only got the one tie so far, but I think they should be up there challenging as well, assuming they go and close this game out.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Nottinghamshire and thirds have a win and a tie, and then Leicester and Worcestershire have only played 1 each.
Yeah, it's probably too early to say which is the more difficult group, but I'll tell you what, there were 1 or 2 quite tough sides. Whenever you're in the same group as Hampshire in this competition, that's normally a bad sign, because they will routinely get out of the group.
Singh continues here and onto the front foot first up from Benkenstein. Yeah, there's both of the last 2 champions are in Group A.
Yeah, it looks a tough group.
Glamorgan and Leicestershire. That one's, gorgeous there from Benkenstein. Just dispatches that one over the offside. Back foot punch for 4.
Yeah.
Glorious start.
He's a very good player. He's one of the emerging players for Essex, but in this situation, somebody has got to get 100 or close to it.
I think that's probably got to be down to Tom Wesley, isn't it? With quite an inexperienced middle order here. Allison's been and gone, Benkenstein in now, and then Noah Thane, all 20 years of age, those 3. And beneath him, Nick Brown, carded at 7, but was off the field for a while with injury, so they might promote someone like Simon Fernandez. Driven again. Good stop in the end from Ethan Brooks in the covers. Benkenstein snatching at that one a fraction to end Feta Singh's over. 143 for 3. Essex, 25 overs gone. Halfway through, at the same stage, Worcestershire 124 for 2. And really about to start their expansive sort of progress through the middle overs.
And yeah, you got a 19 and a 20, so a couple of starts so far in this competition for Luke Benkenstein.
Yeah, he's really got to try and convert it and just try and stay with Wesley as much as he can, really. Allow senior bat to guide him through. But he's playing his shots at the moment.
Yeah, it's a nice stroke away through the covers. You're used to the feet, made a good start. One score that easy to miss out on because it's one of these sort of more minor games that occasionally come up on the list of scores. Pakistan Shaheen's Tour of England. This is a tour match at Hove that took place at the end of July, so straight after the Essex match at Hove, and was played defensively back down the pitch. And Luke Benkenstein made 197 in the first class 11 first innings in that, so that's a score that might have passed some by. It certainly had me. That's worth noting. And he's really started well here. Another lovely shot away over extra cover. What this is doing is actually pushing the asking rate back down below 8. But what Essex need is wickets in the bank going into the last 15 overs. And well, the 150 up, if they can lose no more than one more wicket in the next 50 runs, they're still in with a shout. Because they're keeping this run rate in check at 7.76. Good start for Benkenstein against Oliveira.
Yeah, what's interesting is for the first sort of 15, 20 overs, Essex had about a 5 over sort of head start almost against where Worcestershire were. They were absolutely flying along in comparison.
Again, nice placement into the gap just between mid-wicket and the bowler. There's a long on back, completes the fielding.
Yeah, but the last few overs, Worcestershire have kind of clawed their way back into it. Not necessarily just because they're slowing Essex down, but they in themselves sped up a lot. So Worcestershire's 100 came off 20.4 overs. Essex's was 15.5, whereas their 150, 27.6 for Worcestershire. And it's pretty similar, 25.5 it's been for Essex, so there's not a huge amount in it anymore.
They are putting pressure on D'Oliveira and brought a couple of relatively expensive overs. So Wesley 34 from 35. Maybe it's just slowed down a bit of late. And then you've got Benkenstein 14 from 9, 152 for 3, 189 needed in 24 overs.
Singing here. That one's just worked down towards fine leg. Tumbling stop there from the big Adam Finch, one of the sub-fielders.
Interestingly, Notts, who've got a very similar chase, just one run more, have also lost a third wicket. They're 110 for 3, but only to the 22nd over there against Derby.
It's pushed out into the offside from Wesley.
A lot depends on Ben Slater and Lyndon James, who are at the crease at the moment, but it looks they'll do very well to get that 3-4-2.
Tie out towards the pavilion.
Having said that, we did pretty well to get a tie against Worcestershire, because I think Worcestershire were in the favourites' chair for quite a lot of that game, and it was the lower order of Notts that did the trick to get parity.
Yeah, it was very much kind of everyone chipped in, and Lord top scored 83, but I think there were 3 or 4 lower middle order half centuries along the way as well. So that one's sent over the top of extra cover. Benkenstein really showing his shots right now. Launches another attack. He's looking to counter-attack. He's not going to die wondering here, is Benkenstein.
No, I mean, as I say, a smart move. You could think about how Harry Brook plays, because what Brook sometimes does is he plays like this and then just slows down for a while when the field is set back and plays shots like that. and that actually is a good sort of motto for Benkenstein. Don't get over-committed. Put the bad balls away, but 161 for 3, so it's 180 required. 23 overs at 7.83. Now that's doable. key thing for Essex because they've got to get a partnership. Someone's got to get to 100 or close to it. And as I say, they need to not lose any more than 1 wicket maximum in the next 40, 50 runs. But it's still on, and it's been a good response to this big Worcestershire score.
Yeah, and Essex do bat deep. We've already mentioned Fernandez carded 8.
Yeah, and he's been in decent form.
Yeah, a couple 40s in the
You
competition
could do with
so
Nick
far.
Brown being available.
That was cut away. And
Yeah, it was a nice shot from Benkenstein, and unfortunate right to the field at the edge of the circle because that was nicely timed.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Fernandez maybe comes in ahead of Brown if
Yeah.
he's got a slight
Could do.
injury, slight
So,
knock.
D'Oliveira bowls one which is on the wrong line, and it's very, very nicely played by Benkenstein into a huge gap. There's a long chase round which will save the 4th run. But that was an intelligent piece of batting because there's a big boundary on the leg side there, and he had 2 fielders giving a long chase to that, and they just prevented the 4th run. But 3s are very useful in this situation. 164 for 3. It means there's another good start to the over. 341 the target. We're in the 28th. And Wesley, who's just lost a bit of a strike recently, will be happy to give it back to Benkenstein at this stage because of the way that Benkenstein's going with that single up towards long off. It does need one really significant partnership. And Benkenstein has started so well. Das started well. Allison started well. Benkenstein has probably started the best of all. But and that's the story of the Essex innings, I'm afraid. Just when someone is really going, the wicket falls. And that's a bit of a soft dismissal, really straight to cover. And D'Oliveira, who had been expensive, gets his revenge in his 3rd over. And yeah, the problem for Essex is they could well end up with a decent score here, but they're not going to get 341 unless there's a really major contribution, and 1 or 2 of the batters are threatening to provide that, and then unfortunately it's not lasting long enough. So again, it's a very annoying because Benkenstein was playing so well, but it was a very soft dismissal, hitting it straight to cover. And well done to D'Oliveira, who's been a little bit expensive, but has had a better over here and has got Benkenstein for 23. Wesley is 38, I say, hasn't had so much of a strike recently. 165 for 4, and Noah Thane is coming out now.
Yeah, you could see what Benkenstein was trying to do. It hit a few gorgeous cover drives over the top for 4, but I think just snatched at that one a fraction more. It wasn't quite there to be hit, perhaps, and ended up picking out Brooks absolutely perfectly. Didn't even move.
Yeah,
just
you
raised
feel,
his hands above his head.
The only sort of thing you might say is that I felt that Benkenstein, he had the able to play a longer game there. The asking rate's below 8, still 7 wickets in hand. Don't need to overcommit. So it might have been the issue there when the ball not quite there for the shot.
Yeah, down to number 6 here with Noah Thane.
Yeah, Worcestershire are just whittling away here. Getting useful wickets.
Yeah, pretty much what Essex failed to kind of do.
Yeah.
And pick up wickets consistently throughout.
Yeah, that was a good over for D'Oliveira because there was the 3 from Benkenstein, which was a lovely shot, but apart from that, it was very much went his way, and he got the wicket. So yeah, we really do need a partnership now. I was mentioning there have to be no more than 4 down at 200, so 165 for 4. The rate's exactly 8 and over, and obviously Wesley hasn't had much of a strike. He's on strike now.
Yeah, dot ball first up for the captain, 38 off 40. Just ticking along. Cuts that one away. They're going to set off quickly, but only going to be the one.
I suppose what Wesley's doing here is showing the greater experience that he has with his shot selection and not committing the shot to the ball that's not there for it. Hence he's still there.
into the leg side, just nudged. Yeah, if you're just joining us, we're currently watching Essex try and chase down what was quite a big total set, 340 by Worcestershire right now. And Toby Reynolds joined by Nick Gledhill. Singh continues, and that was just turned nicely out towards the boxes at deep square leg. Just the one run. Essex have fallen to 168 for 4 right now. Pretty continual wickets after a promising start. Critchley the first to fall. Then Das fell just after passing 50, and Allison and Benkenstein both added pretty quick fire contributions. Pretty impressive ones, but weren't there for long enough. That's reverse sweep. It's slightly top edged, but it should have the legs to reach the rope. It does. Good shot there from Thane to open up a nice little gap in the field that we've not really seen exploited that much. Slightly aerial and slightly risky, but got enough on it with a good strong reverse sweep.
Well, it's starting to look as though Wesley definitely is the player who's going to have to make the score close to the 100 if Essex are going to get close here. Thane, I remember that little cameo he played at Taunton in a lost cause, but in the T20. And hopefully that's just freed him up a little bit, but that was a deft little shot. Element of risk, but he got away with it. So here's D'Oliveira again. It's partially stopped, and they get scamper through for a single. Wesley in the 40s. Can anyone stay with him for a decent amount of time? Because he's looking pretty secure at the moment. 173 for 4. Asking rate still around 8, so that's no real problem if they can keep wickets in hand. But that's the big if. Thane and Wesley rotating the strike. So Worcestershire still be pretty pleased. They've got wickets when they really needed them in this innings, because there have been some bright cameos from the Essex youngsters, and that's a good delivery, which beats the aggressive attempted cover drive from Tom Wesley. The cloud has more or less disappeared. We've got bright sunshine now, and that's very much the way the weather's going to be for the next few days. Hardly any cloud in the sky. Wesley works. There's plenty of gaps in the onside. Gets another single there.
Yeah, 175 up with that. They've been ticking along at a very good rate here of Essex, but as you keep mentioning, Nick, they need someone to go big.
Yeah.
They need...
the cameos on their own won't be enough. It would be... Oh, it's a nice piece of bowling. It's causing a few problems in this over. D'Oliveira, a couple of expensive overs to start, but 2 good overs in a row for him there. Just pushing the asking rate up to 8.3. 175 for 4. 20 overs to go. The requirement is 341. Wesley 42 and Thane 6.
Yeah, Singh will continue here with his left arm finger spin. He's bowled very tidily. Wickets have been shared around by the Worcestershire attack. Waite and Karam Shazad opened up. Both went wicketless. Both were pretty expensive, going for 32 and 36 runs respectively from their opening 5 overs. And then Brooks and Allison came on. Allison picked up a wicket first ball, which was pretty critical to get rid of Matt Critchley, and Brooks then got Das a few overs later, but he did manage to reach 50 in that time. Shorter, and the reverse comes out, hits that quite a long way in front of square to Thane that time. And yeah, Singh and D'Oliveira have picked up the 2 middle order guys of Allison and Benkenstein, with Wesley anchoring at the moment, 43 or 47. But he's gone now with that. He goes for 43, looking to give himself some room. The anchor has been raised and he heads back to the pavilion, trying to cut one away. Singh just gets one to skid on through and take the top of the bails. Big wicket, and that's pretty much going to be the end of the Essex stand, you'd assume.
Yeah, I think it's going to take an awful lot to win the game from here. And it's a double blow for the spinners, really, because, to be honest, just before Benkenstein got out, you could see if that partnership continued the way they were going, particularly the way Benkenstein was going, they were going to take, potentially take quite a chunk out of a target. But to get the two batters out, the spinners have done a job here for Worcestershire, and it's going to take something quite remarkable for Essex to win the game from here. As I say, it's been a story of cameos. West's innings wasn't a cameo. He was looking in very good form again, but they're a little bit ambitious there at playing the cut. It looks like Brown will bat down the order, if at all, because Fernandez is coming out now. But I suspect this is going to be a little bit too much now for Essex to be able to achieve. The 100 seems to be a mix of interesting games and very uninteresting games. Southern Brave have beaten the Birmingham Phoenix by 9 wickets with 19 balls to spare. So good news for the Southern Brave fans, because it's at Southampton, but there's not a lot of entertainment value, one suspects, in that, chasing down 107, which is what they had to do. And Deploy and Vince and Roy made sure there were no issues. So that goes into the column of one-sided 100 games.
Yeah, the two women's were a little bit tighter, but somewhat similarly one-sided. Superchargers chased it down.
Yeah, actually,
8 wickets down with 21 balls.
21 balls to spare.
A little bit tighter, perhaps.
Yeah.
Not far off. And
yeah, and that's another one in that column.
Yeah. But the Brave Phoenix, Brave won by 15 runs, with the Phoenix bowled out
wasn't it?
off the penultimate ball of the match. Sing in and short and pushed into the offside nicely there. He will get through for one. Fernandez off the mark straight away.
Yeah, and in the similar run chase, Notts need one more run, 131 for 3, but at the halfway point, 211 required off 25 overs. That's an awful lot, even though they have got Ben Slater and Lyndon James in. Not impossible with those two at the crease, but a big ask.
No run there.
Yeah, those 2 wickets, I suspect, have just left out Essex with a bit too much to do.
Swept firmly there in front of square, but there's a sweeper out on the rope. Hinley again, I think that is.
Interesting to see Fernandez. He won't have the strike, but he's made some promising contributions. And
yeah, 46 not out against Notts, and then 41 against Hampshire.
So good signs, but unfortunately Essex need more than that now, and the most likely players to make the big score have gone.
Yeah, you're assuming Nick Brown's injured. These are the last 2 hopes, you'd assume.
That's just out of the reach of extra cover running back, and it's awkward for the fielder, who does a very good little negotiation of the boundary ball there, because that looked like it could be awkward for a minute, but very much in form for the 100-metre hurdles there. He negotiated that one very well, couldn't prevent the 4. So Thane goes along by 4 and adds a single to the next ball. So a good start to the over for Essex, but so it's a big ask now. 179 for 5. Thane with that single. I reckon he's gone to 9. 179 for 5. Or was it 8? And Fernandez on strike with a single. Yeah, I think it's 8. 341 the target. 179 for 5. Might be that I've been caught out by the scoreboard freezing again. I think that's what's happened.
Yeah, I think he could be into double digits there, Thane, with a few boundaries, because he hit that reverse sweep for 4 as well earlier on.
So it is 13, because they haven't counted that previous 4 and the single. That makes sense. So it's 185 for 5 with the 4 on the single. Now Fernandez with that single's gone to 2, and Thane back on strike. Yeah, we've got a few little freezes of the scoreboard, which
just keeping us on our toes here in the commentary box.
So, but whichever way you look at it, it's still quite a lot of runs to get. 156. And it's going to take something quite remarkable. If Essex can do it, it would be really quite something.
Win for the ages.
It would.
Even at the halfway stage, a victory felt like it was going to have to be a pretty monumental effort.
But they made a really good start.
Yeah.
They made a really good start.
I think if Critchley perhaps hadn't fallen so early and him and Das had just managed to put on maybe 100 partnership together.
Yeah, it would have helped.
That would have just, gotten that little bit closer before.
Yeah,
Wesley would
the
have
frustrating
made it.
thing for Essex is that there are one or two bits of, they might feel that they got themselves out on occasions rather than were being got out. But that's often the nature of it. Good finish at Taunton. Lancashire 193 for 5, need 58 and 72 balls. George Balderson is 45 not out, so that's quite tight there.
That was cut out towards Brooks in the covers as Singh's on for his 6th over now.
Yeah, the spinners have done a good job.
Yeah, they've really tied down Essex while picking up wickets along the way. Reverse out again. That's swept nicely behind square. Could race away. Slight misfield, I think, means it is 4. It is. The cheers of the fans over in the Felsted school stands just tell the umpires of the mistake out there on the boundary and give, I think that's the first boundary to Fernandez. Moves on to 7.
As I say, he's been in decent form. Big arse though to up. Again, Essex don't particularly want 30s and 40s now. It needs to be something a bit more substantial.
Conventional sweep that time. Finds the gap on the other side, down towards the pavilion. Lovely strike.
But he is playing well. It's just an indication this is a pretty good wicket. And 340 on a potentially chaseable on a really good day. And Essex have batted well up to the point of a dismissals. You can't really fault the batting apart from the issues, the players getting out at the wrong time.
Another conventional sweep, this time further behind square and just down to that fielder.
To be honest, they've not really looked in a lot of trouble, many of the batters. I can't think of anyone that, you say was struggling out there.
No, not at all.
And so the wickets have been against the run of play.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a very good batting track all day, I think, really.
It is, yeah.
I mean,
it's still above par 340,
yes,
but it's not massively above par.
No, I think the fact that Worcestershire's had such a slow start, another conventional sweep, will just be one as that's fielded on the rope down there. I think Adam Finch, perhaps that is. But yeah, I think the slow start in the first sort of 10, 15 overs that Essex bowled was probably the only time that ball has dominated bat today, using the kind of the fresh green pitch that they've been given. Very, very green early on. Did nip around a bit and
Worcester quite happy to bat. Interesting.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? The ploy was to bat Essex out of the game, and it's probably worked. But there's still some very good shots being played out there. That's another very good one. As I say, the hope from the Essex point of view, again, is that Thane, in this case, the latest player to be playing so well, can actually stay in and build a significant innings, because all these Essex players, all these young players, while they're there at the crease, are looking very, very good up to the point they get out. Lovely use of the feet, that. He goes into a 20s, 203 for 5. Still, this asking rate is not a particular issue, 8.2. It's a number of wickets, but that's a lovely shot. This is one of the best innings I've seen from Thane. He really is playing outstandingly well. That's two very different boundaries, but brilliantly executed. And
yeah, 200 up with that first 6 over the offside as well. Now, down.
Just giving a bit of encouragement, because like you, I thought probably the game was up when Wesley and Benkenstein got out in quick succession. But the way that Thane is playing, the hope is, again, it just doesn't sort of get out for 30 or 40 just when it looks really set. But he's done very well with a 6 of 4 and a single in this over. And he's motoring along there on 26. 208 for 5. And into the last 100 balls available, 133 to win. There's another classy shot, long chase around the boundary, not going to be cut off. So both batters doing their bit here. 6-4-1-4. And say the asking rate has never really been an issue. It's just you feel Essex might have lost one wicket too many, but there was a bit of a partnership building here just to rebuild the hope of the home fans. So, 212 for 5. We're in the 34th over, 129 to win. We're down to the last 100 balls. And a very good over for Essex off D'Oliveira. It's been a mix for D'Oliveira. 2 fairly expensive overs, 2 very good overs, including the wicket of Benkenstein. That, from his point of view, he put down as a bit of a shocker because they had 2 4s and a 6. It's just given Essex a little bit of a way back here. 212 for 5, so 129 required in 16 overs. And again, this asking rate has been sitting around 8 all the way through, and it's still there. That's not the issue. It's can someone go on? And you know, it's starting to look now as so if Essex do win, they're going to do it with cameos like Worcestershire did, because it's probably going to be quite hard for anyone to get 100. But so they're doing it the difficult way, because the easier way would have been for a Wesley or one of the other batters to get 100. But they're still giving themselves a chance, and maybe we've still got a game on here.
Yeah, they're going back to some pace. Ethan Brooks has 4 overs remaining. Is using one of them now. That was chipped aerially and gone. There it is. He'd batted well at Fernandez. He'd partnered Thane for a little bit, but in the end just chips a simple catch to the fielder at mid-wicket. And a smart grab sees the back of the wicket-keeper for Essex.
Yes, I mean, yeah, we're sort of... it was sort of like got to a record that's it's like we get to the same point and then the wicket goes down just as you're starting to think that Essex might be able to get into a position to win the game. And Fernandez was doing pretty well there, 17 off 11, but unfortunately he's also found the infielder unerringly and hitting the ball in the air after that very, very good previous over. Would have been nothing wrong with just running a few singles around there along the ground. I suppose it's all part of a learning curve, isn't it? But it's a frustrating one, this, for Essex, because, as I say, the thing about this Essex innings is everyone, Critchley was a little bit scratchy at the start, but basically everyone has looked good up to the point they got out. And therefore, it's a mistake that when they've got out, but it's costing them. But I think some of the Essex supporters will be a little bit frustrated, but they'll have enjoyed some of the stroke play they've seen. But now, again, with a wicket going down, you're back to square one again. Essex have lost 1 wicket too many, even though the asking rate is okay. Doubts about Nick Brown, etc., etc. So you keep going back to square one. You keep edging into a position where you might be in with a chance, and the wicket goes, and you're back where you started. Yeah,
it has just been a wicket every sort of 4 or 5 overs.
I mean, I won't say Worcester were desperate for a wicket there, but it's come at a good time after that expensive over.
Brooks in. Richards facing up first ball, just nudges out into the covers.
Now, I tell you what, something special from Jamal Richards, that would lift things. And as I say, it's 127, so 40 or 50. It probably needs to be more than a 30. But again, it needs a partnership. But if Jamal Richards can deliver today, that would again restore some Essex confidence. Again, you keep feeling, don't you, Roy? They've lost Toby Robb. They've lost 1 wicket too many.
Yeah, seemingly so. Particularly with Nick Brown's injury. That was cut away nicely by Thane. Going to push for 2, but just get the 1. Yeah, Richards is a more than capable batter. It's coming off the back of 74 against Lancs in the 2s down in Billericay a few weeks ago. A couple 30s throughout the season as well, as a ton for the 2s as well.
Yeah, it'll be a good day to deliver for the first team.
That's just turned around the corner into the leg side.
Thought he bowled okay. Certainly got that delivery that roughed up Kashif Ali. I think his figures probably didn't reflect how well he bowled, but he could do with some runs here at a very pivotal time for Essex, particularly if they're going to be potentially a man short.
Driven to D'Oliveira and point.
But you can see the ability in the Essex the youngsters. We've seen that right the way through this innings. It's just, I suppose, that ability of, say, someone like Tom Westy to go on and get the really big score, which was probably needed in the context of this run chase.
Oh, and that one misses the off stump by millimetres. Hands on head there for Brooks. He knows he wasn't far away from dismissing Thane there. And that ends the over. A very good over from Brooks. Picked up the wicket of Fernandez. A big wicket. The last recognised batter to come out. And it's just Thane now, one of the all-rounders, alongside Richards. Thane's batted well, though.
Yeah, and Richards would certainly, you qualify him as an all-rounder on his overall career record, but he needs to obviously step up as the others have done, and if he does, I'm sure it'll be entertaining. 216 for 6, 125 off 15. That about 8.3, but only 4 wickets maximum left, and that's probably too few.
Yeah, I reckon we might not see Nick Brown unless it's really tight at the end.
Well, if Chris Woakes can do it, we'll see. A quick single there at the start of the return of Karam Shazad.
That has hit Richards, he was running through there.
Oh, not another injury, but I think it's just going to be a
bruise.
stinging blow. Yeah. Right. So Durham are coasting at Beckenham with that 238 for 8 for Kent, never looked enough. Emilio Gay 104 not out, 199 for 3 in the 33rd over. I bet that one's all over. I suspect it's close to curtains for Leicester at Bristol, because 285 for 7 looked useful, but Gloucester 165 for 1 in the 32nd, and James Bracey is 93 not out. So they look like keeping their 100% record in this group. So it's just played. That one's just played defensively. But it has been a fine knock from Noah Thane. But as I say, you look at these individual scores for Essex, and it's just. You just feel it's a case of what might have been. It's who knows what's still possible. But if just one of these scores, 51, 28, 43, 21, 23, 27, 17, 27 not out, I should say, for Thane, and 17. Just one had been converted into something closer to 100. Could have made all the difference. But Thane has played very well indeed as he steers that down to third man. So we could, it might be that everyone's going to make double figures here. Richards has got a few to make yet, but what that scorecard does say emphatically, I think, Toby, is that a lot of players have got themselves in.
Yeah, exactly. They got themselves in, and a fair few thrown away. Unfortunately, you can kind of compare it to Worcestershire, who similarly had a lot of double figures. Waite was the only one in their top 7, top 8 to not make double figures. But actually, a lot of them went on and 4 half centuries along the way, and despite none of them going on making any big contributions, no tons, it was still more than enough, and the fact that 4 of them made big contributions was that big difference at a similar rate to what the Essex kind of cameos have been at.
Middlesex in charge at Lords, 210 for 4, just need 46 in 17.5 overs. Although Sussex have just taken a couple of wickets, but I suspect it's too tall an order for them. A couple of quick deliveries from Kuram, one a bouncer and one outside the off stump. And Lancashire look like they're going to beat Somerset, 221 for 5, needing 30 in 51 balls. And Warwickshire Northants looks tight. Warwickshire 291 for 8, Northants 168 for 5 in the 35th over. Justin Broad 42 not out. That could be quite tight, that one. Getting some good carry and bounce in this over. Kuram.
Yeah, sharp bouncer there at Richards, who actually played it really well from sort of right up on his toes to drop that down towards point.
What I would say is that Essex are a lot closer to their target of 341 than Notts are to their target of 342, because at Derby they're 156 for 5 in the 29th over. That leaves them with a mountain of runs to get, and they've just lost some critical wickets there. Ben Slater's gone for 68, Lyndon James is out as well, so Derbyshire should cruise in there.
Driven nicely down the ground there by Richards, but only going to pick up a single, with Isaac Mohammed's collecting there at mid-on.
And that game is in this group, so it's looking like a first defeat for Notts and a first win for Derbyshire.
That one slashed up in the air. Could be a corn bowled. Taken. Ethan Brooks picks up his third. Thane goes. A very good 28, but again, another cameo. He can't convert. He can't push on. And that's really been the story of Essex today. A lot of 20s, a lot of 30s. A half century from Das as well, but no one else has made it past 51. But all of their top 7 have reached double figures.
Yeah, it's a remarkable similarity, and a lot of similarity in the dismissals, which tend to be quite soft, don't they? With catches to the infield and the caught and bowled there. And again, all you can say is how well Noah Thane batted while he was there. But unfortunately, as I say, we've run through the list of scores. They're all, everyone getting in, no one getting past Das's 51. I think in a way that dismissal of Das was a bit of a turning point, because he was batting so well, wasn't he? It was a really, really top innings. And we've made the point that he'd made 46 and 50 early on in the tournament, and this was a day for him to get 100. And that would have, if he'd stayed in, that would have taken the pressure off Tom Wesley as well. But it's all ifs and buts. What I think Essex will do, assuming they're going to lose this game now, is maybe just take something out of the way that Worcestershire approached their innings, not worrying too much about the scoring rate early on, looking to build partnerships. And what has been a bit of a trend for Essex so far in the competition, if you look at the 3 games, the one trend you can identify is pretty decent starts when they're with the bat, and then tending to fall away a little bit. And that's certainly the case in this game.
Oh, a really good drive there. Richards was home safe, as I think Brooks got a light finger on that one. A very nice drive there from Snater. First up, though. Punching it, well, perfectly straight down the ground. Unfortunately, too perfectly straight.
Well, here's someone we know who can put bat to ball. But you'd sort of half fancy him to make another 28 or 30.
Slower ball there from Brooks. It's driven nicely by Snater. Beats the dive of extra cover. They just get the one for it. The sweeper running round to collect.
But yeah, it's been a frustrating innings, hasn't it? Because we've seen some very good batting from Essex here, but it's just the dismissals. It's not as though people have been struggling or playing and missing. There's been very little of that. It's just been sometimes the wrong shot being selected.
Yeah, nice drive by Richards again.
Richards needs to take this opportunity to get some time in the middle. And
another
I
13,
think,
14 overs to go.
I think the game is probably beyond Essex, but it doesn't want to throw his wicket away here. Take the chance to have some time in the middle.
Almost just try and bat long and just see what happens.
See what happens, yeah.
As that one's into the leg side. He looks technically very sound as a batter here, Richards. Just watching, pretty watchful, those first couple deliveries we've seen from him. 5 off 9.
And, as I say, Snater at the other end, more experienced. I mean, these two really are the last hope, but wouldn't it be ironic if, supposedly the more senior players have, with the bat, because Snater wouldn't be a senior batsman, but it would be ironic if these were the two that were finally to deliver. And it's certainly not beyond Shane Snater's cricketing know-how to deliver something special, But the problem is, it's a lot of runs. It's 120 runs. The scoring rate required is still not really a problem.
That's a nice little shot there from Snater, running it down
Yeah.
the third man.
So, I mean, where are we? 13 overs to go, 120. You're looking at, it has gone up to near nines for the first time. But again, this stage of innings, you expect that. And...
yeah. 9.3, I think that is the required run rate. But actually, if these guys just bat for the next 5 overs, score another 50 or so, just keep it interesting. That's a sharp, short ball.
Well, I'll tell you what, to avoid mentioning football scores, but a quite staggering half-time in the Championship. Leicester City 0, Sheffield Wednesday 1.
Interesting.
It's more than that.
Yeah.
I mean, Sheffield Wednesday, they're basically sort of bankrupt, aren't they?
Well,
they're playing a team that's just come down from division from the Premier League.
Perhaps
That is an astonishing scoreline.
Perhaps an equally interesting
Just shows you.
scoreline. Did you see Crystal Palace have won the Community
yes,
Shield
they
on penalties?
have. Penalties, yes. So that's quite interesting, and I was actually in Worcester when they won the FA Cup, and it's always good to see the underdog getting the win. But it was it's quite a story at Leicester if that stays as it is. Probably won't, but there's going to be quite a harsh half-time team talk. So Jamal Richards just taking his time here, trying not to get out to a daft shot, and I can understand the thinking there. Just looking for the ball that he can potentially hit away. But the asking rate now is starting to climb, because this has been a quiet over for Karam, just the one from the first 4 balls. Just gets that one away. There might be a 2 there, but it's unlikely. No, slight fumble in the pickup, but always likely to be just the one. Now, I say it's been a strange innings this from Essex, because they have batted well, but as I say, the problem has been that the wickets that have fallen at the wrong time.
I think the thing that has been pretty impressive is the ease that they've gotten to 200 at.
Yeah.
200 from
It's just
about
that
33, 34 overs.
Yeah, there are 2 wickets too many lost at the moment.
Yeah, especially without Nick Brown seemingly available.
51, 28, 43, 21, 23, 28, 17. And there's a good thump for 4 runs. And maybe there's still a bit of hope in the crowd that Shane Snater is going to be the one who finally breaks through and gets Essex up towards this this target. But a frustrating day, because Worcestershire, they probably won this with that 100-run spurt in 8 overs. And they did flatten Essex with the Kashif Ali and then the Ethan Brooks. That was quite something.
They basically got 50 from every 5 over spell from the 35th over onwards.
Even though they were pulled back a little bit towards the end, it could have been worse. But there's a good shot.
Yeah, pulled away with power there from Richards.
Here we are, hope's building again. And I tell you what, we've got another double-figure score.
Snater's not far off one as well.
And that, I sort of understand that phrase, the hope that kills you. I can understand what that means watching this innings. It has been strange, because they've not really been in any trouble. That's the frustrating thing. Virtually no one's been in any great trouble.
Oh, that one shorter and sharper from Brook. Angled really tightly in at Richards there, who sort of does well to not get anything on it. Looking to try and fend it out into the offside.
It has been an entertaining game, though.
Yeah, I mean, when you get 600 runs, you're always going to be pretty happy, I reckon.
Be some entertainment to come.
There's one, splash through the covers again. A big shot from Richards onto the front foot, full from Brook, and sent away to the rope.
Don't say these two are both going to get to 40 and then both get out at the same time. And that would end the game, won't it? Quite possibly. Everyone is doing the same. Everyone is looking good. Everyone is getting in. There's something for Essex to take from this game. It's just a question of converting into the bigger scores. But there've been some good batting.
Just nudge that for a single. Yeah, they sort of almost played it a bit like a T20 in some ways, kind of where wickets don't quite matter. Whereas in a game as long as this one...
Well, Worcestershire showed how to do it, didn't they?
Exactly.
The value of wickets in hand. You can make absolute mayhem in the last 20 overs.
Yeah, it was very, very reckless from Worcester, I'd say. Even when they lost their wickets, it was, maybe Mohammed early on, but actually he was being positive a lot of the time. And then Kashi Valley was injured. D'Oliveira, I think, got a pretty good ball from Benkenstein. From Thane, that he top-edged up to Brown, just leapt a little bit, and then Libby batted for our Brooks, just went berserk, and then the lower order were
Ethan Brooks' innings is the difference. Yeah, it was brilliant.
Yeah, defended to end the over there from Richards. A pretty good over, 10 from it, a couple boundaries to Richards' name as well. He's into double digits, 15 off 18. Essex 237-47, but we think that these two could be two of the last two to come out, barring Charlie Bennett, who's probably the lone man left in the hutch, depending on how Nick Brown is feeling. It'll be interesting. I wonder how often it would have happened that two top 7 batters have been carded to come in, and both come in at number 11, because Rob Jones did the same last innings.
Yes. There we go. So Shane Snater, again, it's a catch in the infield. He didn't make double figures, so he's broken that sequence. But to be fair to him, it's we're late in the day now, and I think he plays his natural game, and on that occasion, wasn't quite there for the shot. So one suspect there's just one more wicket to fall, but Jamal Richards has acquitted himself pretty well out there, but he might well run out of partners here, because we think it's going to be Charlie Bennett. We'll be waiting for confirmation of that.
Yeah, Brooks has had a very memorable game. Half century with the bat. He's picked up 3 wickets, 2 catches.
Yeah.
And one of his wickets was a caught and bowled, so 3 catches technically.
That's par for the course for him here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he could have done a bit more, really, couldn't he?
Well, I think he marked this ground down as one that he likes. But this is interesting. We're not going to have Charlie Bennett. We're going to have Nick Brown with a runner at number 10. Hopefully, as we said with Kashi Valley earlier, that whatever the injury problem is, and now we obviously saw the injury being sustained by Nick. We're not quite sure what it was, but it was when he was doing some fielding and just seemed to maybe trip over one of the used wickets or something like that. So we'll wait and see exactly what the issue is. What we do know is that he is able to come out to bat with the assistance of Charlie Allison as his runner. So we shall see what that does. I mean, as I say, it's odd, if he was to bat, it's slightly odd he's coming at number 10. Maybe he could have come in a bit higher, but that's just a moot point, really. So that was the first wicket for Karam. And Nick Brown will squeeze that one nicely down to third man. There'll be a single. So we've got runners, 3 batters out there for the second time in the game.
Yeah, this is an interesting innings. Pretty crazy one at that, as Nick Brown does hobble over towards the square leg umpire here.
Yeah. But that's on the serious side of this, of course, they've got few enough players to select from at the moment, Essex. And injury to Nick Brown at the wrong time for him as well. That's a nice pacey ball from Karam. So it might be quite easy working out what the Essex side is going to be for the next game, because if there's only 11 players to choose from,
Yeah. Surely they've
well,
got
I mean,
a loan deal or
obviously there's going to
something,
have to be
academy.
something. Yeah, hopefully something can be done just to strengthen things a bit. But it's one of those classic "it never rains but it pours" situations.
There must be some twos players floating about somewhere, perhaps.
I was going to say they're all in the 100, but no. As squeezed down for another single by Jamal Richards, who's acquitted himself pretty well.
I say there must be some twos players floating around. So in the last twos game that Richards played in against Lancashire that I mentioned already a few weeks ago, the top four are all playing in this game with Brown, Das, Richards, Fernandez.
I think that's the issue.
And Charlie Bennett's in there as well. Gladwell, who was one of the 12th men today, I think took a good catch.
That might be a good sign for him to come into the next game.
Possibly him. There are a few other names, but not loads of batters.
Ooh, Nick Brown was hit. Done himself a bit of damage there as that one is picked up. Scampered through, but yes, hopefully it's not going to be anything too serious, but it does look like some sort of muscular injury.
Yeah, I think he could be out for at least the rest of the competition, you assume. A couple of weeks. Not actually long left in the One Day Cup, despite it only starting
he would have been looking forward to this because he's not had any first team action. Wasn't able to get going in the first couple of games coming in down the order, so it's not been his season. So, just the even 100 needed off the last 10 overs. The asking rate has gone up. Richards 17 and Brown 2 with Bennett to come.
Yeah, so identical with 10 overs to go. Worcestershire were 241. Essex 241. Unfortunately, Worcestershire were 3 down at this stage and did proceed to lose 6 wickets.
Yeah,
in the final
we're
10
in the
overs.
middle of the huge explosion of runs between 36 and 44.
Yeah, this is
which won the game.
Yeah,
So,
Brooks and Libby.
Yeah,
having a big swing. We saw Kashi Valley before that as well.
Could do that because the wickets in hand.
Brooks in here for his final over of the game. Gets Richards pushing into the offsides. Get through for the single. They get Brown on strike. As he hobbles back from his position next to the square leg umpire. It's actually quite useful with Brown being left-handed because the umpire can just stay at his sort of one side out there at point for the left-hander, meaning Allison goes across to the other side. Three out on the leg sides, deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on and long off and deep cover out there on the off. 4 men inside the ring. That one's just turned into the leg side.
It was only 5:37. This is going to be a shorter innings compared to the Worcester one, which went the full 3.5 hours, didn't it?
Well, it was a pretty quick innings generally, I felt like, other than the 10 minutes of Kashi Valley and the kind of palaver with, was he going to have a runner? He got injured first of all, spent a fair bit of time on the floor, eventually got up and then went down again the following over after taking, I think, another blow, looking for that quick single. Brooks in, and that slapped hard. 4 runs, smashed down the ground there from Richards, baseball style. He's into the 20s with that shot.
You could make a sort of joke saying that Richards is doing enough to stay in the side for the next game, because you could then say by default he's going to be in it anyway, but he is doing well, playing nicely.
Oh, that could be a really sharp piece of stumping.
Yeah, I think he did well, Richards, there. It's not out.
No, he's kept his back foot in. That was a brilliant take by Cullen. Fired down the leg side. He's standing up to Brooks, who's not slow by any means, and Richards looking like he'd almost toppled over there. but he just about kept himself grounded. That one he just drops into the offside to head down the other end.
But he's playing with some accomplishment here, Richards, 23 from 24. He joins the queue of people, the batters who got into this sort of 20s and 30s in the innings. But it's been nice to see him, because I know a lot of Essex supporters have been waiting to have a glimpse of him this year in the first team, and thought he bowled okay. A little bit of bad luck, particularly in his first over.
Yeah, defended there from Brown, who's standing very leg side.
I think the other thing about this, Toby, is that the catches on the whole were difficult, but you have to hang on to one or two of them. Worcester haven't had, theirs have been fairly simple. They had one very difficult one, which they took, but I think they've taken virtually the whole lot, haven't they? That I can remember.
Hiked around the corner there, just for one. Yeah, I don't think there are any drops. There was a couple flashes that flew wide of the slips and over the slips in the opening couple overs, but other than that, I don't think there's been any drops. As that brings up the 250 there, with Nick Brown flicking that one into the leg side.
So,
end of the 41st over.
Essex obviously will look at the drop catches and the batters getting set and then getting out, often through batting error rather than anything brilliant from the bowlers. But on the positive spin, as I say, Essex have looked very good with the bat, and I thought they fought hard with the ball in a very difficult situation. A pretty consistent and stable batting side that was set with some damaging players, and they managed to get through to a lower order, and that just kept things down to 340 when it could have been worse at one point.
Yeah, we've actually got Witham CC out there in the middle right now. Witham CC, as I'm being told. Getting some feedback from James at the back of the box.
And Nick Brown gets a single up to long on and hobbles off. Well, I hope his injury isn't too bad. He's been a great servant of Essex, Nick Brown, and obviously you sort of wonder how much more you might see of him, but particularly if he does have an injury at this stage. But let's hope there are more occasions when we do. And he's battling out there bravely.
Yeah, it does seem to be in a lot of pain. The way he's struggling.
It's just so unfortunate. I mean, just you're down to 12 players, and then what looked a fairly innocuous injury, but it's one of those things that can happen just when you're in the field. Richards is playing nicely, isn't he? And again, just take the positives from the Essex point of view, and there are one or two out there. The way that the younger batters have played, and I count Richards in my list here, has been very good. And I think they can take a little bit out of what Worcestershire's approach was there, which bore dividends in the last 20 overs.
Just a little chat here between the skipper and Waite. No adjustments to the field though, as we are well into the final few overs now.
Oh, that's not something you'd see very often from Nick Brown, but it's probably partly because of his current condition. A bit fortunate to get away with that.
Not bad idea with fine leg inside the ring. Pace on from Waite and just looks to ramp it.
If you're playing the ramp shot, you've got to be fully fit, I suspect, to get it completely right.
Yeah, miscued it in the end.
Crowd quite quiet. I mean, most have stayed. So it's about 2,000 today. Let's say walking around in the interval, it felt very busy. So there's been a good attendance in the sunshine. The weather has been a beautiful afternoon. And just disappointment from the Essex crowd that the team haven't got a little bit closer, but they have been well entertained by the batters of both sides, I think, today.
Yeah, nice shot again there by Richards, who's I think shown a lot of maturity with his innings so far today. He's 25 off 26.
I think he's very much ends in the positive column today. I think he bowled well. It would have been great for him to get a wicket in his first over. It's one of those things, but I think he bowled pretty well. And that extra pace once or twice caused problems. That's Nick Brown. That's classic Nick Brown. Let's hope we see a bit more of that. That really was a lovely shot down the ground and well received by the crowd. So, yeah, I've seen him play that shot before when he's been in fine form. Crunching drive just to the onside of straight.
83 to win from 48 here. It's not in Essex's favour, but it is still.
Yeah, it's still possible.
Possible, yeah.
It will be strange. The injured man, Nick Brown, comes out to play the winning hand.
Well, I will say this looks kind of crazy when you have between overs. Obviously, batters go and talk to each other, and Essex obviously have 3 batters out on the field, so they're all kind of not really sure who's meant to be chatting to who.
What that boundary has done is it's kept it down to just over 10s. So we've got 83 from 48. Maybe fascinating if you get another 40. But the problem in this game is every time from an Essex point of view, your hopes are built up as a soft dismissal. So you don't want to get ahead of yourself.
Richards finds the outside edge, beats the dive of the fielder, runs away to the rope for 4. Slightly fortuitous for Richards and Essex, but they need some luck on their side.
Yeah, they'll take slightly fortuitous today because they might feel as though one or two things have, perhaps not gone their way. So anything slightly fortuitous, they'll definitely take. The back-to-back boundaries, and I say 79 from 47. Add another 40 to that, and we're getting into that Monday morning territory at the Oval.
This time straighter. Just going to pick up 1 for it.
It's been a very good game. Steve Essex, you keep thinking Essex have lost 1 to 2 wickets too many, and you still feel that, obviously. But it's been a good fight, and certainly Nick Brown coming out has proved worthwhile because he's played pretty well. That was a terrific drive at the end of the last over. Durham have beaten Kent by 7 wickets. The 238 for 8 at Beckenham looked very below par. Emilio Gay, 119 not out. Durham go joint top with Yorkshire, who are not playing. That's in the other group, Group B.
Ben Allison round the wicket now to the left-handed Brown, who whips that one away. Doesn't quite reach the rope. Takes a few hard bounces on the practice wickets out towards the Felsted School stands.
I think what we're seeing is that 340 probably was above par, but not by much. Not by much. It's a very good batting surface. All credit to the ground staff.
Yeah, definitely a 300-plus pitch, this.
Looked a bit greenish. Still looks a bit greenish, but it hasn't, apart from the first hour, it hasn't really done much.
Full and straight, and just turned out to long on there. Isaac Mohammed doing the fielding. He tosses the ball to Matthew Waite, who's going to give it back to Ben Allison in a second for the final couple balls of his over here, back in the attack. He bowled 6 earlier on in the day. This is his 7th. We'll have a few more to go throughout the death, I'm sure. That's a wide one, slashed at it by Brown, but there is the sweeper. He didn't really get a hold of it. And Ethan Brooks out there in front of the pavilion fields.
Tell you what, Nick Brown in this finisher role, which has been put into, were he fit, you would say he's looking pretty accomplished in the role.
Shorter, and Richards looks to guide that one over the keeper, but it's too sharp for him. A good bouncer there from Allison to end his over. Essex 266 for 8 with 7 overs to go. 75 still to win. The rate is still up there at over 10s. But Essex are still hanging about. Not necessarily in, but their foot is in the door at the moment.
Yeah, 7 overs to get 75. Still not, it's not out of control, is it? We're at about 10s. But if Nick Brown were fully fit, you could see how this sort of idea of him being in a finisher role might work quite nicely.
Yeah, they've used him at 7 all season.
Didn't really
haven't
get
they?
in the other 2 games, 12 against Notts and 1 against Hampshire. They did fall away against Hampshire. Bit of a subpar total. Miscue got away with it.
I think he's limping even more after that shot. Kind of looking to stretch out at that one.
Yeah, you're not watching Nick Brown, thinking back over the years we've seen him. You sort of, at the back of your mind, you're wondering when you're next going to see him. But it's been a brave effort, this. It's just keeping Essex in with a chance. So Charlie Allison, the runner, and Jamal Richards on an impressive 31. Nick Brown with the square leg umpire. What a good astute little shot that was from Richards. He had to be careful because he had the ring of infielders, but unlike 1 or 2 of his colleagues, he got it safely over them. And he also had to be aware there was a fielder on the boundary. So there was a bit of risk in that, but he in the end played that little uppercut pretty well.
Yeah, Ben Allison out there didn't seem to fancy going for a dive. It didn't look like it landed too far from him, but he pulled out in the end and just decided to stop the boundary and get Brown back onto face.
That is a wide. So a little bit of, again, the hope kills you in this game because we've seen it, we've been here before about 8 times, but again, a little bit of a partnership taking shape.
I think all game there's been a little bit of hope for Essex.
This is actually a bit more reminiscent of Lords than perhaps the Oval in terms of a test match, isn't it? Because you got the low order. So, .72 from 39.
Yeah, it's getting up towards 2 a ball now, which will make it pretty tricky for Essex. But all it really requires is a flurry of boundaries at one stage, and they're right back in it. But still a while to go.
That's a shot when he's on peak form, Nick Brown, that often goes away for 4. And there's a misfield there. Get in for 2, but that extra cover drive is a very strong shot of his.
Essex
and one we've seen many times.
Essex have to be a little bit careful with the runner out there. Charlie Allison, I think, because he's quite far away from Richards, possibly didn't hear any calling between them, and it looked like he was a little bit of a sort of pace or 2 behind Richards, who came back, or set off for the first and then came back for the second pretty swiftly.
Well, that's gone down to third man. A little bit of fortune there.
Unorthodox.
I'll tell you what, I mean, if only Essex were sort of 20, 25 runs closer here, it's been a good game. I mean, surely Worcestershire are going to win it, but they are just keeping a little bit of a tantalising finish in prospect. 69 from 37. Last ball of the 44th coming up. It's been a good old game out there in very warm conditions. And you can't deny the fight in the Essex side. Richard's be thinking now, if I just left in my normal starts, that was going to be a wide. Just sort of get across, get inside the line, and I would have got the extra ball there. But it wasn't to be. 32 at a runner ball, 16 virtually at a runner ball for Brown. 69 from 36, so the rate is now on the move. But, well, it's probably going to have to be Jamal Richards, but is he going to do something quite memorable here?
We're working with Ambassador Cruise Line
it would be
to
quite something
recognise
for
the
the
unsung
crowd
heroes at your
that are still here and most have stayed.
dedicated volunteers and staff.
But I am
who've gone
enjoying
above
just
and beyond
watching
to
the
make the game happen.
slight
To celebrate
confusion
them,
between
we're giving
overs
you
between
the
the three
opportunity
batters.
to win them a
We're
cruise.
not quite
with
sure who's
Ambassador Cruise
going
Line.
which direction
The winning
at the end
club
of the
will also
over, and who's
receive-
facing, who's the runner at the corner. But it is Brown facing up. He pulls that one into the leg side. Allison sets off. They get through for the single. Richards faces.
Yeah, well, it's been a much better spectator event than that 100 game we were talking about earlier, where Birmingham Phoenix made 106 or something like that at Southampton and got beaten by 9 wickets. This has been real entertainment here with, where are we now? 700 runs in a day and counting? Was it 600? It's quite a lot anyway. 340 plus 273, so we're well on course for 600 plus.
That one's slammed out to the offside, just for one though. Richards is swinging hard and timing them well so far. But he's gone a few overs without any sort of major impact.
Yeah.
Last boundary was back in the 43rd over, the first ball of that. So it's been about.
I think
10,
it's a big ask for him to win the game, more or less on his own in his first game back. But he's acquitted himself very well, and he's just reminded everyone that there's that all-rounder in him because he's a pretty decent bat. Some of his stats this year in the seconds haven't really reflected that.
Pulled away by Brown. Another single.
But this is where it counts when playing for the first team, and he's, on another day, this runner ball 33, if Essex had a few more wickets in the bank, really could be a vital part of perhaps winning the match.
I think all it would have taken really is one of the top order to just
literally
press on and, a high score.
We
of
said at the
51.
start, didn't it? It needs a big. We talked about someone getting 100. You probably need that chasing 341.
Again, Richards into the offside, and they're through for one. Good running there by the pair again.
I mean, did well there. Tempted Yorker, which is a danger ball, and you're backing away outside the stumps, but he played it pretty well. There are some things Essex can take real encouragement from. And Richards, to me today, right at the top of the list. I think Bennett again. And certainly the batting of Das in particular. And Allison and Benkenstein as well.
That one's put through the covers. 4 runs there. Stand and deliver from Brown.
But that's a classic Nick Brown shot. That's one of the favourites. He's starting to roll them out now. We've had the straight drive. We've got the one that's just gone to extra cover. That's the cover drive. And very, very good to see.
Yeah, lovely shot there. Just giving himself some room to pierce that gap between extra cover and mid-off.
61 off 31.
That's a thick edge. Good fielding. Thoughts of a single. They're going to take it. Going to be a run out of the bowler's end. Brown has run out there. Not much he could have done. Allison and Richards getting a slight mix-up. Allison slightly barbecued, looking to run to the bowler's end, and a good piece of fielding from third man to realise that that was the end to throw to. Richards would have been home safe, I reckon, but actually, if Essex had to lose one of Richards or Brown, they probably are happier losing Brown. And
Yeah,
it was
well,
a really good innings.
Yeah, it was like, it's always a 40% chance of that happening, isn't it, when you got a runner? And it was a good piece of work all around the field, I have to say, because there's a chance that might have got past the fielder and gone for another 4. And then Essex would have really started to believe. But a brave effort from Nick Brown. I wonder when we'll see him next. But 22 in that situation from 19 balls, coming out to bat, obviously injured. It was an innocuous situation when he got injured, but Charlie Bennett coming out and
last man.
Brave effort from Nick Brown. Wish him all the best with whatever injury it is there, and hope to see him out there again soon.
Yeah, interesting to see what Richards does here, because I can't, like, Bennett, can bat, but he's probably just going to survive as much as anything else, and actually just getting Richards back on strike to probably look to try and swing away a few boundaries has got to be the way they go. That was the end of the over as well.
Yeah.
So Essex at 280 for 9.
Nervy finish at Taunton, but Lancashire got over the line. They won by 2 wickets with 8 balls left. And Somerset's 100% record has gone. Lancashire off the mark. Yeah, I think it had a rain out, so they're up and running in that group. So 61 from 30, and you know what? The difference at the moment is the Ethan Brooks innings, virtually. Not a bad shot from Bennett. I'll put that in the notebook. Nice stroke from the number 11. But they've always lost 1 or 2 wickets too many, and a few soft dismissals. But a strange game because of the fact that Essex, for most of the time, have looked very good with the bat and not been in a great deal of trouble, if at all, really. And that is given out, and that will be the end of the game. Attempted pull shot, so Jamal Richards is stranded on 34. Charlie Bennett goes for a duck, and yeah, the margin of victory comes in, 60 runs, isn't it? And that feel, yeah, I mean, it's no coincidence. It's that spurt of scoring from Worcestershire and the rate they scored and the innings from Ethan Brooks that in the end has put this game out of reach of the home side. So Worcestershire add a win to their tie. They should be challenging with that team. Obviously 1 or 2 injury question marks today, but they should be challenging for a top 3 position. For Essex, well, it's going to be a question of taking what they can from the competition. They've got 5 games left to have any chance of qualifying. They have to win all of them. That's going to be quite a big ask because, of course, they have so few players from which they can select. But yeah, a curious game in many ways, Toby. Worcestershire deserved winners, and in the end, it was the weight and power of that top order batting and the sheer consistency, which, despite the quality of the Essex top order and the batting we saw, it was the weight of runs. You look at the Worcester scores, and we're looking at, 70s and 80s and things like that. And for Essex, we're looking at 30s up to 50, and there you got your difference.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned it there. Isaac Mohammed at the top of the order, 63.
It's a great
the middle order, Kashif Ali, even once he came back from his injury, he still made 80, top scored. Libby, the skipper, 70. And Ethan Brooks, that 56 from 25, absolutely monumental in pushing Worcestershire up to 340 in the end. Picking the bowlers for Essex was Shane Snater, picked up 2 for 50 from his 10 overs, 2 for Luke Benkenstein as well. And yeah, Worcestershire's 340 for 9 in the end. Left 3-4-1 to win. Essex got somewhat close, 60 behind in the end, 50 for Robin Das, 51 he made. And a couple, as you say, 20s, 30s, 40s from the middle order. Every batter except Snater and Bennett made it to double figures. And that just summed up Essex, who did struggle. 3 for Ethan Brooks as well, following up his 50. Couple wickets for Fatah Singh as well. He got the 2 crucial wickets of Wesley and then Allison as well.
Yeah, just briefly elsewhere, Middlesex very close to victory against Sussex at Lords. That's just a question of closing that one out. And a bit of a fight back for Leicester at Bristol. Gloucester need 51 from 40 balls with 5 wickets left. So there we go. Disappointment for Essex, but it's been a really good day for the spectators who've come. I think they've seen some very, very entertaining cricket. I think it's probably two Worcestershire's performances that in the end will really live in the memory. Seeing the youngster Isaac Mohammed making that score, that was very impressive. And then of course Ethan Brooks, who's got form here already this season, with I thought a critical innings and the pace at which he scored. But lots and lots of good performances from Essex while they lasted, and that's where you have to put under felt tip pen, because the soft dismissal, sadly, perhaps at times having to force the pace when they didn't really need to, because so often the asking rate was around about 8s, just counted against them. But quite a lot for Essex to take out. And right at the end, I thought Jamal Richards, that is a performance of today to take out, which I think we ought to mention. In the end, he was left stranded. He did well, and he played very sensibly, and those were good signs.
Yeah, completely so. Back here at Chelmsford in 5 days. Essex take on Surrey, I think it is, and then a couple more home games later on as well. And just another reminder that you still can nominate people for the Unsung Hero Awards for Ambassador Cruise Line, where they can win not only a balcony cabin for 2 on a 7-night Scandinavian Springtime Delights cruise in April next year, but also the nominated club wins a training session here at the grounds with Chris Silverwood. And also you can get 10% discounts, and also you can win a cruise just by scanning here on the QR code on the screen. Until then, we'll see you in about 5 days' time for Essex's next fixture in the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
It's a really, really exciting time for us. I mean, it's been the natural progression. I've been with Essex now 3 years. We started just as the cruise line partner, and then we became front of shirt on the 50 over, and now the natural evolution to take on the ground naming rights. It's just a natural fit, and we both want to grow, and we both want to become the best we can. There'll be benefits just for the members specifically, which will include some added value benefits over just a standard discount. There'll be a discount for the sort of wider Essex supporters, and then the naming rights that we've got at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground, we will be able to reach out to the hundreds of clubs in the East, and we'll be able to engage with them as well, not just to come on board and experience Ambassador, but hopefully to take more involvement and interest in Essex themselves.
What's been really exciting around this is how the partnership has developed with Ambassador over a number of years, from the work they've helped us in the community around inspiring young people, through to how they've helped us in terms of activating match days, to looking at how we can really make the Ambassador Cruise Line ground a real hub for the region.
To have people on board that can share the vision that we're trying to do as well is really important. It's bigger than just the sponsorship itself. Like everybody coming together as one behind one cause, I think it really helps, and I think it's really important to what we're trying to do.
It's really exciting with one of the only women's teams to play all of our games at our home ground, the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. It should hopefully create such a buzz. It's really exciting, and we're really looking forward to the opportunity.
I think it's fantastic news for not only Ambassador but for the club as well. It shows a great partnership between the two organisations, and hopefully we can thrive together and make a partnership even better one going forward.